Torah and Reason, Chapter 16. The totality of existence and the link to Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim. Dinei Shamayim is an infinite system, and it depends entirely on God's judgment. As it is said in the prayers of Rosh Hashanah, Unesanet Tokev, we will express the mighty holiness of this day, for it is tremendous and awful, on which your kingdom is exalted, and your throne established in grace, whereupon you are seated in truth. Verily, it is you who are judge and arbitrator, who knows all, and are witness, writer, sigillator, recorder, and tiller. You call to mind all things long forgotten, and do open the book of records so that it may be read of itself. Every man's signature is in it. All who are about to enter into the world now pass before you. As a shepherd musters his flock and passes them under his crook, so do you cause to pass, number, appoint, and visit every living soul, fixing the limitation of all creatures and prescribing their destiny. But here it has to be emphasized that the Torah is built on a very fundamental principle. This world, Olam Hazeh, and its dimensions in time and space, is not the whole universe. There is a continuous reality beyond time and space, not in the Kantian sense. A world of Ruchaniut that is interrelated and interactional with the physical world in time and space. The splitting of the photon, the quantum of life. Once upon a time it was thought, as Thales the Greek said, that the first element of existence is water. Then Empedocles came to the conclusion that nature is constructed of the four elements: air, earth, fire, and water. This view was accepted by the Greeks and continued until the time of the Renaissance. Then, in the course of time, many fundamental elements were discovered. In the 20th century, nuclear and quantum physics and relativity are the dominant scientific concepts. They are considered as operational structures and accepted as empirical facts of nature. Matter consists not, as was once thought by the scientists, of material determined atoms, but of energy expressed phenomenologically in photons of light, electrons, and other aspects of radiation. According to the Kabbalah, as implicit in the Sod HaTzimtzum, Ruchaniut is expressed symbolically as light, because this is the thinnest element. This light, Ruchaniut, is by contraction and compaction a physical, concrete, material entity, which in common sense language is called matter. The Kabbalah teaches us a reversed evolution, that from the highest infinite, Ruchaniut creation, God established this world of Gashmiut and Chomer, physical and concrete entities. Ruchaniut can only be expressed for the human mind in terms of light, in order to avoid physical images of Avodah Zarah concepts. For example, the Shechina is called Or Ein Sof, an infinite light, which means infinite Ruchaniut. Light being the thinnest element in the physical world of time and space, there is no other thing adequate to express Ruchaniut. That is why the Tanakh also uses the words Or Hashem, the shine of God. The intention is to exclude any concrete image which would be Avodah Zarah. Light is the end of physical existence in its pure energy. The interaction between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut lies in a field of transformations from the photon of light, which is the boundary of the physical world, to the energy of life, which is the beginning of Ruchaniut and its first element. Science today, after great effort over many, many years, has reached the understanding that matter is energy expressed in compact light, but as yet the progress of the scientific achievement of mankind has not reached more than the threshold of Ruchaniut. If my analogy from the evolution of science to the reverse evolution of Kabbalah is correct, then when humanity will be able somehow by some means to break up the photons of light, they will find there the first atom of life. This would be a new breakthrough in science, a scientific discovery which would open a new era in scientific technology. Wrong interpretations of the Sod HaTzimtzum are Avodah Zarah. It is important to note here that this Sod HaTzimtzum has nothing to do with the Neoplatonic ideas of the emanation and evolution of mental to physical. All those writers who try to point out similarities between Neoplatonism and Kabbalah are simply ignorant of the Kabbalah concepts. They do not understand that the Sod HaTzimtzum is not an emanationary system, but that God created simultaneously the totality of the whole Bria of Ruchaniut and Gashmiut in one act. Of course, this is the demarcation point between the Torah and the Kabbalah concepts that differentiates it from the Eastern creeds of Nirvana visions and Zen Buddhisms in their modern mystical myths. In their myths, they create a system of a reverse evolution from Ruchaniut to Gashmiut, from the spiritual to the physical, which is pure Avodah Zarah. By definition, any automatic evolution, even with a vitality of a Bergsonian or other myth, is absolute Avodah Zarah. Since patterns and systems, which could be interpreted rationally, do not happen by themselves, hence any evolutionary system, whether it is from the physical concrete stage to the spiritual, abstract or reversed, an evolution from the spiritual to the physical without a creator and a master who conducts the process, is pure Avodah Zarah. Mythology of man's fantasyistic swing into the air. It has no place in rational thinking, in the logical domain of reason, intuition, and common sense. No rational mind could accept the belief that a logical system could have happened by itself, as I indicated many times. To insert the concept of a divine being into an evolutionary system as an essential power in the system is the same Avodah Zarah as denying the divine. This would constitute a pantheistic concept of existence and would constrain the infinite power of God to confined limits of the system of the Bria, where man's wisdom teaches us by definition that God is above the Bria. Otherwise, God becomes an automatic idol that is a result of man's limited imagination. In a previous chapter, it was indicated that any type of pantheism is a mystical myth and has no rational basis for its assumption. This is the highest level of Avodah Zarah. It was the aim of the Nevi'im to eradicate it from human society, since the Torah teaches us that we have to accept only the truth. A notion that is not clear-cut and whose premises cannot be traced to reason but are hidden in an escape to mysticism is a way of not facing the truth. This is pure Avodah Zarah, according to Halakha. The field of Sechar ve'onesh lies in the two domains of Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. The totality of this world and its extension as a reality beyond space and time is clearly evidenced by the halakha of Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. The Olam Haba means the world of Neshamot, where man leaves his body and enters Olam Haba. His existence reaches the Ruchaniut stage, and he continues to live in the world of Ruchaniut. Olam Hazeh, Olam Haba is the most fundamental principle of the Torah. Whoever denies this interrelation between the physical world and the mental Ruchaniut world is absolutely outside of the Torah, Emunah, faith. There is no way in the world to explain Torah without these premises. Anyone who cannot see this relation between these two worlds, to him the whole Torah is senseless, and his religion is a Goyish biblical religion. As the Mishnah says it explicitly in Berachot, at the close of every benediction in the temple, they used to say, "for everlasting," but after the Tzedukim, heretics, have taught corruptly and said that there is but one world, Olam Hazeh, it was ordained that they should say, "from everlasting to everlasting," Olam Hazeh to Olam Haba. Now the concept of Dinei Shamayim becomes evidently clear. Since man's action is not only related to Olam Hazeh, but could also affect Olam Haba, only God can judge the consequence of man's action. Man's actions have to be done from his free will. In the Torah, God warned man not to transgress the laws of the Torah and to be righteous. If he sins, he has to give din vecheshbon, account to God of his doings. Only God can make the decision and a judgment on his action when he transgresses dinei shamayim. Of course, innocence of the law or forced action will not be severe in God's judgment. God's judgment is pure logic and full of rachamim and truth in his infinite computing cheshbon. But Dinei Adam belongs entirely to human decision according to its limited logic and rules of halakha. Einstein's great mistake. This important point of the Torah answers many questions regarding reward and punishment, and explains by clear-cut, irrefutable reasons many difficulties which perplexed even the great philosophers. Even a great genius and unusual intellect as Albert Einstein was misinformed, and misunderstood the principle of the Torah, reward and punishment. Einstein writes, "Nobody certainly will deny that the idea of the existence of an omnipotent, just and omnibeneficent personal God is able to accord man solace, help and guidance. Also, by virtue of its simplicity, it is accessible to the most undeveloped mind. But on the other hand, there are decisive weaknesses attached to this idea in itself, which have been painfully felt since the beginning of history. That is, if this being is omnipotent, then every occurrence, including every human action, every human thought, and every human feeling and aspiration is also his work. How is it possible to think of holding men responsible for their deeds and thoughts before such an almighty being? In giving out punishment and rewards, he would, to a certain extent, be passing judgment on himself. How can this be combined with the goodness and righteousness ascribed to him? Einstein continues to express this dilemma. The main source of the present-day conflicts between the spheres of religion and science lies in this concept of a personal God. It is the aim of science to establish general rules which determine the reciprocal connection of objects and events in time and space. For these rules or laws of nature, absolutely general validity is required, not proven. It is mainly a program, and faith in the possibility of its accomplishment in principle is only founded on partial successes. But hardly anyone could be found who would deny these partial successes and ascribe them to human self-deception. The fact that on the basis of such laws we are able to predict the temporal behavior of phenomena in certain domains with great precision and certainty is deeply embedded in the consciousness of the modern man, even though he may have grasped very little of the contents of those laws. Einstein makes the great mistake by his adherence to Spinoza's philosophy as a religion. He speaks of Spinoza as a religious personality and as presenting a modern view of religion which appeals to him personally. This is an existential view of the pantheistic doctrines and is simple paganism and avodah zarah. Einstein himself realizes this fact in his essay, that according to the understanding of modern science, there is no logical basis for this pantheistic idea. It is the mystical continuation of avodah zarah. As Einstein writes, the idea of God in the religions taught at present is a sublimation of that old conception of the gods. But Einstein, by not seeing the fact of a universe that continues beyond space and time, and by seeing only the physical universe, could not but come to the conception that this kind of religion is only wishful thinking. From this conviction that the world was created by an omnipotent, just and beneficent personal God, he could not draw any relation between man and God, nor between nature and God. Since this world of time and space consists of physical, mechanical functions, in his pantheistic, conceptualized world, there is no place in his thought for reward and punishment. Without the belief in Torah min ha-shamayim, it was impossible for him to see any relation from the functional mechanics of the world to the reward and punishment of man for his deeds. According to his pantheistic understanding, man himself is a part of the world, in no sense with his feet above nature. The Torah man, however, knows that the universe is extended beyond time and space, and that there are relations between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut. He knows that the world is given as an autonomy by itself. He knows that man has a soul or mind, that mentality is not a result of automatic computations, that a man is free in his mind. He knows that Dinei Adam is only half the story, that there are Dinei Shamayim. He knows that there is an interrelation and interaction between Ruchaniut and Gashmiut. He knows that God had purpose in creating the world from his chesed, as was explained and shown reasonably. The whole system of the Torah is a rational system. Einstein overlooked a very important point, that the fact of reward and punishment becomes clear and vivid in nature itself. Leibniz says that from all potential worlds, God chose this world as the best of all possible worlds. This means that Leibniz understood and accepted the axiom of purpose in the Master's creation. But if the idea of reward and punishment would not have its great merit in the infinite system of the universe, then God would not include reward and punishment in our world of time and space. In his omnipotence, omnibeneficence, and in his infinite chesed, he could create a system where old people would not suffer and young innocent children would not perish in torture in this world, as we can see in any hospital in any corner of the world. He could create a system where holocausts would not be possible, but by the previous axiom and empirical facts, we see that reward and punishment are not only the state of affairs of Dinei Adam, but also a variation of Dinei Shamayim, and that is why it is included in the Bria itself. Science lacks relation to Dinei Shamayim. The relation between Ruchaniut and Gashmiut, which lies in the field of Kedusha, was explained clearly before. Now, in the context of this chapter, it is important to summarize the point with a special emphasis. What we know are physical things, and our efforts at extending knowledge are restricted to finding connections among various physical things and their relations. Science cannot, however, grasp matters that involve understanding of Ruchaniut aspects of creation, mental realities that are beyond time and space, which complete whatever man discovers. Present scientific concepts cannot therefore satisfy the mind which quests beyond the limitations of time and space. We know what is beneficial for the body, but then there is the soul. The Torah says, for example, that eating kosher is good for the soul. Actually, ba'olam hazeh, ube'olam haba. Trave is metame the soul, causes damage, and is a bad reaction in the soul. Humanity cannot know this. This point explains that Torah and mitzvot and its kedusha are related, from units of time and space to the infinite ruchaniyut realities. All this is determined by the action of man, who is not a part of the world. Man stands with his feet above nature. The world that is a given autonomy by itself is geared to the action of man, a result of his soul, his mind, and free will. And it is impossible to calculate the computing influence of his action in the infinite system of the world that includes Ruchaniyut and Gashmiyut. There is no way for the Bet Din of Dinei Adam to grasp the effect of man's deeds in the Ruchaniyut and Kedusha of the entire existence. Only God can compute and measure the relation of man's behavior in the realm of time and space, and the consequence of his influence on the totality of existence, which includes the physical and Ruchaniyut world. But, although it is beyond the scope of man to grasp the totality of existence and the various functions and dynamics of Kedusha that result from his doing, the Torah reveals to us some of the effects of man's acts done by his free will. Two examples are the story of the Egel, as it is explained in Chazal, and the story of David HaMelech in the counting of the Jews. Without the Torah, we could never have known the unity of the correlations between the action of man and Dinei Shamayim. These correlations are only revealed by the Torah, Min HaShamayim, and by the Nebuah of the true prophets. All other descriptions are man-fabricated myths and public mythology, whether they are from the ancient paganistic Avodei Zarah or from modern existentialistic mystics. Furthermore, in Dinei Shamayim, the main reward and punishment is Ba'olam Haba, in the Ruchaniyut world beyond time and space, which cannot be fulfilled in the physical world. As the Gemara says, Sechar mitzvah behai alma leka, hayom la'asotam, umechar lekabel secharam. This means that man works in this world and gets paid tomorrow in the other world. But one fundamental point has to be borne in mind, what is said by David HaMelech in Tehillim, namely that man stands with his feet above nature. Man's action determines the relations between the physical and the Ruchaniyut in totality of existence. Man's free action predominates and determines various consequences in the totality of existence. Chazal say that if the Bet Din of Dinei Adam, the human court of decision, decides that the 30th day of the month is Rosh Hashanah, then God says to his hierarchy in heaven, "Bring the Bima platform and let us judge Israel and humanity, because today is Rosh Hashanah." However, if the Bet Din of Dinei Adam decides that tomorrow is Rosh Hashanah, then God says, "Turn back the Bima, because it is not the day of judgment yet, since the Bet Din decided that Rosh Hashanah is tomorrow." This is because Kiddush HaChodesh and Ibur Hashanah, which means determining the dates of the month and the year, depends on the decision of the Bet Din of Yisrael. Symbolically, it means that all the Kedusha and Ruchaniyut of the Yamim Tovim, holidays, in the infinite Ruchaniyut world beyond time and space depends totally on the decision and action of Dinei Adam, upon the decision of Yisrael. In short, Dinei Adam and Dinei Shamayim are both related to man's action, and there is a correlation between them. However, they are two different systems, as I have explained before. The concept of teshuvah is not related to Dinei Adam, but to Dinei Shamayim. If a man is chayav mita, or malkot, or knas, monetary penalty, teshuvah, repentance, will not diminish the decision of the judge. But in Dinei Shamayim, in some cases, teshuvah erases completely the criminal act, and in some cases, it helps to lessen the severity of the transgression. After this explanation, we can see clearly the great mistake of Einstein. His great intellect, his deep, sharp mind was enticed by his discoveries and his understanding of the mechanics and physical functions of nature. He disregarded his great Jewish heritage. Would he have learned as a child a bit of Chumash and Rashi, as every Jewish child learns in Cheder, and would take it seriously, he would know what Rashi says in the beginning of the Torah. Bereshit, bishvil haTorah shenikra Reshit, ubishvil Yisrael shenikru Reshit. This means that the purpose of the creation of the universe is for the Torah, which represents the infinite Ruchaniyut world, and Bishvil Yisrael, which represents the Kedusha of the world of time and space. It is worthwhile here to recall what Jabotinsky, having an argument about the Jewish political situation with Einstein, said to him. He proclaimed publicly that Einstein could not conceive the state of affairs of Judaism. He exclaimed pathetically at that time that you cannot understand the Jewish situation even if you are a genius like Einstein, unless you understand two languages that are read from right to left, Hebrew and Yiddish.
Would Einstein have understood even one of these two languages, I am sure that he would have grasped immediately the great proof and value of Torah min hashamayim. He would not write such a naive essay on science and religion. He, like so many others, remains an outsider of Torah.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 17. The relation of Teshuvah to the concept of Kedusha in the Ruchaniut world. The concept of Teshuvah belongs to the realm of Dinei Shamayim, not to the realm of Dinei Adam. As I have explained, in Dinei Adam there is no place for Teshuvah, repentance. There is only place for Teshuvah in Dinei Shamayim. In Dinei Adam, a man has to pay his debts, his damages, or he has to receive his penalties for criminal acts. For example, if he is Chayav Mita, deserves capital punishment, Malkot, stripes, Knas, monetary penalties, or any other duties that he is obliged to do by Dinei Adam, by Bet Din, repentance, goodwill, devotion of the heart will not change the law, and that is, the rules of Chiyuv, obligation, and Knas, which the Halakha bestows upon him. As man cannot avoid physical laws by sentiment, feeling, and goodwill of his heart, so man, by sentiment or change of heart, cannot avoid the law of the Halakha in this world of time and space. Teshuvah in Dinei Adam helps man to improve his standing in his relation to Dinei Shamayim, but not in Dinei Adam. The concept of Teshuvah, repentance. The Yerushalmi says, the Chokhmah, knowledge, was asked, the sinner, what is his punishment? The Chokhmah answered, Chatayim tiradna ra, which means the sinners, badness, evil, and troubles pursue them. Proverbs chapter 13. The Nevuah, prophecy, was asked, the sinner, what is his punishment? The Nevuah answered, Ha-nefesh ha-chatat hi tamut, which means the soul that sins, it shall die. Ezekiel chapter 18. The Torah was asked, the sinner, what is his punishment? The Torah answered, the sinner should bring a korban, sacrifice, and he will have kapara, forgiveness. They asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means God, the sinner, what is his punishment? And God answered them, they should do teshuvah, and they will have a kapara. The Yerushalmi emphasizes, as it is written, Tov veyashar Hashem, al ken yoreh chatayim baderech, which means good and upright is God, therefore he instructs the sinners in the path of life. Psalms 25. The Yerushalmi continues, because God is Tov and Yashar, good and righteous, therefore he indicates to the sinners a way to do teshuvah. This Yerushalmi contains very fundamental principles of Torah, and its symbolic meaning is very deep and profound. It includes important categories in the understanding of sechar and onesh, reward and punishment. From chokhmah, from the point of view of logic being the nucleus of chokhmah, transgression and its punishment exist only in this physical world of restricted dimensions. When a man sins and transgresses certain rules, he may break up beyond repair certain structures in this system of time and space. Destructive deeds in the history of mankind are not reversible, as, for example, the deeds of the Nazis who caused the Holocaust, the barbaric destruction of old and young alike. Those who perished cannot be brought back to life in this world of time and space. The deeds of these wicked ones are beyond repair. When talking about sinners, the transgression could be of the smallest degree or of the highest degree of crime and transgression in the act of a human being.
History recounts constantly the irreversible crimes of nations and individuals. There is no tikkun, repairment, for these transgressions in our human world. All that our knowledge, chokhmah, and logic can tell us is the reality that when a man transgresses and does an aveda, badness, evils, and troubles pursue him. As a glass that is smashed has no takana, repairability, from a logical point of view, one who by his action destroys. His destruction is an irreversible reality, doomed beyond repair. This is all that logic, knowledge, and chokhmah can answer to the question, the sinner, what is his punishment? The definition of nevuah, prophecy, and its purpose. This question was also asked to nevuah, to prophecy. It has to be understood that the Torah concept of nevuah is in contrast to all these so-called goyish prophecies, whether they are ancient paganistic visions, philosophical vistas, existentialist encounters of the Kierkegaards, Rosenzweigs, and Bubers, or oriental religious revelations of fantasy. The Torah has set dinim and halachot as to the legitimacy of a navi and of nevuah. Nevuah is given only for the benefit of human conduct, for the betterment and aesthetical conduct of man in relation to his neshama, soul. It is restricted to man's actions in our timely world of olam hazeh. Nevuah cannot determine anything in the infinite system of reality. Nevuah is entirely pragmatic. The aim of the Navi and his purpose is only to tell Klal Yisrael whether they should make milchama or not, whether they will succeed in the future of this world, whether they will conquer their enemy or not. When a man lost his sheep in the desert, he came to the Navi to ask where they are. The aim of the Navi is also to give chastisement, admonition for correction, reproachment that Yisrael should keep the Torah and mitzvot, and better the ethical and aesthetical refinement of their human souls. The Navi warns them about the misfortunes that will happen to them if they will not do teshuvah. This is the aim of the Navi and his purpose in the world. The Navi, however, cannot determine any rule that has a relation from our world to the reality beyond time and space. If the Navi comes and gives us by prophecy even a new detail in a halachic problem or an answer to a halachic dilemma, he is a Navi Sheker, false prophet, and is Chayav Mitah. The Navi cannot give any halacha, nor determine any universal concept in the interaction and transition between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut that is not implicit in the Torah. If he does so according to the halacha of the Torah, he is a false Navi. That is why the Rambam says that all the Sefarim of the Nevi'im and all the Ketuvim, prophetic writings, will be batil, void, in the future, in the time of Mashiach. At that time, the tzarot of Klal Yisrael will disappear, and there will be no need for the writings of the Nevi'im, since everybody will learn and know the Torah. There are no new ideas in the Nevuah that are not included in the Torah. In short, the purpose of the Navi was to improve the status of Klal Yisrael in this world, and give them the proper warnings as to the future consequences if they do not keep the Torah. The Navi also interprets situations and happenings of peoples, kings, nations, and individuals. He demands from the individual to refine his soul, and teaches him the musar, the moral of the Torah. So, when the Nevuah was asked, the sinner, what is his punishment, all that the Navi could say was that ha-nefesh ha-chata'at hi tamut, which means the soul that sins, it shall die. Here the emphasis is on the soul that sins. The Navi is not too interested in the physical effect, but in the ruchaniut effect of the soul. But he is powerless to recommend any tikkun on the merit of the Nevuah itself without Torah. The Navi is restricted in his doing to the Gashmiut world and its ruchaniut in time and space, like Musar. The differentiation between Torah and Nevuah in the aspect of Teshuvah. But when the Torah was asked, the sinner, what is his punishment? The Torah answered, "He should bring a korban and he will be forgiven," because the system of the Torah is not restricted to this world only. Concerning what is beyond repair for the man in this world of time and space, it could be that there is a tikkun by the man's action in the Ruchaniyut world beyond time and space. But even though the Torah system is an interrelated, infinite system between Gashmiut and Ruchaniyut, still it is fixed by the laws that God made in His Torah. There is no place there for tikkun of man's transgressions, but the fixed rules of the Torah are immutable and unchangeable. One of the 13 Ikarim principles is that this Torah that we have is not changeable. Man cannot reverse the system, but the sinner can find perfection, tikkun, in doing what the Torah tells him to do when he sins. When it was asked to God, the sinner, what is his punishment, God answers that he should do teshuvah, and he will be forgiven. The power of teshuvah is not only the reality beyond time and space, but when a man does teshuvah, God could change the whole system of reality for the individual who repents, so that he should reach perfection. But this is beyond the grasp of logic, of nevuah, and even of the infinite system of the Torah. Only God alone, in His chesed, takes out man's action when he does teshuvah from the world of Gashmiut and puts it into a Ruchaniyut stage which is beyond time and space. And that is why the Gemara says, Teshuvah me'ahava zedonot nasu lo kizachuyot, which means his averot and transgressions become mitzvot and privileges. This is logically a contradiction, but God, who is mechadesh bechol yom tamid maaseh bereshit, which means that He is establishing every day the universe, as explained in previous chapters, reverses the whole system for the benefit of the Baal Teshuvah, such that his averot become mitzvot. It could also be that the fact of Teshuvah is itself an effect in Ruchaniyut, according to my teachings of the qualitative dynamic logic. To explain this further, I would have to enter into very deep, intricate conceptions and structures of the Kabbalah, upon which I will not elaborate here. The link of Teshuvah and Shabbat to Kedusha. The category of Teshuvah and its implications is expressed in the words of a Midrash, which reveals symbolically its reality and correlations in the realm of Ruchaniyut concepts beyond the world of physical dimensions. The Midrash says, Adam Harishon met Cain, and he asked him, "What happened with your case before Bet Din, the court?" He answered, "I made a deal, and my case was adjusted by the teshuvah that I did." Hearing the decision about Cain, Adam exclaimed and said, "How great is the power of teshuvah!" He started immediately to say chapter 92 in Psalms, Mizmor Shir Leyom HaShabbat, a song for the Sabbath day. We see clearly from this Midrash that there is a relation between Teshuvah and Shabbat. There is a difference between Shabbat and Yom Tov. Yom Tov is determined by Dinei Adam in this world, and its Kedusha depends upon the decision of Bet Din. Kedusha Chodesh and Ibur Hashana, which means the determining of the dates of the month and the year, depends upon the decision of the Bet Din of Yisrael. The Kedusha of Yom Tov comes automatically from Yisrael. Shabbat takes effect automatically in the Bria and does not depend upon any human decision. The Gemara says that Shabbat is determined from the 6 days of creation of the world. The Kedusha of Yom Tov depends upon the action of man in this world, and from his Gashmiut existence it continues to the Ruchaniyut world. The Kedusha of Shabbat comes from Ruchaniyut, from the world beyond time and space, and its influence goes from Ruchaniyut to Gashmiut. The Gemara in Bedzah 16 quotes the pasuk, "That you may know that I am God, who is Makadesh you, sanctify, make you holy." And it says, "The Holy One, blessed be He, said unto Moses, Moses, I have a precious gift in my treasury, and its name is Shabbat, and I wish to give it to Israel. Go and tell them." We see here that the Kedusha of Shabbat was rendered from God to Israel. In contrast to all Kedushot which come from Israel, the Kedusha of Shabbat comes min hashamayim. That is why the Gemara says that on the eve of Shabbat, the Holy One, blessed be He, gives to man an extra, additional soul, and at the close of the Shabbat he withdraws it from him, for it says he ceased from work and rested. This concept of neshama yetera, extra, additional soul, has an empirical halachic consequence. In the blessing of Havdalah, at the close of Shabbat, we make a bracha on Besamim, but in the Havdalah at the close of Yom Tov, there is no bracha on Besamim. Tosafot explains Pesachim 202 and Bitzah 33, and that only on the Shabbat does the Jew get a neshama yetera, since on Yom Tov the kedusha comes from man and cannot add up to more than his actions. There is no neshama yetera. But Shabbat comes to man from the Ruchaniyut world beyond time and space, and adds Ruchaniyut to man's Ruchaniyut nefesh, soul. We see here that even though the Kedusha of Shabbat comes from the Ruchaniyut reality beyond time and space, it has a relation to man in this world. When Adam Harishon saw the power of Teshuvah, which in relation to him comes from its Ruchaniyut root in the reality beyond time and space, he found its analog. He began to understand the Kedusha of Shabbat, which comes from the same source. Shabbat and Teshuvah are the only mitzvot whose reality is beyond time and space, and yet God, with his great chesed, related these two aspects to the human world. Man could not reach these aspects with his wisdom and logic in the dimensions of this world. That is why God had to give a special matana, gift, through the Torah, only to Israel. Teshuvah and chesed, benevolence. Teshuvah is also given as a chesed from God. The Yerushalmi said, according to my explanation above, that in the world of logic and morality there is no place for Teshuvah. Teshuvah is a great benevolence for the individual. We explained previously that according to the Torah, as quoted from Tehillim, man stands with his feet above nature. He is the master of the world. Although in his physical being he is part of nature, his mind is infinite and free. Only man, who possesses the intellect and the mind and has freedom of choice, can serve God by emulating his ways. Nature is made to serve man in order that he should be able to serve God. The most significant purpose of man on this planet is to reach the highest level of quality. As we quoted from Tehillim, you have made him a little less than God, which means that man is the most important essence in the created universe of God. In order that man should achieve his full identity of Eved Hashem, servant of God, he must be free in his mind and conduct his intellectual business without being confined to the bounds of his physical existence. As such, man reaches Nitzchiyut, eternity and immortality, in his individual being. But since man is also subject to the reward and punishment of Dinei Shamayim, it is almost impossible for man to reach Nitzchiyut. En tzadik asher ya'aseh tov velo yechteh, which means no human being is infinitely clean in his action, and it is impossible that he should not sin in his life. But since the purpose of this world is the human being, so in order to serve man in his Olam Haba, as it says, every Jew has his chelek, part in Olam Haba, God gave man the essence of Teshuvah. Man can fix his faults every moment and put himself in the right line and way, for his tachlit purpose is that he should reach his individual perfection, the eternity and reality above time and space. Teshuvah is not found in the physical world. Teshuvah is in God's plan of purpose, and cannot be found in the physical world. Logic and moral wisdom, which is in the realm of the dimensional world of time and space, has no place for Teshuvah. This means that there is no Teshuvah in the Bria, but Teshuvah is in the plan of the Borei. And since the purpose of the plan of the Borei in this world is man, Teshuvah enters into this Bria by its relation to man, who is part of the realm of this Bria. Here again we have the triangle between the Bria, the Master, and his purpose. It has to be borne in mind that all that was said here is only from the Ta'amei HaMitzvot, reasons for the mitzvot, and Agadah point of view, and its philosophical implications. Agada is related to the borei and purpose components of the triangle, but halakha, which has to do entirely with the realm of Dinei Adam, is related to the bria component. That is why halakha cannot be changed by man's purposes and his philosophical reasons, as the law of gravitation cannot be changed by man's wishes and his philosophical interpretations of laws of nature. Chazal say, "Beretzoncha lehakir et borei olam." If you wish to recognize the master of the world, study Agada. As was explained in previous chapters, we can only have a conception to understand the master through his deeds. Our knowledge and wisdom of the master can only go as far as his negative attributes. We can only put our intuition to his maasim, deeds. But when we deal with halakha, we have gzerot hakatuv, which means that the law of the halakha has nothing to do with the philosophical concepts of it. The halakha has the same rigidity of logical relations as any other set of rules, which could be expressed in functional equations. The dinim of halakha within themselves are structured in the same pattern and consist of the same wisdom as any doctrine that explains the physical laws in a system of relations. In mathematical formulas, no contradiction can be found. Hence, from this it follows that the halakha is not related to time and historical development. Agada could be explained in the language of every generation and its philosophical conceptions, but halakha is not affected by the evolution of historical social structures, as the laws of nature do not bend to any social values. By this definition, the ideas of fitting the halakha to the currents of time are illusions imagined by the outsiders of Torah. Torah people know that the relations which constitute the halakha are pure logic and are not affected by any social system. This is the nitzchiyut of Torah, even in our world.
Torah and Reason. Chapter 18. The Law of Perfection. A new understanding that correlates and links the structures and functions of modern science to the totality of existence. In Chapter 17, I quoted what Leibniz says, that from potential worlds, God chose this world as the best of all possible worlds. This means that Leibniz accepted the axiom of purpose in the Master's creation. Concerning this concept of perfection and purpose, I referred to the great Leibniz in counterpoint to Einstein, but it is interesting to know that this idea of God's choosing the best world possible is expressed in the Midrash in clear-cut and explicit words. Reb Abahu says that among all the possible worlds, this world pleased the will of God, as it says, Vayar Elokim ki tov, and God saw that this is good. The Midrash says that concerning any other possibility of a created world, God says, "It does not please me. Only this world pleases me as potential for existence. All other worlds I would have to destroy if I would have built them." This Midrash is explained by the great medieval astronomer Rabbeinu Yitzchak Yisraeli, the student of the Rosh, in his book Yesod Olam, The Foundation of the World. This idea of purpose has a profound implication. The Borei, the master and the creator of existence, is perfect, betachlit hashlemut, which means the infinite end of perfection, so to speak. In other words, any purpose that emanates from God's will, wanting to make it a reality, the reality is made by the most perfect action that is possible. It becomes a being by perfect action. From this follows that there is a qualitative rule in creation, namely the law of perfection. Of course, from the point of view of the Bria, from the existence of the world, one can object that there is no logical basis for this law. It could be called begging the question. But from the point of view of the Borei, the will of God, the master of creation, it is a clear axiom that follows from God's purpose and perfection. Any action that God does is a perfect action, and by definition, since the universe was created by his action, we have to assume that the law of perfection dominates the world's existence. This is included in the understanding of the triangle, Bria, Borei, purpose.
From the Bria, we know that there is a Bore. From the Bore, we know that there is action of perfection, which is qualitatively essential in the existence of the world. According to this reasonable assumption, many difficulties and mysterious facts disappear and are explained in rational, logical conclusions. In a mechanical or quantum relational system, there is no reason that there should exist in the relations of the world the least work principle. It could be interpreted as a teleological principle. There is no reason that there should exist in the relations of the world the conservation of energy or other similar laws, as for example the traveling of light through space in the shortest path, or the fact that every aspect of matter expands in relation to heat or contracts proportionally to the degree of freezing and cooling. This rule pertains to water as to other material things, but water, when it reaches the degree of temperature between 4 and 0, expands, whereas according to the rule, it should contract. However, if this fact would not exist, everything would be frozen, and life would be extinguished in the oceans and in the plants. No life in the present form could exist on this planet. Here we can conceive these laws as teleological intentions by the master of the Bria. Qualitative laws and teleology. According to the theory of dynamic logic, these laws could be explained as qualitative laws inherent in nature. As the law of perfection is a qualitative law, it is not an interpretation of the intentions of the Master, creator of the universe. Simply, God created this law in the Bria as he created all other physical laws. But it has to be understood that the law of perfection is not a concept. Nature was computed at its creation by God. As a computer is programmed that by pressing a certain button the correct answer comes out, so nature is programmed for the least work principle. This program is not a mechanical relation, but a qualitative system, since the least work principle is a qualitative law and has nothing to do with quantity of computation. And so are other laws, for instance, statistical laws. They are all qualitative laws. Their effects and relations are set in the set of quality, not in the set of quantity. Hence, what looks to us teleological or purposive is really an entity, a reality in the domain of quality that is exact and unchangeable, as is a mathematical equation. It is in the domain of non-existential laws, non-existential in the domain of quantity, or what we conceive by time and space. These laws are exact entities in a different set that could be computed in logical equations. They hold their ground in their domain, as do mathematical formulations and formulas. Of course, the Bore, by creating and inserting this qualitative type of a computer in nature, did it for the purpose and intention of what he decided by his will. Hence, to us it is a qualitative law, as is any other law of nature. A law, as such, not teleological. What appears to be teleological, which means that it was done with purpose, belongs to the realm and point of view that is from the Bore to the Bria. Of course, to the scientist, this fact is explained by empirical laws expressed in mathematical equations, but there is no way to explain reasonably how such laws of a teleological character have been developed and have come into being. They could not come into being by themselves. It is also impossible to say that they are eternal laws. If these rules would not start in time, then the universe would either have reached entropy or would have developed to its highest form. No evolution or development could be possible, since enough time has already passed to achieve both of these possibilities. According to the law of perfection, nature never will use more energy or work than is needed. So-called teleological laws are created by God, as are created by him physical relational laws required for existence. The establishment of a law, not to discover but to create it, requires the same infinite power, so to speak, as does the creation of existence from nothing. It is the same as the creation of a physical being from zero. A law is a positive creation. It does not become by itself. God, the creator of existence, by his infinite power, also created laws. A physical law, or any appearing phenomena, is conceived by us quantitatively, but a law in its ontological being is qualitative. It is no less a reality and no less existential than is any empirical phenomenon. A law is expressed in equations of logic and mathematical calculation. Its dynamic functions are measured by concrete appearances of nature. But the existential essence of the law is qualitative. To create a qualitative law from zero requires the same power of creation as creating quantity. It may even require more power, since every law is a separate creation. The point is that a law is a positive creation. There is a conservation of energy and the least work principle. Conservation of work, i.e., if you can do in X time, you do not have to use 2X time, or in X power, you do not need 2X power. So also is a conservation of laws. It is the greatest creation. If God can make something to work on one law, he does not have to make two laws. A law is a creation. As was said, to create it from zero takes a tremendous power of energy in the qualitative understanding, because a law is not a quantitative thing. To create a law, a qualitative thing, may take even more power of energy than creating energy, a quantitative thing. According to the modern quantum theory, the whole universe is not as Newton thought. Newton thought that the geometry of every particle is determined, and that every atom is determined and has its rules. Comes modern physics and says that there are only laws of statistical relation. It cannot be determined which electron follows a law and which does not, since the movement of a single electron is at random. By itself, a single electron is not determined, but together in majority, electrons are determined. Each individual electron is not determined, but a billion electrons together have a law. This can be calculated by laws of statistical mathematical relations. Exempli gratia, that after 1600 years, 1 gram of radium loses half a gram by radiation at random, and 1/2 remains. The whole universe is built on electrons, not individually determined, but the majority together is determined. Such are the laws of modern quantum theory. Now let us consider the following. Let us say that God created a universe according to Newton's mechanics, and he created that by his power every atom should have an exact geometrical system. Now, let us say that God created a universe according to quantum physics, and he created a law by his power that from 1 billion atoms he will only make determined 500 million, exempli gratia, as with the radium after 1600 years. There is no need to give in power to each individual particle, but only to the majority. If the universe would be according to Newton's laws of mechanics, then God would have used double the energy to create it. But to create a universe according to the laws of quantum mechanics requires half the energy, allowing each electron to go at random, but creating a power that together they should work, there being no need to create a geometrical system for each individual particle. To create a universe that works according to the laws of statistical mathematical relation is the greatest conservation of divine energy that could be in existence. Now, if we assume that God really created the world according to modern concepts of probability, then this is exemplary of the law of perfection. Instead of making a rule for each atom, he makes one rule. This is a tremendous conservation of God's energy. For, as I said before, to create a law takes an infinite energy, and for God to create one statistical rule instead of making a rule for each particle is a tremendous conservation of God's energy, so to speak. God's creation is perfect. His creation is according to the law of perfection. Creating and empowering one rule rather than many is according to the law of perfection.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 19. The proof of Torah min Hashamayim, God's giving of the Torah according to the law of perfection. From the law of perfection, a new important corollary could be established. Since whatever God does in the universe is according to the law of perfection, if he wanted to give a Torah to Yisrael, he would give it in a perfect way. As his creation is according to the law of perfection, so his Torah is according to the law of perfection. It was explained many times that according to the Torah, man stands with his feet above nature. He differentiates himself from concrete matter and energy by his possession of the soul, mental wisdom, intellect, and by his free will decisions. From the infinite divine purpose, there should be a concern from God to man because inanimate matter could only be a means to purpose. Matter has no consciousness and cannot achieve any level of aspiration and ruchaniyut. And since man cannot grasp the absolute purpose of God's will, God had to reveal for man the fact and rules by which he can reach perfection in this human world and life. A hint of man's purpose could come from his understanding and the natural wisdom inherent in his mind and intellect. This is from God's chesed. For example, the philosopher defines morality as man's quest for justice and righteousness. The poet sees the aesthetical beauty in the magnificence of the Briyah. The classical liberals deduced their legal doctrines from natural laws. The Goyish religions accept their fate from the assumption of a divine goodness. But all these aspects of spiritual knowledge that instruct the world are merely indirect hints to mankind. Besides that, they are imperfect perceptions, which are not sufficient to fulfill man's desire to know his situation and position. All these efforts of human generations to reach a good system for the individual and society have been in vain. Humanity, in its toil and effort, did not bring out one system that would be at least pragmatically useful for humanity and commensurable for the whole society. These hints and aspirations are not sufficient for the true reality of man's existence, since man's tachlit, end, lies in the relation and interaction between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut. If God wanted to inform man of his purpose in the Briyah, he could do so either in an indirect way, as was just mentioned, or in a direct way of Matan Torah min hashamayim, which means to render a Torah to the people on Mount Sinai. Of course, if I want to relay a message to anyone, direct words in clear, conceivable sentences would be a more perfect way than to relay the message to him by hints and gesticulations. By definition, the perfect way of Matan Torah would have to be from God direct to the people, to reveal to them his purpose and by what means they could achieve it. Hence, if he wanted to give a Torah to Yisrael, by the law of perfection, he would give it in a perfect way. God wanted to talk once to humanity. As was said, he could talk in one of two ways, either directly or indirectly. God's giving of the Torah, min hashamayim, where he speaks directly to Moshe Rabbeinu, is a more perfect way of making known his will than if God had spoken indirectly to humanity through the development of culture and the unfolding of human wisdom, also a divine creation. Torah min hashamayim, given once and directly spoken, is by definition God's action according to the law of perfection. When I say that existence is created according to the law of perfection, this does not mean that God could not create a non-perfect world. In his omnipotence, he could create any world and any system that he would choose by his will. That which I brought from Chazal is only that it says in the Chumash that in fact God made the best world possible among different possibilities and different worlds. He chose to make this world, considering it the most perfect for human reality. And of course, logically, God, even though he can make a non-perfect world, in his infinite chokhmah chose the most perfect creation to be made. I also indicated that by establishing the law of perfection, some scientific phenomena become clear as the least work principle and the other examples that were mentioned. But here I have to explain and to emphasize one of the most supreme principles in the Torah. The impossibility of two worlds and the impossibility of two Torahs. Since God is Ein Sof, and his power is Ein Sof, and his Chokhmah is Ein Sof, which means that God is above and greater than infinity, and he does not lack knowledge, infinite power, then an action from God is unlimited. God created the whole world, not in a Big Bang, but in one action. Since his action is infinite, it means that the whole existence was created in an infinitesimal instant. All the dynamics, functions, and variables that could be in time and space or beyond were already included in reality and its potentials. No second world would have to be created. Since, by definition, God's action is perfect to its infinite reality and potence, everything that could be included in a perfect world was already created. But to man who is finite, the phenomena that concern him are finite, since he can conceive and perceive only finite relations. By the same token, God's act of Matan Torah is a perfect action. Any potentials of the Torah that are related to time or space or beyond were already included and completed in the single action of Matan Torah.
Hence, a new Torah cannot be given by God, since his action of giving the Torah and his revelations in the Torah are perfect. This means that any variable or any function or relation were already included in the Torah in the instant of Matan Torah. Of course, man perceives the Torah in his limited way, as he perceives the universe in a limited way. The Torah is God's creation of an infinite mental universe, as the world is God's creation of an infinite physical and ruchaniyut universe. That is why one of the ani ma'amins of the Torah is that there cannot be two Torahs. No other Torah can be given. This is why there is also the ani ma'amin that the Torah cannot be changed, just as the energy of the universe cannot be changed. Of course, God could create yesh me'ayin, from zero to existence, another universe, and destroy this one, but then it would only be a repetition, since this universe is infinitely perfect. The other universe would be exactly the same. We understand reasonably that God would not create this universe, destroy it, and then make another universe. Since he made the rule of conservation of energy, this would be a waste of energy. It is like the filling up of a glass of water and then pouring it out and filling it up again continuously. If God would give a new Torah, he would have to give exactly the same Torah, since the action of giving the first Torah was perfect. The answer to the question why the Torah was not given in the form of equations. This principle also clarifies many teachings of Chazal, as for example, En mukdam umeuchar batorah, which means that the events that the Torah relates are not chronologically timed. According to what was said, it is understood clearly that in an infinite system, time has no relation to the system. Here again we come to the triangle of the Bria, the Borei, his purpose. This divine purpose, of course, includes the law of perfection. I was once asked a question concerning this statement of En mukdam umeuchar batorah. Why was the Torah not given in a logical system, with premises, axioms, definitions, and propositions, as, for example, the Euclidean geometry or any other comprehensive system is given? God could have dictated to Moshe Rabbeinu an explicit Torah, where everything would have been written in clear-cut language. We would not require so many commentaries and explanations on every passage in the Torah. My answer was, as I have already stated and repeated in the previous chapters, God created two Briyas, the physical, which is this material world, and the mental world, which is the Torah. These worlds in their interactional relationship correspond to each other in their form and character. Everything that is in the Bria of the world is in the Bria of the Torah. Now let us see. Is our mundane world on this planet where we live constructed in systematic, completely classified patterns? Or is this world crude and uncultivated in its natural appearance? Does the world have paved highways so that we can travel on them, or is it rough with mountains and swamps, with jungles, with flowers and thorns, with wild growths and beautiful plants, with different climates and different seasons? Do we see complete geometrical structures? Of course not. Nature does not speak to us in geometry. It is the mathematician and the physicist, men who after years of intellectual contemplation discover rules of geometry in nature that can be expressed in the logic of mathematics. It is the biologist who discovers the grandiose plan and the magnificent patterns in the organisms of plants and living beings. It is the artist with his insight who envisions the beauty of this world. But the world itself, in its phenomena and appearance, would not impress the untrained eye. Without conceptual categories of understanding, one could not see the mathematical systematic relations and grandiose structures of the Bria. In short, the Bria does not appear to humans as a complete geometrical structure in all its infinitesimal parts and minute details. It is the scientist, the artist, the philosopher who, after creating logical patterns and theories, discover them in the Bria. In his astonishment, he sees the Niflaut Haborei, the Almighty's greatness. He sees where the universe fits his intellectual, brilliant inventions in any field of human wisdom and reason. This is as far as the Bria is concerned, the world which we perceive through our senses. This is the character of God's creation, that man, by chokhmah and wisdom, can see in it the greatest beauty, and the man of ignorance can see in it the most deteriorated rudeness. So it is also with the aspects of the Torah.
The Torah does not speak to us in forms of mathematical equations or propositions of logic. It is the Chacham who studies the Torah, who appreciates the tremendous knowledge that exists in its inner essence. It is the great intellect and genius of the Tanaim and Amoraim who followed the most complicated, complex aspects of the Torah by the erudition of the most precise and rigorous systems of logical symbolism and exact mathematical formulas. They drew conclusions in clear-cut logic where no contradiction could be found. It is the Gaonim, like the Rambam and the Gaon of Vilna, who could see incredible patterns of Chokhmah in every word and passage of the Torah. It is the great minds of Kabbalah who deciphered every word and letter of the Torah and found in it the great wonders of knowledge and precise logical patterns of the interrelation between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut. In short, the Torah appears in the same way as does the Bria. The insider, the scholar, and the great genius and intellect who puts his mind to understand the Torah sees in it the highest chokhmah and subtleties of wisdom that human intellect could reach. But the ignorant, the boor, the one who lacks any fundamental chinuch education, becomes a Bible critic who sarcastically approaches the Torah as the untrained jungle man approaches science and civilization. In short, nature does not speak to us geometry. On the contrary, it is rude and crude. But the scientist who seeks finds exact geometrical and mathematical structures in it. So the Torah does not speak to us mathematics. It is the mathematician of Torah who finds the most exact and rigorous systematicity in it. The Torah and its classified exact knowledge is created and given by God exactly as the world is created and given by God. This idea is not simple. It requires very advanced thinking and a deep understanding of the whole system of appearance and phenomena of God's Bria. Nature does not speak to us geometry and logic, but the scientist discovers the rules of geometry and logical equations in the structure of the world. So too, the Torah does not speak to us mathematics, but it is the man of Torah who finds logic and reason in the Torah words. In this respect, we see that the physical Bria, the tangible world, and the mental Bria, the Torah, and the Ruchaniut world, have the same character. It is an empirical fact that can be seen in God's creation. One may object that this empirical fact, that the Torah and nature do not speak to us geometry and logic, lacks completeness and contradicts the law of perfection. This appears so since the Torah and nature could be given explicitly in geometry and logic, unmediated by man's discoveries. Instead, it was given implicitly and left to man to find out the inner relations and to reveal the equations of its dynamical functions. This appears so according to the common sense of man's understanding, even though in God's intention, so to speak, the purpose of the fact could be perfect. The answer to this apparent contradiction is very conceivable. There are many reasons why the Torah could not be given in a comprehensive logical system. First, it would have to cover all aspects of the universe. This is impossible for the human mind to conceive, because man can only grasp part of the universe, not the whole. He is not even able to span all of its orbits. This is the reason why mathematicians hold that we cannot have a picture of the real structure of the world. From the time of Aristotle until modern mathematical physics was developed, people thought that an exact picture of the world could be constructed. It took a few thousand years for science to find out that there is no way for man to grasp the totality in a representation of a mathematical structure. Astonishingly, what was just recently discovered in the Bria was already included in the system of Matan Torah. This coincides with the fact that the universe and the Torah could not speak to us geometry. That we cannot have a picture of the real structure of the world holds for the mental universe as for the physical universe. Without covering all the aspects of existence, there is no complete system, and since the Torah is the final truth, it could not be given in part. For a complete system, the description of the Torah and nature would have to be given in their totality of existence. However, to give it in a consolidated complex explicitly would require an infinite presentation. This is impossible for the limited human mind to comprehend. Second, the totality would require unlimited dimensions, whereas the human mind can conceive only a structure of finite dimensions. Third, and this is the most important reason, which really includes the previous explanations, is the rule of halakha, Dibra Torah kelashon bnei Adam. The Torah speaks to people in the language of human understanding. The Torah and nature are given for man's benefit, for him to achieve intellectual satisfaction, and for him to satisfy his quest by consuming the chokhmah of the Bria and the wisdom of the Torah, according to the ability of his faculties. Here we see the perfection of the Torah and nature, that both are given for man's tikkun haguf and tikkun hanefesh, as it says, le'avda ule shamra, that man's merit lies in the achievement by his own efforts and by the toil of his hands. Man cannot be happy with Nahama de Kisufa, which means that the spirit of human aspiration is not donated bread, but only what man has earned by his own work, be it physical, spiritual, or mental work. To live on given merits, man becomes an automaton, and he loses his human aspects of free choice, free will, and decision. Hence, we see that the system of the two briyas, the physical and the mental, are the most perfect aspects given to man to reach his perfection. The Torah language is also a natural language. This halacha in the Talmud that says, Dibra Torah kelashon b'nei Adam, is a supreme principle which clarifies many difficulties and unsolved dilemmas. Many have asked the question, why is the Parsha of Maaseh Bereshit, which means the first chapter of the Torah that describes the creation of the world, written in implicit language, such that modern man has great difficulty in understanding its symbolic meaning, its general character in its scope of erudition? This history of Maaseh Bereshit, which describes the events and happenings of the becoming of the world, is that upon which the Mishnah in Chagiga says that Maaseh Bereshit is not a subject of collective study. It is forbidden to teach it in collective and tzibur. Not even two people together are allowed to study the implication of Maaseh Bereshit. Only an individual with great intellectual understanding and full knowledge of the Torah can darshan erudite in the Maaseh Bereshit. By the axiom of Dibra Torah kelashon b'nei Adam, that the Torah talks in language of human understanding, a question arises. Suppose the Torah would want to describe the Maaseh Bereshit in symbolic logic or scientific terms. What language would the Torah choose to speak to Bnei Adam, to the people? Suppose the Torah would speak in the language of Aristotle of the four elements, or in the 17th century language. Those statements would have no validity today. Suppose the Torah would use the language of the atomic concept of the 19th century. Then the words of the Torah would be branded as obsolete and not real. Suppose the Torah would want to describe the pattern and structure of Maaseh Bereshit in the language of quantum physics and relativity, in terms of electrons, radiation, and atomic fusion. Then for 3,000 years, up until our time, the words of the Torah would have been some kind of a mystical relic, as is the doctrine of Kabbalah to the ignorant people today. But I am sure that in a couple of centuries of scientific development, the language of the physical nature will be entirely different. The Torah would have to write in the future language of hundreds of years ahead, which by definition would not relate to humanity until the end of human history, where humanity will have reached entropy, and a scientific evolution will have been completed. But since the Torah was given for all peoples, for all periods, there was no other way for God to describe the Maaseh Bereshit than exactly the way it was written in the Torah. It is the way it was written in the Torah. Torah and Reason. Chapter 20. The Darchei Noam Principle. The Divine Computing of Taryag Mitzvot to Existence. In Mishlei, Proverbs, chapter 3, it is written, Drachecha Darchei Noam, Vechol Netivotecha Shalom, which means that the ways of the Torah are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are complete and harmonious. These words are not only a praise and a description of the fineness of Torah, but a very important principle of the Torah, which is a clear and a necessary condition in Halakha. It was explained that nature is approached in two ways. It is approached explicitly in its outside appearance and phenomena, where for the ignorant and the boor it appears as disunity and disorder. It is approached implicitly, where the scientist and man of knowledge find in its inner relations and totality brilliant, reasonable orders and logical patterns of mathematical relations and harmonious beauty. The approach to Torah is the same. Its explicit expressions have a dominant determination, which in Halakha is expressed in the words of Chazal, En mikra yotze miyedei pshuto. This means that the explicit words of the Torah are part of the halakha, but the implicit meaning of the Torah is logically derived and computed by the laws of the Torah Sheba'al Peh, rendered to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai as to how to compute the meaning of the written Torah. It also contains the logical calculations of the inner relations which can be expressed absolutely in mathematical equations. This truth is evident to every insider who learns Torah and Talmud and understands its inner, deep meaning. Of course, the outsider, no matter how rational his mind, will not see the inner concepts of the Torah and their exact validity. He is like the untrained mind, who cannot see the complex physical phenomena in its inner relations, but unlike the mathematician and the scientist who see and are convinced of the logical patterns and wisdom of nature's inner relations. The halakha and darche noam. To the insider of Torah, darche noam is a clear and necessary condition in the dinim of Torah, formulated in a halachic premise and entering into halachic decisions. For example, in the dinim and laws of the mitzvot of etrog and lulav that we use on Sukkot, there are rules which define the lulav. If the lulav is split, it is not kosher. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the lulav could be bound together because it says kapot temarim. The Gemara in Sukkah, page 32, continues in a discussion. Ravina said to Rav Ashi, "How do we know that the branches of palm trees refers to the green sprouts of the palm branches? Perhaps it means branches of the hardened palm. It must be a branch, the leaves of which can be bound up, and this one cannot be. But perhaps it means the stalk itself. Since the word bound is used, it must refer to something which can be separated, but this is permanently bound. But perhaps it means the inflorescence of palms." Abaye answered, "It is written, her ways are ways of pleasantness, and her paths are peace. Drachecha darchei noam, vechol netivotecha shalom." This means that a lulav cannot be something that is rough and has small thorns and appendages, and which is not comfortable to the hand. A mitzvah has to comply with the rule of darchei noam. It should not be unpleasant for a man to do the mitzvah. The lulav must be a plant that is not uncomfortable to hold in the hand for the man who does the mitzvah of taking the lulav and etrog. Here we have a clear empirical halachic fact that by the principle of darchei noam, the Gemara deduces exactly which part of the palm tree is not kosher for the mitzvah of lulav and which part is kosher. There are many examples in halakha which depend on this principle. Another example, when a woman needs chalitza, that is, when her husband died and left a brother, she cannot marry before he gives her chalitza. This is a process which gives her freedom to marry. But if she has a son from her deceased husband, she is automatically permitted to marry because the halacha of chalitza is only when her husband died without children. Suppose her son dies after her husband had died. In such a case, she does not need chalitza now because it is not darchei noam. Once she was mutter, permitted, she should not become asur, forbidden again. Many halachot are related to this principle, that once, by a certain cause, a man or woman is freed from a previous condition of restriction. Even if the cause ceases and logically the restriction should be valid again, the previous condition of restriction does not come back. By the principle of darchei noam, it would not be comfortable for a man to come back to his restrictive status after he had been released and has made his plans. By this principle, it is impossible to have a halakha that the restriction should come back. Once he is mutter, he is mutter. This principle is so clearly defined that it is used not only in the Gemara, but also in the poskim, post-Gemara codes. For example, some Rishonim in halakha say that the international dateline has to be either somewhere in the ocean or on the shore where there is no yishuv, settlements. If otherwise, a situation would result where two neighbors, one on each side of the international dateline, would have different days. To one, it would be Shabbat, to the other, a Yom Chol, ordinary day. This does not coincide with the principle of Darchei Noam. Of course, this is only one man's opinion, but it is brought here to indicate how far the concept of Darchei Noam extends. The synthetic and analytic forms of Darchei Noam. For the Talmudical student who deals with the higher levels of halachic erudition and pilpul, logical structures, this principle of Darchei Noam can be explained in two different ways: in a synthetic way or in an analytic way. A synthetic way relates to the logic of cause and effect in halacha. The principle of Darchei Noam makes necessary that a halachic din could not be rendered against what Chazal understood by Darchei Noam. This relation of cause and effect to define synthetic concepts is a very important principle in Talmudic logic. It involves deep complexities which will not be explained here. My attention is rather upon the analytic way of explaining the principle of Darchei Noam. Analytically, the principle of Darchei Noam is not a cause to determine what should be, but a statement of what is. God, in His infinite wisdom, computed and checked all of the 613 mitzvot and their deoraita derivations, the laws that are given on Mount Sinai, not the rabbinic decisions of Gezerot, Takanot, and Minhagim. He saw, through His infinite wisdom, that every mitzvah is Darchei Noam, pleasant and comfortable for the man who obeys it. In a halachic dilemma, where two concepts have equal logic, one contradicting Darchei Noam, the other complying with it, evidently it has to be decided that the halacha is according to Darchei Noam. This is pure logic and follows necessarily from the principle of Darchei Noam, according to the analytical erudition. Of course, this principle can only be used by the Talmud and by halacha poskim who know exactly its conceptual constraints and its halachic definition that fit the Talmudic pattern of the Torah. That which is Darchei Noam in general philosophical reasoning, and it depends upon the will and temperament of man's understanding, may not be Darchei Noam in a state of affairs in the realm of Torah, and vice versa. Darchei Noam is a scientific Talmudic principle which relates to the logical equations of Talmud and does not depend upon individual decisions of man's state of mind. It is interesting to note that many different dinim depend upon the analytic erudition of Darchei Noam, and by it many difficulties in halacha are solved. It is important to note that explaining Darchei Noam in a synthetic way or in an analytic way is very deep and profound, and was the toil of generations of insiders of halacha and the Torah. It is also important to note that I am speaking here of the principle of Darchei Noam in the negative. The principle in its negative connotation is that the precepts of the Torah and the dinim of halacha could not be such that they are a deterrent to man's comfort. The positive effects of mitzvot in the instances where they will help man in his individual well-being and where they benefit society is a different subject and will be explained in one of the future chapters. Darchei Noam emanates from the law of perfection. The principle of Darchei Noam is not only a fact in halacha, but is a necessary result of the law of perfection. According to the law of perfection, not only did God compute the mitzvot and see that they are Darchei Noam, but the whole reality and existence of time and space beyond time and space, of Ruchniut and Gashmiut in their relation to Torah, were constructed in such a way that their relation to man should be in the most perfect way. Naturally, the most perfect way for man to do a mitzvah is when the doing is comfortable and pleasant. The complete Priya of existence is perfect in its infinite relations. It is perfect in relation to its higher levels of Ruchaniut, and it is perfect in relation to man, who achieves the Torah in his finite being to determine by his action the effect of Kedusha in the infinite existence. Darchei Noam is an interrelation between Ruchaniut and Gashmiut, and between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut. The mitzvot which relate to the higher aspects of Ruchaniut in their infinite effects are of course Darchei Noam,
And the very same mitzvot which relate to the mundane world are also darchei noam. The pasuk speaks in the language of drachim, ways and paths, because a derech has two ends, from the lower to the higher, and from the higher to the lower. It includes a totality of a perfect existence, both in gashmiyut and ruchaniyut, a result of the law of perfection. The negative determination of darchei noam. I explained the halakha of darchei noam, pleasant ways. As a result of the law of perfection, all of the Taryag mitzvot, 613 precepts of the Torah, are so computed and related to the world that they are pleasant and comfortable for man to obey. This principle is limited in its negative determination, in that the precepts of Torah and dinim of halacha could not be such that they are indifferent to man's comfort or that they cause him pain and suffering. The positive effect of mitzvot are not defined in the halacha of darchei noam. To explain the reason for this assertion and stress on the negative effect of the definition, it is required here to emphasize a very important point that many times is misunderstood by outsiders of Torah. Torah and halacha are not values related to man's aspirations. They are not subjected to human estimation and will of the people to determine their value for mankind. Dinim and halacha are laws and exact rules of the Torah, just as physical laws are exact rules of nature. The form of every mitzvah is defined exactly by measurement and by a quantum of action related to its practice in time and space. Examples abound: the sheur, size of a kazayit, of the mitzvah of eating matzah, or the dinim that are related only to Eretz Yisrael, or Shabbat and Yom Tovim, holidays that are limited to certain dates in time. The forms of all of these mitzvot are defined exactly by measurement and by a quantum of action. Abstract concepts, as for example comfort and pleasure, are defined in halacha in the negative, as that which is not comfortable and that which is not pleasant. But as was shown before, there are clear halachot and limitations that determine the dividing line between comfort and discomfort for all pragmatic purposes commonly estimated. The definition of darchei noam is for the purpose of negative limitation. A mitzvah cannot be uncomfortable and should not cause suffering. The language of values belongs to the philosophical realms of ethics and metaphysical spirit, but it is meaningless in the domain of halacha, just as it is meaningless in the domain of mechanical and physical laws. It is important to keep this point in mind constantly, and not to be misled by outsiders of Torah and halacha like the Chochmat Yisrael, people who are ignorant of its inner structure and do not comprehend completely the unified aspects of the logical patterns and reasonable relations of halacha. All of the above is only in relation to the negative aspect of darchei noam. Some mitzvot, though they are pleasurable, are not a result of darchei noam. We have in the Torah positive, abstract concepts which are left to man's discretion. They are not defined in halacha, but stated in general terms. For example, ahavat Hashem, or the fear of God. There are degrees in the piety of man's fear of God. Man can fear God and obey His commands, but one man's fear can be a stronger devotion to obey His commands than another's. And so also with the mitzvah of learning Torah, or the mitzvah of tefillah mideoraita, from the Torah. These mitzvot are dependent upon human effort, intelligence, and devotion, different men possessing different degrees of ability. Hence, they have been given universally, without particular limits. It is interesting to note here that some mitzvot benefit man, although their premises and supreme principle are avodat Hashem, worship of God. Their structure and their form coincide with man's benefit and convenience. For example, the Yerushalmi in the last line of Kiddushin says, "On the day of judgment,
A man will have to account for the sin which he did, for everything upon which his eye glanced in the garden, and he did not taste of the fruit of it. The Yerushalmi continues, Reb Lezer was a poor man and was worried about transgressing this halakha. He used to gather pennies to buy each year a new fruit which he did not taste, in order to make a bracha and give thanks to God for the beautiful fruit that he created for man to enjoy. The meaning of this Yerushalmi is that since God prepared this beautiful fruit for man to enjoy, and man does not try to taste it, it looks as if he is rejecting God's chesed, benevolence. In other words, concerning anything that man can receive in this world from the chesed of God in the realm and frame of the halakha, he sins if he rejects it. A similar halakha is found in Nazir, which is a complete Mesichta, volume of a Gemara, about the dinim of Nazir, the man who separates himself from the mundane world, devotes himself to Kedusha and worship of God, and denies himself the enjoyment of drinking wine. The halakha is that the Nazir, despite his great merit for his Avodat Hashem, is called a sinner. His transgression is that he pains himself by depriving himself of the heter, permission, of drinking wine. He, like any other sinner, has to bring a korban, sacrifice, to the Beit HaMikdash. This is because God does not want that man should deprive himself from the chesed of his physical bria. Another interesting example is what the great Gaon Reb Avraham of Sokotchov in his Sefer Egle Tal writes. Some people are mistaken and misguided from the ways of reason to think that a man who learns Torah and discovers chidushim, new ideas, which brings him great enjoyment and happiness, does not fulfill the mitzvah of learning Torah leshmo, for the sake of worship of God. They think that this learning is not for the simple mitzvah of learning Torah, since his own pleasure and enjoyment are mixed in with his intention of learning. His learning is not for the pure fulfillment of the mitzvah, but partly for his own pleasure. This is what some pious people think, but the great Gaon comments that this is a pervasive mistake, because on the contrary, the essential mitzvah of learning Torah is for one to enjoy his learning in a most joyous manner. Through this joy, the Torah gets infused in his blood, and he becomes attached to the Torah. The Egle Tal, Zecher Levercha, proves his point clearly from the Halakha, and quotes a Zohar. The Zohar HaKadosh says that the Yetzer Tov and the Yetzer Hara develop only from Simcha, happiness and joy. And the Yetzer Tov develops only from the Simcha of Torah. From this example, we see that many mitzvot not only coincide with the halakha of Darchei Noam in the negative, but also, coincidentally, bring comfort to people. But these halachot, in bringing a positive effect of comfort, are universal. They have no special sheyur, measure, and no special constructed form. A man can enjoy God's chesed and taste his sweet fruits by doing the mitzvah on his own discretion. So it is in learning Torah and in other universal mitzvot. By universal, I mean that these mitzvot do not possess any special constructive particularity. Of course, they are subject to man's action by his mind or by his body, but the action has no constraint forms. That is why it coincides many times with the fact that the act brings joy to man. But this positive fact is not a concept of the halakha of Darchei Noam. It is rather a characteristic of the distinctiveness of Torah that fits many beneficial aspects of man's mundane existence. The positive aspects of benefit from the Torah are coincidental. They are not a concept of the halakha of Darchei Noam. For if they were, these positive aspects of benefit would have to have an exact halachic form and an exact halachic quantum. We have seen that the positive aspects of benefit from the Torah are a chesed from God. These mitzvot man can perceive with his senses as chesed Hashem. But even the halakha of Darchei Noam in the negative, which is a result of the law of perfection, is also, of course, a chesed of God, since all the mitzvot are for the purpose of man and his perfection. It is said in Mishlei, Ve'torat chesed al leshonah. The Torah is a Torah of chesed. From this it follows that if one rejects the mitzvot, not only does he sin by transgressing God's commands, but he commits a rejection of God's chesed, as one who refuses to eat the fruit in God's world.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 21. The relation of halakha to the man-sized world and the knowledge of the microcosmos and macrocosmos in Torah. The Rambam, in his Mishneh Torah, in the 4th chapter of Yesodei HaTorah, Book of Knowledge, states, those four bodies, namely fire, air, water, and earth, are the basic elements of all created things that are beneath the firmament. All things, man and beast, bird, reptile, fish, plant, minerals, precious stones and pearls, stones for building, mountains, and clods of earth, are, as far as their matter is concerned, composed of these four elements. All bodies beneath the firmament are composed of the four elements. Each of these four elements, however, consists of form and matter only. The assertion about the four bodies, which are the yesodot of the Bria, are spoken about in all the Rishonim, the first commentaries after the Talmud, and in the books of the Acharonim, the later Torah commentaries, almost up until our modern time. Even the Gaon of Vilna, who was aware of the science of his time and wrote books on astronomy and mathematics, his book on trigonometry, Al Meshulash, is up to date and is valid as any other Euclidean geometry and trigonometry, very often mentions constantly in his commentary on the Torah, called Aderet Eliyahu, the classification of the four elements. And so all the Mekubalim up to date constantly mention the four elements and their relation from the Gashmiut world to the Ruchaniut world. They explain some of the sod patterns of the Torah according to these four bodies, and so also the Tanya and the Tzemach Tzedek explain many halakha and Torah words according to the four elements. The problem of the four elements in halakha in relation to modern science. This quoting of the four elements in the Sepharim of halakha and Torah caused great difficulties for people who desired to explain aspects of the Torah in an up-to-date way and according to modern science. Of course, outsiders who do not believe in Torah min hashamayim reject these statements of the commentaries as obsolete. To them, these statements indicate that the Mefarshim, explainers of Torah, are not aware of scientific knowledge, are out of date, and still learn the medieval doctrines and the knowledge of physics. But what all these outsiders are unaware of and ignorant of is that these commentaries always explain the Torah and the halakha for the layman in the conceptions and knowledge of their time, and according to the best of their ability and their educated opinion. Outsiders of Torah are not aware that there is no place in the Talmud where these four bodies or substances are mentioned as fundamental elements. The written Torah and the Torah Shabbal Peh, the halakha and Agada are all included in Talmud, and are the quintessence and complete teachings of the Mesorah tradition that Moshe Rabbeinu received from God on Mount Sinai. Although the Mefarshim follow the rules of logic and exact thinking, there still could be differences in conception, since Talmudic halakha is very profound and complex, as is nature itself. But in the Yesodot of Talmud, premises and principles which follow from Moshe Rabbeinu, no errors in coherence and no contradictions were found, and will not be found. And with right, since they are God-given min hashamayim, as is nature itself. These words are sufficient to refute the ignorant cynic and the deliberate critic who do not understand the spirit and tradition of Torah in its struggle to continue its wisdom in different ages, generations, and strange territories. The insider, however, who is involved in the Torah knowledge and understands the state of affairs, sees the fact of these substances exactly in their proper perspective and correct form.
From what was said in chapters 16 and 24, and other explanations, the insiders know for sure that Chazal and Kabbalah had a definite conception of energy and radiation, and knew that the four elements are not the bricks of nature. This is explicitly indicated in the Kabbalah, in Zohar, and in Chazal, and it will be indicated with more examples in future chapters. That is why in the Talmud it is never mentioned that these four substances are the Yesodot HaBriya, fundamental elements of nature. And certainly the Gaon of Vilna, who is one of the greatest Mekubalim of all times, and to whom Kabbalah, which is the sword part of the Torah, and is just as valid as any category of the Torah, knew that the electron, the photon of light and radiation, etc., are the most fundamental existences in the Bria. Now, the question arises in its full logical strength. Why did the Gaon and the Mekubalim and all the great Mefarshim so often explain some aspects and subjects of the Torah according to the four elements? The answer to this question will bring out an astonishing erudition in the premises of halakha, in a clear-cut logic that correlates and corresponds to the most modern scientific concepts and exact mathematical equations. It will be seen that the four substances are a special case in the infinite appearance and phenomena of existence. The measurements in halakha are related to the man-sized world. In order to explain the reason why the Rishonim and the Gaon speak in terms of the four elements, a few difficulties in the Talmud have to be explained. The halakha tells us that Kol sheyesh berochvo tefach yesh behekefo shlosha tefachim. If the diameter of a circle is 1 tefach, then the circumference is 3 tefachim. According to the Euclidean geometry, however, the formula for the circumference of a circle is equal to pi times the diameter, which is the mathematical approximation 3.1416. The approximation depending upon the number of decimal places to which the calculation is carried out. This is about 1/7 more than the 3 tefachim stated in the halakha. Now, a great controversy of Rishonim arises. Why was this 1/7 not taken into consideration, since the Talmud, in many instances, accepts the Pythagorean assumption of the ratio of the diameter of a circle to its circumference? The fact that the Chazal did accept the Pythagorean teachings is brought out very clearly by the Tashbats in Tshuva, Responsa, Volume 1, 165, and also by the Gaon of Vilna in his Sefer Eil Meshulash. If so, why did the Gemara use the approximation of 3 tefachim and not the mathematical approximation of 3.1416? The Gemara also says, Kol amta beribua amta utre chumsha be'alach sona. According to the definition of the Gemara, this means that the ratio of the diagonal to the square is 1 2/5 to 1. But according to the Pythagorean theorem, the ratio is a fraction more, it being as the square root of 2 to 1. This is an irrational number, and it depends on how far we continue the decimal places. Though both mentioned statements are only approximations, the halakha ignores the fractions from the geometric calculations. The Gemara determines the unit of the diameter of a circle of 3 tefachim as 1 tefach, and the measurement of the unit of the diagonal of a square as 1 2/5 to 1. These numbers are very important in the halakha. For example, the dinim of Shabbat of Reshut HaYachid and Reshut HaRabim, or the dinim of Tumma for a Kohen, or in Bet HaMikdash, whether a man is Chayav Karet, or Mita, or he is Patur. These dinim depend many times upon measurement according to these units. Some Rishonim say that these numbers are approximations, and it is only a chumrah. This is a restrictive device according to the seriousness of the severe din law, as, for example, the importance of Shabbat, the importance of the laws of Tumah, etc. But the Rambam considers these units of approximation as exact measurements for the halakha, whether it is lechumra or lekula. This means that if the approximations of geometry were accepted, the result would be that one would commit the avera, sin, of transgressing Shabbat, or the avera of bringing Tumah in Kedusha, the man deserving a very severe penalty for transgressing these laws. The Rambam says, however, that since the halakha ignores these fractions, the man is not violates on the Isur prohibition of Shabbat and Tumah. In short, if we would accept the scientific mathematical consideration of these units, and we would use them in relation to Shabbat and Tumah or other laws, even in monetary laws, for example, then the difference between the scientific mathematical measurements and the halakha measurements would cause great discrepancy and a contradiction in halakha. According to the mathematical scientific measures, one would be in violation of the laws of Shabbat, the laws of Tumma, the laws of Gezela, etc. But from the definitions of the halakha unit, one would not be in violation of these laws. He would be in accord exactly with the laws of Shabbat and Tumma, etc. as they are. On the other hand, in some instances, in relation to the Gemara units, one would be in violation of Shabbat, etc., but would not be according to the mathematical scientific approximation in the Euclidean geometry. This difference between the geometric definition to the halakha determination requires a complete analysis of the halakha concepts and its principal premise in this subject. These differences in appearances and phenomena, that is, between the measurement and conception of apparent phenomena in the relation of halakha and the conception of modern scientific empirical data, are not only in theoretical mathematical relations, but are also in physical appearance of facts. For example, shiratzim, insects that cannot be seen with man's naked eye or felt through his senses, are not considered in the halakha of dietary laws. But scientifically, they are shiratzim, which could be seen through a magnifying glass or touched by scientific instruments. The man-sized world is the center of the universe, quantitatively and qualitatively, in man's doing mitzvot. Our world of time and space, as accepted by modern scientific interpretations, is divided into three different stages. 1. The world of the macrocosmos, the immense range and vastness of the universe, the galaxies and the nebulae which involve infinite distances of billions and billions of light years to reach their orbits, so to speak. 2. The microcosmos, the world of smallness, where a small fraction of a billionth of an inch is a great universe in comparison to its infinite smallness. And 3. The man-sized world, where man perceives through his senses. Man's action with his bare hands is related only to the man-sized world, but science, with its instrumental vessels and scientific tools, has the ability to study phenomena in which time and measurement could be a fraction of an infinitesimal, a billionth of a second, or a billionth of years. It can measure the length to an infinitesimal of an inch, or look at the vast world through the telescope by millions of miles, and to measure the intensity of the force of stars, its spectrum and powers. In this immense range of the whole, man's position and his activities are the center of the universe. The world of man is just about halfway between the world of the macrocosmos and the world of the microcosmos, between the electron and the nebula. The smallest unit that man can use in his man-sized world, which he can handle with his bare hands without the use of instruments, could contain millions and millions of electrons and atoms. Science assumes by induction that the same laws govern all the three worlds of time and space. The halakha and its human practices is given to man where man can do all the Tariag mitzvot with his bare hands. His units of action are the units of the man-sized world. This is a necessary axiom of logical understanding. The Torah was given in a midbar for all generations and for any generation, for all places and for any place in the world of time and space. Hence, a man who was born behind a civilization in a jungle has the same privileges to be Mekayim, the Tariag mitzvot, as does the greatest scientist in his scientific labyrinth with his working instruments in his laboratory. In respect to doing the mitzvot, the Torah does not differentiate between man and man, between expert and the untrained, between the scientist and the layman. Everybody has the privilege and is created with the ability to do the Torah and its Tariag mitzvot without any qualification. So, by definition, the halakha had to be given and had to determine its quantum of action and units only in relation to the man-sized world, where man can conceive and realize the dimim, laws of the mitzvot, with his senses. It is in the man-sized world that man can receive the total amount of kedusha that he can achieve by the labor of his hands and can reach his state of perfection. But here we have to understand that when the Torah talks about the Bria and reveals to us the Sodot HaBria, then the Torah gives explicit knowledge on all levels of the Bria. It consists not only of the world of time and space, which consists of the above-mentioned three categories and levels of the universe, but also of the infinite level of Ruchaniut beyond time and space. This teaching that the halakha is given to a man-sized world and its relation to man is such that he can comprehend and achieve with his five senses without any outside scientific knowledge and instruments was expressed very clearly and explicitly by one of the Rishonim of the halakha, whom the Rambam considers the greatest astronomer of his time, the Rabbach, Rabbeinu Avraham Bereb Chia Hanasi. A few words of introduction are important here. One of the most important dinim of the Torah, that upon which all the holidays as Pesach, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur depend, is the halakha of Kiddush HaChodesh, which means the determination of the beginning of every month of every year. This designation of Rosh Chodesh, which means the first day of the month in the Jewish calendar, depends upon the molad, the instance of the eclipse, from which the new moon arises. Theoretically, this is the beginning of the new month, but the halakha does not use the scientific calculations. The Mishnah states that they used to send messengers to witness the appearance of the new moon on the high places or mountains. In the time of Chazal, these witnesses were allowed even to travel on the Shabbat to give an account to the Bet Din of the appearance of the new moon. Here again the question arises. Since Chazal knew the exact calculation as to whether there was already an eclipse or not, why was it important to bring witnesses that they saw the appearance of the new moon? Furthermore, the Gemara uses mathematical calculations to confirm or deny the statements of the witnesses. Why is it that the halakha determines the beginning of the new month, and it does not depend on the mathematical calculations? On this writes the Rabach, the molad, according to the halakha, is the instance when the moon and the sun are connected together in one of the parts of heaven, when their routes are equivalent in their equilibrium. This is a determined point that assigns the beginning of the new month and the end of the past month, according to the movement of the planets of the astronomical calendar system of the Torah. This instance of the eclipse is the proper time to make the beginning of the month. But this astronomical eclipse is not known to ordinary people, and a man does not determine these calculations. There are no common axioms to calculate the complexity of the eclipse. For this reason, God did not make it difficult for us, and did not command us to keep the Rosh Chodashim according to the instant of the Molad. He gave us permission to determine the month by Bet Din, since we have no sign on the beginning of the month in the sky, and we cannot see its beginning with our eyes. That is why it needs special consideration that God gave the laws of Kiddush HaChodesh into the hands of the Bet Din, that they could use the sign of the moon in the sky according to their judgment and understanding. This he did not do in other mitzvot, whose determination is clear and open for everybody. I quoted the words of the Rabach in a free translation with my parentheses, because to quote him precisely and completely would be outside the scope of this chapter. But we learn from the Rabach exactly what I said above, that the Torah does not require the knowledge of science, astronomy, and mathematics for one to be able to be mekayem, the mitzvot. This is only part of the halakha in relation to man's action and doing of the mitzvot. Of course, to understand the Torah and its universal system, complete human knowledge is required. As the Gaon of Vilna says, one who lacks the Sheva Chochmot, the 7 pillars of wisdom, the 7 categories by which human knowledge is classified, which includes contemporary mathematics and science, lacks 100% understanding of the Torah. Hence, the scientific inventions, experiments, data, and knowledge of the macrocosmos and microcosmos are just as important for Torah as is the knowledge of the man-sized world. But they are different domains. The knowledge of the man-sized world belongs to the action and doing of the mitzvot, whereas the knowledge of the micro and macrocosmos belongs to the part of the Torah which gives us the chokhmah and knowledge of the Bria. Now we understand that when the Talmud uses explanations that relate to the Bria, they are beyond the knowledge of modern science and mathematics. But when the halakha has to determine the forms, units, and measurements for doing the mitzvot, they have to use units and quantums that relate only to the man-sized world. When you measure a circle or a diagonal with a string, it will coincide with the units that are described in halakha for man's action of the mitzvot.
But of course, when Chazal speak about the Bria and they want to describe a picture of approximation of certain aspects of the Bria, then it is convenient for them to describe certain instances in the Euclidean geometry, conceivable to the humanly trained mind. The four elements are not fundamental in the Bria, but relations in the Halakha. As I said, in the present understanding of science, the world is viewed from 3 points: the microcosmos, the macrocosmos, and the man-sized world, the middle between the enormous nebulae and the small electron and atom. The emphasis upon these 3 categories of the world is very important. The modern criticism against the old philosophies and classical teachings, for example of Kant, is that their knowledge and principles were founded upon the man-sized world. Modern empirical knowledge and scientific conceptions destroy almost every axiom and maxim of Kant, Aristotle, and the medieval philosophies that are built on the Arba Yesodot, 4 elements. These 4 elements have only an historical value today, since modern conceptions of the universe, whether of the infinite heavenly galaxies or of the small infinitesimal particles, have brought forth a completely different understanding and new eruditions which were entirely closed for the ancients and for previous generations, who conceived only the man-sized world. But when the Torah, which is given by God, as is the physical world, talks about the Bria, it contains explicit knowledge on all levels of the Bria. The man-sized world is not only contained in its knowledge, but its knowledge contains all 3 categories of the world. It gives knowledge not only in aspects that relate to the world of time and space, but also to the Ruchaniut relations to man which are beyond time and space. Halakha deals with the Tariag Mitzvot, God's commands and precepts for the doings and actions of man by which man receives Kedusha and perfection. All these halachot, commands and rules for the people of the Torah are given only to man in his man-sized world. From this, it follows clearly that the 4 Yesodot are the state of affairs of man's action in the realm of halakha. For example, many dinim of Shabbat or of Bet HaMikdash are concerned with the element of fire. Halachot such as mikvah or tahara, cleanliness, nisuch hamayim, deal with the element of water. Kedusha and Tumma, Kisui Hadam, are halachot which deal with the element of earth. And in the halachot of monetary matters, Kedusha, Kinyanim, etc., the 4th element, air, Avir, is also dealt with. Furthermore, the halakha deals with quantums of action and man-sized measurement units such as the Amma, the Tefach, Kazait, and in units of time, the Shah, the Rega, etc. There is nothing in the halakha that does not deal with the 4 elements and the man-sized world. Man's action in his mundane, ordinary world is related to Ruchaniut beyond time and space. There is no Kedusha from nature, all Kedusha coming from Peh Yisrael. Hence, all the relations between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut, which come from the Kedusha of man's action, are limited to the 4 Yesodot. If one does a mitzvah, he gets Kedusha, and his action is formulated in terms of the 4 Yesodot. Man affects Ruchaniut by his actions. Man's effect upon Ruchaniut is only through his actions. The Sod category explains how mitzvot affect the Kedusha world. This, however, is not the Sod explanation of the construction of the Bria. In the Gemara, there is no mention of the 4 Yesodot as elements, Yesodot of nature. Light is the Yesod of the Bria in the Gemara, not the 4 Yesodot. Halachot are about these, but in the Ruchaniut, these 4 are Yesodot because man's action determines perfection and Kedusha in Ruchaniut. Since the relation between man's actions and Ruchaniut are determined by the unit and quantum of action of man, whoever is aware of the Kabbalah principles knows that anything in the Halakha definitions has a counterpart in the Ruchaniut world. That is why the Vilna Gaon and other great Gaonim used the 4 Yesodot in Kabbalah. In their particular subjects of explanation, they are explaining the effect of man's action in the Ruchaniut world. Any physical unit in a language of units and action has its explanation and definition in the language of Kabbalah. For example, the Mekubalim explain Tefach or Amma or Kazait as symbolizations in their correlations with the Ruchaniut world.
Of course, tefach and amma in Kabbalah are only a symbolic language to explain in man's language the relations between Ruchaniut and Gashmiut. The premises of the symbolism of Ruchaniut are based upon the foundations of the four elements. Where the Yesodot of nature are spoken about, light and radiation are the Yesodot of the Bria. The question as to why the Rishonim and the Acharonim use the four elements is answered clearly and without any qualification. It is clear that these four elements belong to the man-sized world, have nothing to do with the scientific insights of the Bria, its technology, and its scientific instruments. Man is a quantitative unit for Ruchaniut. I was asked to explain how it could be visualized and understood that God put Kedusha and Ruchaniut in a physical unit and quantum of action that is interrelated to Kedusha. And how can there be, in effect, that there should be a relation between that of the world's physical units through man's quantum of action, which should cause an effect in the Ruchaniut? And why does Kedusha need physical units and physical quanta of man? Of course, this is a question of why and could be asked on any physical law of nature. My answer is very simple and clear. Only God has no corporeality and is above even Ruchaniut, which in reality means not only that he is higher above physical being and above Ruchaniut, but also above man's understanding of Ruchaniut. We know only God's negative attributes, as the Rambam explains at length in the Moreh Nebuchim, as was explained in a previous chapter. But besides God, everything in existence is a combination. As in the 10 Sefirot, the highest Ruchaniut being could be the body and the vessels to a still higher Ruchaniut Sefirah. A beautiful example and astonishing demonstration of this point is how God put the highest level of Kedusha in a physical unit and quantum. The Neshama comes to a man and needs a quantum of Guf, body. The Neshama comes from Ein Sof. The highest Ruchaniut is man's Neshama, but it comes to man in a quantum. Kedusha is a smaller degree of Ruchaniut than is man's Neshama. Neshama is a Chelek Eloka Mimal. It is the highest Ruchaniut. It only comes into man as a quantum, as anything in the world of time and space must have quantity. Hence, the question is answered completely as to why the Rishonim and Acharonim speak in terms of the four elements. The four elements are those with which the Halakha deals without exception. That is why, as we have explained in the previous chapter, the Halakha does not include any microscopic measurement in its units, nor any action through instruments in its quantum. The four elements in Greek thought came from a distortion of Halakha. For insiders of Torah who accept the words of the Rishonim in historical matters, as for example the Rambam or Rabbi Yehuda Halevi in the Kuzari, and hold that their historical assertions are real data, it is interesting to know that the Kuzari calls the Greek astronomers Ganve Chochma, stealers of knowledge, because they stole from the Chochma that the Nevi'im and Sanhedrin possessed in the period when Nevuah ceased and the Jews became subjugated in the Galut. Most of the principles of the Chochmot, especially in astronomy, were taken by Alexander of Macedonia and by Ptolemy and Aristotle from the Jews. Furthermore, the Abarbanel holds that Plato was a student of Yirmiyahu HaNavi, Jeremiah the prophet. This is quoted by the great Gaon Reb Yonatan of Prague in his Sefer Shem Olam, page 48. But what happened? Every time they took principles of knowledge from Halakha or from the Torah, they distorted them, took them out of context, and put them in their own frame of thought, where the subject took on an entirely different picture, so that it was difficult to recognize the original. I suggest that if one accepts these teachings of the Kuzari, Rambam, Abarbanel, Shem Olam, and others, the four Yesodot were taken from the Torah and Halakha, where these principles are not principles of the Bria, but Yesodot, foundations of Halakha, and put as elements of the Bria, since the Greek science was not as yet developed. In future chapters, many examples will be shown where the non-Torah world took particular concepts of Torah and Halakha and put them into their own frame of supposed knowledge, such that the picture was distorted and was void of the original concept. As the Zohar HaKadosh says, Oraita it lagufin ve'it lanishmatin, tipshin mistaklin begufa ve'chakimin be'nishmatin, which means the Torah has body and soul, form and concept,
The stupid ones look in its body. The wise ones look in its soul. Torah and Reason, Chapter 22. The Symbolic Code. The 13 categories of concluding halacha from the Torah. I have explained that the state of affairs of the halacha and its logical relations is the man-sized world, and that is why measurement, units and quantums of action are related only to man's senses. But there is a fundamental difference between measurements made by instruments and measurements made by man's bare hands. Measurements by instruments are produced by a conventionally established level of precision of the instrument, and hence are always of the same size. People, however, have different abilities and make different decisions, especially in instances where something can only be determined by approximations. Different people have different approximations, so the Torah had to determine the exact determination. This is the reason why Sheurim are halacha leMoshe miSinai, which means that the units of measurement, the quantums of action, were given by God on Mount Sinai to Moshe Rabbeinu and defined in exact rules. I have explained in my Sefer Agan HaSahar that by this principle many difficulties are solved in the dinim of Kiddush HaChodesh, the laws of the Jewish calendar related to some astronomical calculations. In complicated subjects of the international dateline in Talmud concerning Shabbat, the holidays Pesach, Shavuot, Sukkot, Rosh Hashanah, and Yom Kippur, man's measurement by his senses is very important. Of course, this is only in the relations of halacha, but when the Talmud talks about the Bria, the calculations are exact, with mathematical precision. Not only are Sheurim, measurements and units, halacha leMoshe miSinai, but the rules of how to draw conclusions of dinim from the Torah are also given miSinai. The Talmud has its own language and its own logical axioms. They can be clearly conceived when one learns the expressions of the Gemara and understands their meaning. This requires great effort, since the Talmudic language is very precise and logically condensed. One of the important maxims in Talmud is Le'olam yashne adam letalmido derech kitzara, which means that one should always teach his students the shortest way. This is the reason why the Gemara is so difficult to comprehend, and why there are so many commentaries on every part of the Talmud. Besides, the concepts of the halacha are very profound, the work of the Gaonim of all the generations. To understand completely a Talmudic subject in its full depth requires intellectual contemplation and sharp subtlety, even more so than in the comprehension of any aspect of the Bria from a scientific point of view. To understand a parsha in the Torah, or even one sentence, the Shlosh Esrei Midot must be applied. The 13 principles are classified by Rabbi Ishmael, stated in the Siddur prayer book, and are recited every day of the year, whether it is a secular day or a holiday, be it Shabbat, Yom Kippur, or Rosh Hashanah. According to the Talmud and all the Rishonim, without exception, including the Rambam, these 13 logical rules of explanation as to how to draw conclusions from the writings of the Torah are halacha leMoshe miSinai. These 13 rules were given from God to Moshe Rabbeinu. According to the Rambam, whatever we learn from the Torah in applications of the Shlosh Esrei Midot is deoraita. It has the same status in halacha as does the written law of the Torah. In geometry, any proposition is true if it follows logically from the axioms and definitions. If we accept that the axioms and definitions are true, then the proposition is true. So the Rambam says that whatever we deduce and derive from the Torah following the rules of the 13 principles of Rabbi Ishmael have the same standing as the words of the Torah. In principle, the Rambam also agrees with the Ramban, but with some qualifications that I will not mention here. This is the view of the insiders of Torah and of genuine halacha people. the outsider and the Chochmat Yisrael people try to compare them with Aristotle's logic or other systems of logic. The most important books and essays on these comparisons are mentioned in the Sefer Kol HaNevuah, The Voice of the Prophet, page 84. In their form, these 13 rules of logic are in many cases and instances similar to logical syllogisms or some modern doctrines of logic. Many books, dissertations, and pamphlets were written on this subject by Talmudic scholars. However, many difficulties and claims of discrepancy and contradiction in the complex subjects of Talmud in relation to these logical rules remain unsolved. Many different suggestions were given to explain, for example, Kol v'chomer, inference from minor to major, in the way the Gemara uses it, or the inductions and deductions in the Gemara, which are based on these 13 principles. But the truth is that many scholars were misled to think that these principles are laws of logic because of the similarity of these 13 principles of explaining the Torah to other logical forms of inference, such as deduction, induction, intuitive reasonings, reasonable comparisons, and analogies. The premise of the 13 categories is from the law of perfection. In reality, the 13 principles have an entirely different meaning and a different purpose in the Torah system. Their premises are in the law of perfection, Torah shebichtav, the written Torah, and the Torah shebal peh, the oral Torah, that were both given from God to Moshe Rabbeinu, are related to and interdependent with each other. According to the halakha, as quoted by the Rambam, for example, whoever denies the Torah Shebal Peh is the same apikorus, heretic, as one who denies the written Torah. The written Torah in relation to the Torah Shebal Peh is exactly as short notes are to a comprehensive explicit system. But the notes are coded in exact logical characters and notation. There is no extra word or letter without an exactly defined single meaning. It is a pure logical system of symbolic logic, and where no two graphic marks or lines are alike in notation. To compute, to decipher and solve the code of the Torah and its script of symbolic logic is impossible of achievement in completeness by the human mind, since there is in principle an infinite variation to every meaning of Torah. An exact key to and definitions of computing the Torah had to be given by God to Moshe Rabbeinu. Everything that could be derived by these 13 rules and their corollaries was fitted in by God in the Torah. Anything that could be deduced by these rules, by the 13 principles, was purposely put into the Torah by God. This is a very profound and deep thought according to the law of perfection, since there is in principle an infinite variety of kol v'chomers that could be drawn in the halakha. God tells us that the deduction of the kol v'chomer coincides with what he commands us in the halakha, and since God knows all the infinite possibilities of kol v'chomers that could be drawn in the halakha in relation to Torah, he tells us that every kol v'chomer in the Talmud is part of the halakha of the Torah, of God's will. It has to be comprehended very clearly that the kol v'chomer itself is not a sequence of logical syllogisms which determines a proposition, though by chance many kol v'chomers have the logical form. If A implies B and B implies C, then A implies C. The definition of a kol v'chomer in the 13 principles is not its logical symbolism, but a representative form of a key to the code of the Torah. Anything the mind of man can draw to the form of kol v'chomer coincides with what God meant to include as part of the halakha. Not because of the logic of the kol v'chomer, but because of the fact of kol v'chomer. In other words, instead of the Torah having different dinim in one parsha of the halakha, God knew that there are n kol v'chomers that relate to the same halakha, and instead of writing out every halakha separately, which would take a tremendous number of books, he put it in a short code. Where there is a kol v'chomer of the halakha, we know the halakha is so in accordance with the kol v'chomer. This cannot be done by us. We cannot put up such a computer because since the Kol V'Chomer does not prove the halakha but is only a code with which the halakha is in accordance, how could man know that where there is a Kol V'Chomer, so the halakha is according to it? The Kol V'Chomer does not prove the halakha, but God made the halakha in accordance with the conclusion of a Kol V'Chomer. My explanation is only a comparison that where there is a sequence of Kol V'Chomers, by chance the halakha coincides with it. Only God, who knows all the halachot and all the Kol V'Chomers and computed them and paired them up so that the results are similar, could give us a code that where there is a Kol V'Chomer, so there is the halakha. Or, in truth, God created the Bria that every halakha in the Torah coincides with the Kol V'Chomer conclusion. That is why the Kol V'Chomer is a key to the implicit halakha of the Torah. To get a clear understanding of this, take for example the rule of Hekesh. The rule is, when the Torah compares two different aspects in one sentence, even if they are entirely two different aspects with two different forms, since the Torah put these two different facts together, we say that they have the same dinim as the Pasuk describes. Here, it is understood that it is only a code because there is no logical similarity of these two aspects. The Hekesh in form and not in concept. It is a key to a code. Since the Torah put this together, we know that they relate to the same law. Writing out aspect A, which has a certain halakha, and then aspect B, which is different but has the same halakha, the Torah would have to repeat the same halakha in relation to every aspect. Instead, for brevity, the Torah puts both aspects in one sentence, which is expressed in the technical term Hekesh, comparison. We know that the same halakha relates to both aspects. All of the 13 principles have to be understood as keys to the code of the Torah, where by this code the Torah includes an infinite variation of halachot, which otherwise would have to be written in endless books. Thus the idea that the 13 principles of Rabbi Ishmael are God-given, and are the keys to the code of the written Torah. For the Torah Sheba'al Peh solves every difficulty and contradiction on this subject. The 13 principles are a clear-cut, logical computing system of the Torah. This idea was overlooked by all those writers who write on this subject. The comparison of the forms of the 13 principles to logical laws may have a very aesthetical representation, as do the physical buttons of a computer, which may be constructed of gold, but have nothing to do with the scientific knowledge of the computer. Once again, we are brought to the law of perfection and to the least work principle, so to speak, that God put an infinite amount of facts, variation, and knowledge, and wisdom in the computer of the Sefer Torah. Furthermore, all this computes to the inner relation of and interactions between the halakha and the real world beyond time and space. Only God, whose work is perfect, could put in everything in the written Sefer Torah so logically and clearly. But the key to this computer has to be given in the Torah Sheba'al Peh. This is the reason we cannot use these 13 principles, even the Kol V'Chomer, to draw new halachot that are not in the Talmud. If the 13 principles would have been logical reasoning and not keys of logic, then everyone could draw his own conclusions from the Torah. But since they are codes to a key, only Chazal knew how to use the keys correctly. It is not by the authority of Chazal that anyone other than themselves can draw conclusions based upon the 13 principles. It is rather from their clear understanding of these 13 principles as keys to the Torah system from the time of Moshe Rabbeinu up to the close of the Talmud, which is the sum total amount of the whole Torah.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 23. Chiyuv HaMitzvah and Kiyum HaMitzvah, and the 13 categories in relation to the law of perfection. Two important principles were explained in the preceding chapter. 1. That the Torah was given to man, and that the units and quantums of actions of the halakha are man-sized precisions.
no instrumental units of the macrocosmos or microcosmos having any relation to man's practice of the Taryag mitzvot. 2. I explained that the 13 principles classified by Rabbi Ishmael are not rules of logic, but rules of explanation in logical form as to how conclusions are drawn from the written Torah. They are keys of the symbolic code of the Torah, as some rules, for example, are keys to how to use a computing system. All the halachot that are deoraita are learned from the Torah by these principles and their logical corollaries. The man of Torah is not restricted in the scope of his knowledge. One could ask whether this would be a constraint on the Chokhmat HaTorah, the wisdom of the Torah, and a restriction of man's quest for knowledge and his aspiration to look into and penetrate some secrets of the great totality of existence, be it the micro or the macro world. It would seem that the intellect of the man of Torah is restricted and closed up in a man-sized world, framed with logical rules whereby we cannot go further than, and can have no relation to, the knowledge of the universe. The man of Torah has restrictions not to learn other chokhmot, as he is commanded to learn Torah day and night, his entire life. As the Rama says in Shulchan Aruch Yoreh Deah, Siman 246, if you learn other chokhmot, you transgress the sin of bitul Torah, avoiding Torah. The Sifri says, make the Torah ikar, all important and primary. You should not make the Torah secondary or coincidental. Do not mix other things with the Torah. Do not say, I learned the wisdom of the Torah, I will go and learn the wisdom of the nations, because it says explicitly, Vedibarta bam. All your state of affairs should be only on the Torah. You cannot get rid of the Torah, and in all your ways the Torah should guide you. It asserts that man cannot give priority or significance except to the Torah. Only by this can he aspire to achieve dignity and praise. This Sifri is the source for the Psak Halacha legal decision of the Rama that a man of Torah is prohibited from learning Goyish knowledge. It also coincides with the principle of Tikkun HaNefesh explained in an earlier chapter. This halachic restriction would seem in contradiction to what the Gaon of Vilna said, that whoever lacks the Shiva Chokhmot, the scientific and philosophical knowledge of existence, lacks 100% in the understanding of Torah. Furthermore, the Rambam and other Rishonim quote constantly from the scientific knowledge and philosophies of the Goyim of their time. And even more, the Rama himself in his Torah philosophical sefer, Torat HaOlam, quotes continuously from the philosophies and scientists up to this time. And so most of the Gedolei Hador and the Gedolei Mekubalim always discuss the aspects of Torah in relation to other Chokhmot. For the outsider, it would seem that there is a discrepancy here, but after understanding the purpose of Torah and its logical principles, it will be seen that the man of Torah is not restricted at all in his scope of knowledge, and no contradiction or discrepancy will be found in this halakha. A few words of introduction are needed here to explain the profundity of this complex halakha. The definition of Chiyuv HaMitzvah and Kiyum HaMitzvah. The Taryag mitzvot, the precepts of the Torah and its commands for man, 365 mitzvot of what not to do and 248 mitzvot of what to do, are given so that man can realize his achievements with his bare hands in the man-sized world. The mitzvot have exact units and quantums of action. Halacha leMoshe miSinai, the units and quantums of action that were given to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai. All these measurements are related to the necessity of man's obligation and duty. However, in many instances, if man does more than the units of measurement of the mitzvah requires, he gets greater reward for it. He gets an increase of kedusha from the more that is not required of him legally as his duty to the command of God. In Talmudic terms, this is defined as chiyuv hamitzvah and kiyum hamitzvah. These two terms are very important in the halacha and have to be constantly kept in mind. Chiyuv ha-mitzvah means the obligation that a man has to do a mitzvah, defined in its units or form of action. Kiyum mitzvah means that when he does more than he has to, he does a mitzvah. The word chiyuv means obligation, duty. The word kiyum means voluntary doing of an act where the act is in relation to God's will. For example, we note that God's will is to do chesed. We have to emulate his ways and do chesed. This is not voluntary, but an obligation, a duty, a halacha. But there is a unit and measurement as to how much chesed a man is obliged to do.
For example, in tzedakah, it is maser. A man has to give 1/10 of his earnings to the poor. However, if a man gives to a needy person who is in stress more than 1/10, he fulfills God's will of chesed, although he is not obliged to give more. He does not get a punishment for not giving more for poor people, but if he gives more, he has a mitzvah and will be rewarded by God. This voluntary act over the unit of chiyuv is kiyum hamitzvah. The units and measurement of mitzvah belong to the chiyuv hamitzvah, but in the place where a man fulfills God's will more than he is obliged, he does a kiyum hamitzvah. Every mitzvah has its precise definition. Some mitzvot are such that the measured unit of its form is the complete mitzvah. If one adds to this unit, what he adds is not considered a kiyum hamitzvah.
For example, if one does the mitzvah of lulav twice in one day, not only does he have no kiyum ha-mitzvah, but he has an avera of bal tosif, not to add a mitzvah in this instance. Some mitzvot, where God's will is that a man should do it infinitely, he commanded the man at least to do the minimum units of the mitzvah. In such mitzvot, if the man does not do his duty, he has a sin and will be punished. But if he does his quantum of action and no more, he has no sin, since punishment depends upon man's transgression of God's command. However, whatever he does voluntarily to fulfill God's will, as much as it is possible for him, he receives reward. The Mishnah says, and it is recited in our daily prayers, "These are the things for which no measure is prescribed, and their obligations have no bound. Peah, the border of the field to be garnered by the poor, the gift of the first fruits, the festival offering, deeds of mercy and kindness, and a study of the Torah. These are the things whose fruits man enjoys in this world, while the capital is laid up for him in the world to come. Honoring mother and father, deeds of mercy, bringing peace between man and fellow man, and the study of Torah is equal to all of them together." The Yerushalmi explains that there is no measure prescribed for the maximum, but there is a measure prescribed for the minimum. This corresponds exactly to the reason of the halakha, that the Torah was given to the man-sized world, to every man in every generation. The minimum units were given for every man, but the maximum cannot be defined by units, since every man has a different maximum. However, every man, in his effort to reach the maximum according to his ability, will be rewarded according to his finite realization of the will of God. According to the law of perfection, the maximum of learning Torah includes all knowledge. Similarly, the 13 principles of Rabbi Yishmael are the fundamental logical rules that are required to begin to understand the Torah and draw conclusions from it. These are keys for every man in every place as to how to learn Torah. But one qualification is important to know. For reasons that a man of halakha will understand, although everyone is capable of learning, not everyone is able to judge and draw conclusions of halakha. Only those who are prepared halachically and intellectually can do so, as did the Tanaim and Amoraim in the Gemara, who used these 13 principles of Rabbi Yishmael. The minimum in learning for every man is the 13 principles, but the maximum depends upon the intellectual ability, greatness, and genius of the man who learns Torah. Chazal clarified the halakha and established the measurement and minimum units of the mitzvot by precise logical equations following the 13 principles of Rabbi Yishmael. But the Torah is not closed up. The great intellects of all the generations opened and clarified dimensions in the perplexities of the Torah that were implicit in Torah shebichtav and in Torah shebal peh. According to the law of perfection, all the knowledge of existence in time and space and beyond time and space is included in the Torah. The Sheva Chochmot are an important factor to explain some aspects of the Torah, since the Torah includes the scientific knowledge of the Bria. However, according to the halakha, man first has to understand the logic of the Torah, its conception and intuition emanating from the Torah itself, which is defined by the word pardes, pshat, remez, drush, sod. Afterwards, it is proper for him to refer to other chokhmot, where the scientific knowledge of the Bria helps him to conceive some aspects of Sod.
Although these 13 principles are sufficient for halakha and provide a complete system for the man-sized world, an unlimited number of corollaries and logical conceptions can be drawn from these 13 principles, which bring automatically the depths of the Torah to intuition and reason of understanding. This includes not only knowledge of the man-sized world, but knowledge of the whole of existence. But this knowledge would not be a product in this set of the 13 principles as keys, but entirely in a different domain, namely of the logical conception of these keys, which does not belong to the computing set of these principles. It belongs to a logical set of reasons that could be drawn from the form of these keys, which constitute a completely new symbolic logical set, which has nothing to do with the computing set. In short, these 13 principles constitute two different sets. Set A as keys to the computing system of the Torah, as was explained previously, and set B, where coincidentally a set of symbolic logic coincides with the form of some of these keys. This set B already includes a sufficient number of logical symbolisms that include all the scientific reasoning of the Bria. Set A of these principles, which covers completely the totality of the halakha, is related only to the man-sized world, and was given for this reason. However, set B is coincidentally included in some of the aspects of the forms of these 13 principles, and covers the totality of the Bria, and belongs to Kiyum HaMitzvot, to the intellects who aspire to grasp the totality of existence, in its physical time and space realm, and its interrelation to its Ruchaniut domain. This Kiyum HaMitzvah is the maximum in learning Torah. The more a man intellectually achieves the knowledge of the Torah, even by using the scientific knowledge of the Bria, the more he reaches his maximum of learning Torah. Of course, this maximum was only for the Nevi'im and the Gedolei Hador. This maximum is only a Kiyum HaMitzvah, but not a Chiyuv HaMitzvah. But the Chiyuv HaMitzvah, the minimum, is to achieve the learning of the Pardes of the Torah, which every man is obliged, regardless of the degree of his intellect. Hence, there is no contradiction between the words of the Vilna Gaon and the Sifri. The Sifri talks about that which man has to do in the man-sized world. It talks about the minimum measurement of the unit of Torah, which every man is obliged to do. He is prohibited to give his time to other chokhmot before he has achieved the unit of the Chiyuv HaMitzvah of learning Torah. The Vilna Gaon talks about the maximum, which belongs to the totality of infinite existence of the world, which obviously includes the micro and macro world, and more. He talks about the maximum of learning Torah, which is only a Kiyum HaMitzvah, and belongs to Gedolei Hador, to different people with different intellects who went through the Pardes according to their ability, the maximum being infinite to different people with different intellects. I must emphasize here that this differentiation between Kiyum HaMitzvah and Chiyuv HaMitzvah in relation to learning Torah and other chokhmot is not a commentary or a subtle interpretation. The Talmudic student will see it clearly in Chazal, in the Rambam, in the Rishonim, and the Acharonim, and in the writings of the Gedolei Hador up to date. The Sefer Keter Torah, Crown of Torah, was written by one of the disciples of the Gaon of Vilna, one who accepts the teachings of the Gaon of Vilna completely without exception. An important part of this book is about the significance of Torah and its infinite importance for man and society in this mundane world, and for the future in Olam Haba. In his teaching, he discredits Chakira, which means philosophical insight and secular intellectual reasoning, in explaining the Torah. He talks against the maskilim, the ones who call themselves men of enlightenment. He argues against the chokhmot chitzoniot, the so-called wisdom of the outsiders, and he proves his point of view from the Tanakh, Chazal, and Mefarshim. To bring all of his words is not within the scope of this chapter. Let a few short quotations suffice to point out his main principle, a principle which is continuously accepted in the traditional Torah yeshivot, and is comprehended as a foundation of the educational system among genuine B'nai Torah. Before I quote the words of the Keter Torah, it is important to remark that to an outsider this would immediately appear to be a contradiction to the teachings of the Gaon of Vilna. The Gaon said that whoever lacks the knowledge of the Sheva Chokhmot, 7 pillars of wisdom including science and mathematics, lacks 100% understanding of Torah. However,
One who understands exactly the Sefer Keter Torah knows that it is impossible on such a fundamental principle for him to contradict the words of the Gaon of Vilna, since he follows him in the whole Sefer and accepts his words authoritatively without any qualification, almost as the words of the Talmud. But after a consolidated erudition of the subject matter, it will be seen not only that there is no discrepancy between the words of the Keter Torah and the Gaon of Vilna, but on the contrary, that there is a clear relation between them. The words of the Keter Torah complement the principle of the Gaon of Vilna. The Keter Torah says, the Chacham from the 4 sons in the Haggadah of Pesach asks, what is the meaning of the Edut, Chokim, and Mishpatim, which means the laws of the Torah and all the categories of the Halakha, which God commanded you to do? The answer to the wise son is, tell him the law of the Afikoman, that after finishing the Pesach Seder by eating a piece of matzah from the Afikoman, you cannot eat any food or sweets, because the halakha is that you should remain with the taste of the matzah in your mouth. The Keter Torah explains that this is the answer for the philosophers and enlightened ones who accept the mitzvot only on the basis of understanding, their fallacious assertion lying in the fact that man's mind cannot grasp the infinite essence of the mitzvot. In his finite wisdom, man cannot reach the deepness of the mitzvot. This is symbolically expressed in the tam, in the taste of the afikoman, that according to the halakha, you cannot sweeten the afikoman for a better taste, so you cannot sweeten up the mitzvot by the taste of your mind. The Keter Torah continues to say that actually the question of the wise son and the answer to him is explicitly written in the Torah. Devarim chapter 6 verses 20 through 25 reads, when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God has commanded you? Then you shall say to your son, we were bondmen of Paro in Mitzrayim, and the Lord showed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Mitzrayim, upon Paro, and upon all his household, before our eyes. And he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in to give us the land, which he swore to our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to hear the Lord our God, for our good, always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day. And it shall be accounted virtue to us, if we take care to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he has commanded us. This means that the Torah tells us that we have to accept God's commands and serve him, as the servant has to serve his master, without reasoning and questioning his commands or finding reason for them. Since man is finite and God is infinite, so to speak, and he gave the Torah and the mitzvot from his benevolence to take us out of slavery in Mitzrayim, to be free and reach perfection by doing his will without condition, that acceptance does not depend only on reasonable understanding. This answer is symbolized by the author of the Haggadah in the Halakha of Afikoman. Explanation of the Etz Hadat, the tree of knowledge. The Keter Torah continues and brings from Reb Moshe Alshich an explanation of the meaning of the Etz Hadat. The Etz Hadat perplexed many Gaonim. The Torah says, and the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden, to till it and to keep it. And the Lord God commanded man, saying, of every tree of the garden you must freely eat, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it, for on the day that you eat of it you shall surely die. What was the problem here? Why should not Adam Harishon taste the fruit of the tree of knowledge? The Alshich explains that the Eitz HaChaim, the tree of life, refers to the Torah, as it is proven by Chazal and by the Rambam in the More Nevuchim. But the Eitz Hadat refers to Chakira, which means man's philosophical decision to know what is good in the Bria and what is bad, to accept the good and to reject the evil. Man wants to prescribe the laws of good for the drama of life and reject the evil contingencies. But what do we see? History shows us that from Adam Harishon up to date, civilization with all of its human wisdom, with all of its scientific knowledge and progress, cannot establish a society of perfection without evil. That is why Chazal say that in the day that you will eat from the tree of knowledge, you will perish ba'olam hazeh and die ba'olam haba. In other words, man with his own knowledge will not reach a perfect society for individual and community in the Gashmiut world of time and space, and in Ruchaniut, the world beyond time and space. Has not history proved it?
The interesting fact is that God told it to Adam HaRishon at the beginning of mankind. After a few thousand years of progress and evolution, with all the ability and wisdom of man's mind, he still cannot reach any aspect of the Etz HaChaim of the Torah. The Keter Torah continues to reject the Chochmah Chitzonit, the knowledge of outsiders of Torah, and quotes from Mishlei, chapter 5, verses 1 through 6, where Shlomo HaMelech sets a demarcation line between the Torah and non-Torah Chochmah. Shlomo HaMelech compares the Torah to a man's wife, and the Chochmot to a strange woman. My son, attend to my wisdom, and bend your ear to my understanding, that you may preserve discretion, and that your lips may keep knowledge. For the lips of a strange woman drip honey, and her mouth is smoother than oil, but her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death, her steps take hold of Sheol. She is far from measuring her way of life, her paths wander, and she is ignorant. The Keter Torah explains these psukim brilliantly, but this explanation falls outside the scope of this chapter. He tries to prove that Chakira, philosophical inquiry, is an inadequate approach to Torah and dangerous for human understanding. But how do these words and his explanation of Etz Hadat coincide with the statement of the Gaon that whoever lacks the Sheva Chochmot lacks 100% of understanding of Torah? In fact, the statement of the Gaon is used and quoted by all the Maskilim and outsiders of Torah to discredit the importance of the Kedusha of Torah and its logical system. Torah precedes science in understanding that laws are not answers to why questions. Here, there is a great error and misunderstanding of one of the most fundamental principles of the Torah. One of the basic differences between the insiders and outsiders of Torah lies in the concept of Ta'amei HaMitzvot, the reasons and purposes of the mitzvot. A large part of the Agadah of the Talmud and the Chazal is about the Ta'amei HaMitzvot. Most of the words of the Rambam in Morei Nevuchim, Guide to the Perplexed, are related to Ta'amei HaMitzvot, but here a point of information has to be emphasized. As was explained in chapter 6, it took a few thousand years from Aristotle and his contemporaries to Max Planck, the father of quantum physics, and his contemporaries, for mankind to understand and be convinced that the laws of nature created by God are infinite, and that man cannot grasp any reason for the form of the laws. We know that God exists, even though we cannot grasp him in our mind, as we cannot grasp our soul. Our mind is finite, and we can conceive things only in a finite way. We do not know why things happen. To know why, we would have to be able to think in infinite terms. We can only know what happens. We see events, we know relations and series of relations, but we do not know why. In the time of Aristotle, men thought they could know why. In the time of the Renaissance, the why was abandoned, and men thought they will know how things work. From the time of Planck, we do not even know how things work. But what took a few thousand years of progress in the non-Torah world was known in the Torah Sheba'al Peh from the time of Matan Torah, when the Torah was given by God to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai, that the laws of the Torah are equivalent to the laws of nature. They are defined in the Halacha as a Gezrat HaKatuv, which means that man cannot use reasons and the tam of the mitzvah in order to predict from it a consequence in Halacha. Man can apply logical combinations to the laws of halacha and its relations as he can use mathematical equations in application to the laws of nature. But man cannot decide the why of the law and draw from it an alchemy, as the ancients used to do, nor classify it in data experiments. Man cannot know the why of the halacha and draw from it halachic consequences. Hence, Ta'amei HaMitzvot, by definition, cannot determine any halachic law or consequence. This is an accepted axiom in Talmud, with the exception of Reb Shimon, who holds that when a tam is mentioned in the Torah, it is not a reason or a why, but a key to the code of the Torah, as are the 13 principles. The question arises as to what is the purpose of the Ta'amei HaMitzvot. The answer is very profound, though very simple, but outsiders will find it difficult to understand. Since, by definition, a mitzvah is a command of God's will, which is infinite and is beyond man's mind to understand, as are the laws of nature, there can be an infinite number of effects and implications from a mitzvah. Many reasons that man could ascribe to the mitzvah could have a relation to man in his man-sized world, or to the universe in its totality, in the Gashmiut and in the Ruchaniut.
But these relations are only a coincidence in the relation from the mitzvah to man or to existence. As, for example, the shine of the sun brings light to this planet. It could be that this is one of the reasons in the divine plan that the sun should shine for this mundane world, but this is not the reason for the why of the laws of radiation. It could be that in the infinite plan of the divine will, this factor was also included, that the sun should shine for mankind, but this is certainly not the why for the laws of radiation, though by coincidence it could be a purpose in God's will. The Ta'amei HaMitzvot are only explanations of coincidence in relation to man's benefit of Torah and Mitzvot, and could also be an infinitesimal part, so to speak, in the infinite will of God. To understand better what I mean here by the word coincidence, I refer the reader to the chapter on Darchei Noam. It now becomes clear what the Sefer Keter Torah was trying to explain. He wanted to say that you cannot use why reasons to understand the mitzvot. Man, with his finite mind, cannot decide the full reason and understand completely God's will. That is why he lacks the discretion to choose which mitzvah he wants to accept and which not, or to draw halachic conclusions from his description of finite reasons to the mitzvot. The Gaon, however, is talking about the laws of the Torah having the same validity as what are called laws of nature. The same logic and mathematical equations that apply to nature are also applicable to the laws of Torah. That is why he says that anyone who lacks the scientific knowledge of nature lacks 100% understanding of the Torah. An example is Kiddush HaChodesh, which has to do with the astronomy of nature. Another example is Trefut, which has to do with the knowledge of biology. And another example is any Pilpul of the Gemara, which has to do with the rules of logic, symbolic logic. In short, there is no discrepancy between the Keter Torah and the Gaon. The Keter Torah speaks about philosophical approaches and why inquiries, which took a few thousand years for the Goyim to abandon. The Torah rejected these types of inquiries right from the beginning, not only in the Torah Sheba'al Peh, but also in the Torah Shebichtav. However, whereas the Gaon talks about the relations and interrelations of the laws and rules of halacha and the correspondence and complementation of nature to Torah, not only is there no contradiction between the Keter Torah and the Gaon, but both statements fit in their relation to the law of perfection. This opens the secret of the symbolic meaning in the Torah of the Etz Hadat and the Etz HaChaim. To understand more clearly the statement of the Keter Torah and the difference between Ta'amei HaMitzvot and the Halacha, the laws of the Torah, a few clarifications are needed. The Gemara in Baba Batra says that Moshe Rabbeinu wrote his Sefer, book, and the Parsha of Bilam, the section of the Torah which is the story of Bilam's prophecy. The Mefarshim are in great difficulty to explain this differentiation between the Sefer of Moshe Rabbeinu and Parshat Bilam, since the whole Torah, which includes Parshat Bilam, is given from God to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai. There is a halacha in the Mishnah which is stated very explicitly that if one says that the Torah is not min hashemayim, even if he denies one word of the Torah as not given exactly from God, he is an apikoros. A Sefer Torah which lacks one word or one letter is pasul. By this definition, the portion of Balak which is called in the Talmud and by Chazal Parshat Bilam is an essential part of the Sefer Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. Now the question arises, why was the Parsha of Bilam emphasized with a special status for itself? And why was the Torah categorized as the Sefer of Moshe Rabbeinu and Parshat Bilam separate? Torah and the Parsha of Bilam. In this classification by Chazal lies a very important principle which explains the Kedusha of the Sefer Torah and is related to a very important halacha and concept of the Nevuah of Moshe Rabbeinu which differentiated him from other prophets. A fundamental difference between Torah and religions is that all the faiths of the nations are man-made creations and religious concepts. Man talks about God, his image and his essence, according to his own understanding. Of course, man's own conceptions about God and his image could be no more than myths and avodah zarah. But in the Torah, which was given from God to man, the Torah speaks to man about man. As the Chazal say, the Torah was not given except to refine the human creatures. The Taryag mitzvot of the Torah were given to the individual and to the Jewish society. 7 mitzvot were given for the people of the world. The halachot, the laws that relate to tzibor and those that relate to the individual, are different propositions in their definitions and concepts. Sometimes what would be a disservice to the yachid is a great benefit for the tzibor, and vice versa. Klal Yisrael, as was explained in many chapters, is a special concept. As God says to Klal Yisrael, "You will be to me a segudah from all the nations," which refers to Kedushat Yisrael. There are no divisions or dichotomies in Kedushat Yisrael and in its concept. Among individuals, there are those who are tzaddikim, those who are beinanim, and those who are rashayim. These differences do not exist in the concept of Klal Yisrael. There are no datiim, religious ones, and no chilonim, secular ones, in the category of Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael is a unique entity which is completely kadosh. People misunderstood and erred in the concept of the divine existence of God, from the old Avodah Zarah to the modern paganism of our time, up to the dictums of existentialism. With all man's old mythology of fantastic imagination, up to modern scientific philosophical myths to explain existence, man erred. There was inherited misconceptions and errors by the nations of the world on the essence, substance, and character of Klal Yisrael. It is said by many that all the paganistic myths of Avodah Zarah of the Goyim came from man's awe of his inability to conquer the power of existence, and from his fear of the forces of nature. According to my opinion, the nations of the world created myths and fantastic images about Klal Yisrael. The myths of the Goyim about the character of Yisrael and its existence, whether it is a Goy from the barbarians of the ancient days or a Goy dressed in clothes of modernity from the time of the Nazis up to the terrorists of today, come from the awe and fear of the greatness and majesty of Yisrael and their genius. Even an existentialist like Sartre admits it in a brilliant analysis in his discourse on anti-Semitism. Chazal comment on the pasuk that no prophet as Moshe Rabbeinu came up in Yisrael, that in Yisrael no one came up to Moshe Rabbeinu, but to Umot HaOlam, to the nations of the world, God gave a Navi like Moshe Rabbeinu, and this is Bilam. Bilam was selected for this aim despite the fact that he was one of the greatest enemies of Klal Yisrael of all times. He was selected to clarify the uniqueness of Klal Yisrael, to ponder on their intellectual character, their kedusha, and ruchaniyut. Bilam saw clearly the appearance of the nation of Israel in the history of the world, that they are different and differentiated from all the nations. For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. They are a people that dwells alone, and among the nations shall not be reckoned. Bilam spoke on the past, present, and future of Klal Yisrael, till the end of the days of Mashiach. Now the words of Chazal become clear. Moshe Rabbeinu wrote his Sefer, God's Torah, to Am Hashem, to the whole world. Moshe Rabbeinu, with his Torah, cleared up for humanity all the Avodah Zarah and all the human concepts and myths from man's conceptions about God. Bilam cleared up all the myths and concepts by the people of the world about Klal Yisrael. Both the Sefer Torah and Parashat Bilam are given from God. The Sefer Torah is to eliminate the Avodah Zarah, to destroy myths of the divine. The Parsha of Bilam is to destroy the myths of the world about Klal Yisrael. Whoever will study the Parsha of Bilam will see that the entire Parsha talks only about one thing, and that is of the existence of Klal Yisrael among the nations, their aim, their purpose in the Bria, their Kedusha, their Ruchaniyut, their redeeming function for the whole of humanity, for all the peoples of the world. This is the first interpretation of the Gemara. The Chibza of Torah and the Chibza of Nevuah. I explained that the Parsha of Bilam is speaking about Klal Yisrael to the nations of the world, and the Torah speaks to Klal Yisrael and to the nations of the world for the perfection of man. In this classification of the Gemara lies also a profound premise of the concept of Torah. This is according to the explanation of the two greatest Gaonim of the previous generation in Klal Yisrael, Reb Chaim Soloveitchik of Brisk, Zecher Livracha, and Reb Yehoshua Leib Diskin, Zecher Livracha. Though these two Gaonim use different language, the conclusion is the same. The Tanakh is compiled of Torah, Nevi'im, prophets, and Ketuvim, writings. According to the Halakha, they were all given from God to his prophets. But what is the difference between the prophecy of Moshe Rabbeinu and the Nevuah of other prophets? Says Reb Chaim Brisker, there is a chepza of Torah and a chepza of Nevuah, which means that we have here two concepts. There is the concept that is defined by the word Torah, and a concept that is defined as Nevuah. Many halachot are related to Torah only, and not to Nevuah. The Kerusha of Sefer Torah is a Kerusha deoraita, and is related to special laws. The Nevi'im and Ketuvim have a Kerusha of Kitvei Kodesh, Holy Scriptures, but not a Kerusha of Sefer Torah. In principle, even though Nevuah is the revelation that God reveals to the Navi and is direct from Hashem, it is different from the Nevuah of Moshe Rabbeinu. The prophecy of a Navi is defined in Halakha as Kitvei HaKodesh, whereas the prophecy of Moshe Rabbeinu is defined as Sefer HaTorah. Not only in the Halakha are they different, but their prophecies are different in kind. The prophecy of Torah is a different category than the prophecy of Nevuah, as the Rambam explains in chapter 9 of Yesodei HaTorah. It is clearly and explicitly set forth in the Torah that its ordinances will endure forever, without variation, diminution, or addition. As it is said, all this word will I command you, that ye shall observe to do. You shall not add to it, nor take away from it. Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse 1. And further it is said, but the things that are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Deuteronomy chapter 29, verse 28. Hence, the inference that to fulfill all the behests of the Torah is an obligation incumbent upon us forever. As it is said, it is an everlasting statute throughout your generations. Leviticus chapter 23, verse 14. Numbers chapter 18, verse 23. It is also said, it is not in heaven. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 12. Hence, the inference that a prophet is forbidden to make innovations in the Torah. Accordingly, if anyone should arise, whether among the Gentiles or among the Israelites, and showing a sign and token, declare that God had sent him to add a precept to the Torah, or take away a precept from the Torah, or give an interpretation to any of the commandments, such as we had not heard from Moses, or should assert that the commandments ordained to Yisrael are not of perpetual obligation for all generations, but only temporary, such a man is a false prophet, because he sets out to deny the prophecy of Moses. The halakha is that Gizrat Navi Choseret. A prophecy from God to a Navi can be changed if the people do tshuva, as with the story of Yonah HaNavi. In some instances, we find that even for the negative, a prophecy for good was changed if the people sinned too much, whereas the Torah is absolutely eternal, and not a letter can be changed. Another instance of difference is that Nevuah is given according to the understanding of the Navi. This is a law in Nevuah, that whatever the Navi conceives in the picture of Nevuah, the Hashgacha realizes as a fact. It is called in Chazal, Aspaklaria She'aina Meira, which means the Navi sees the Nevuah through a colored glass, so to speak. Symbolically, he may see the thing, but through different colors of glass. But the Nevuah of Moshe Rabbeinu is Be'aspaklaria Meira, through a clear, transparent glass. He received exactly the words of the Torah literally from God. I explained before in the law of perfection that since God is Ein Sof, and his power is Ein Sof, and his Chokhmah is Ein Sof, which means that God is above and is greater than infinity, and he does not lack infinite knowledge, infinite power, then an action of God is unlimited. Since his action is infinite, it means that the whole existence was created in an infinitesimal instant. All the dynamics, functions, and the variables that could be in time and space or beyond were already included in reality and its potential. No second world would have to be created since, by definition, God's action is perfect to its infinite reality and potence. Everything that could be included in a perfect world was already created. But to man, who is finite, the phenomena that concern him are finite, since he can conceive and perceive only finite relations. By the same token, God's action of Matan Torah is a perfect action. Any potentials of the Torah that are related to time and space and beyond were already included and completed in the single action of Matan Torah. Hence, a new Torah cannot be given by God, since his action of giving the Torah and his revelations in the Torah are perfect. This means that any variable or any function or relation was already included in the Torah in the instant of Matan Torah. Of course, man perceives the Torah in his limited way as he perceives the universe in a limited way. The Torah is God's creation of an infinite mental universe, as the world is God's creation of an infinite physical and ruchaniyut universe. That is why one of the ani ma'amins of the Torah is that there cannot be two Torahs. No other Torah can be given. This is why there is also the ani ma'amin that the Torah cannot be changed. Of course, God could create, yesh me'ayin, from zero to existence, another universe and destroy this one, but then it would be only a repetition, since this universe is infinitely perfect. The other universe would be exactly the same. We understand reasonably that God would not create this universe, destroy it, and then make another universe. Since he made the rule of conservation of energy, this would be a waste of energy. If God would give a new Torah, he would have to give exactly the same Torah, since the action of giving the first Torah was perfect. Reb Chaim of Brisk says that there were many Nevuot before Matan Torah. Noach, Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov were all Nevi'im, and they received prophecy direct from God. But up till Moshe Rabbeinu, it was only defined as a fact of Nevuah. When Moshe Rabbeinu repeated the Nevuah, for instance, of Avraham Avinu, according to the command and wording of God, through Moshe Rabbeinu's Nevuah, it became Torah. But Bilam's prophecy was also Torah, according to the halacha, as it says that there was no prophet like Moshe Rabbeinu in Israel. In Israel there was not, but to the nations of the world, God gave a prophet like Moshe Rabbeinu, and this is Bilam, in order that the nations should not say that they have no chance to receive the Torah. From this, says Reb Chaim, it follows that even the Nevuot of Avraham Avinu, or of others, when Moshe Rabbeinu wrote them in the Torah, they became a part of Moshe Rabbeinu's Sefer, since by his writing therein, their Nevuah, they were changed from the status of Nevuah to the status of Torah. But Bilam's prophecy, for some reason, already had the status of Torah, since his Nevuah had the status of Moshe Rabbeinu's Nevuah. Moshe Rabbeinu's Nevuah being Torah, so his Nevuah also had a halacha of Torah. When Moshe Rabbeinu wrote Bilam's Nevuah in his Torah, according to the command of God and his words, it was like copying from one Sefer to another. This is why the whole Torah is called the Sefer of Moshe Rabbeinu plus the Parsha of Bilam, because the Parsha of Bilam became Torah immediately with Bilam's Nevuah. The fundamental difference between Torah and a Nevuah. I explained the category of the Hefza of Torah and the Hefza of Nevuah. Torah is infinite, immutable, and is not determined by any dimensions as of time and space. History has no influence on Torah, since according to the law of perfection, the Torah is a logical system, and as such, it cannot be influenced by existence or reality. Its functions have no exceptions outside of the system, since according to the law of perfection, any variation or effect in the total existence is computed in the words of the Torah. According to the Vilna Gaon, every aspect of Nevuah is also implicit in the Torah, and according to the Ramban, the words of the Torah are computed not only to our world, but to any kind of Ruchaniyut world in existence. There also can be no mistake in the Torah, nor duplication, since the Torah is given by God, who computed infinitely in his Torah every possible variation, application, function, and relation in the totality of existence, and any of the infinite forms of totality in all its different, infinite forms of possibility. Since God is above infinity and eternity, he has the power to create a Torah that computes exactly in accordance with the law of perfection. All this is included in the definition of the Hefza of Torah, since every word of the Torah was given directly from God to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai. The Hefza of Nevuah, even though the Navi receives the Nevuah direct from God, is restricted by human mind, dimensions, history, and is subject to man's comprehension. It is Nevuah from God, even though the Navi who received the Nevuah is restricted to laws of nature, halacha, man's ability of perception, and logical consequences. Not everyone can be a Navi. There are clear halachot and exact formulas as to who reaches the stage of being a Navi and who does not. The one who is a Navi receives by the system of Nevuah direct prophecy from God with a secure realization that his Nevuah will be realized exactly as predicted. However, as the Rambam says, hence the inference that a prophet is forbidden to make innovations in the Torah.
Accordingly, if anyone should arise, whether among other nations or among the Israelites, and showing a sign or token, and declare that God had sent him to add a precept to the Torah, or take away a precept from the Torah, or give an interpretation to any of the commandments, such as we had not heard from Moshe Rabbeinu, or should assert that the commandments ordained to Yisrael are not of perpetual obligation for all generations, but only temporary, such a man is a false prophet, because he sets out to deny the prophecy of Moshe Rabbeinu. He is to be put to death by strangling, because he spoke perversely in the name of God, that which God had not bidden him. For the Lord enjoined Moshe Rabbeinu that this commandment shall be unto us and to our children after us forever. And God is not a man, that he should lie. It is not difficult to understand the words of the Rambam. Since the Torah is perfect, infinite, and unchanged by time and space or beyond, the Navi, who is restricted, sometimes by time and space, sometimes by his comprehension, by definition, cannot have any say as far as the Torah is concerned. The task of Nevuah and its aim is described by the Rambam very clearly. He says, "Since this is so, why is it said in the Torah, I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee?" Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 18. The answer is that the prophet here referred to will come not to found a religion, but to charge the people concerning the words of the Torah, and exhort them not to transgress it, as the last of the prophets expressed it. "Remember ye the law of Moses, my servant." Malachi chapter 3, verse 22. And so, if the prophet gives an order in regard to things permissible, as for instance if he says, "Go to that place," or "Do not go to it," "Wage war today," or "Do not wage war," "Build this wall," or "Do not build it," it is a duty to obey him. That is why the Rambam says that all the Sefarim of the Nevi'im and the Ketuvim, their functions will cease in the time of Mashiach. Their functions will cease, since in the time of Mashiach there will be no tzarot, there will be no social or international problems, and all the dilemmas of halacha will be solved by the Torah through the Chachamim of that time. Many implicit things of the Torah will become explicit. Sifrei Nevuah and Ketuvim will have no purpose, since all the knowledge will be open for the Chachamim of that time. In short, the knowledge of Nevuah is to foster the Torah in Klal Yisrael through education, warnings, by admonitions of the punishments that they will get for not keeping the Torah, and by the rewards and hashgacha that Klal Yisrael is privileged to get when they keep the Torah. Nevuah also serves the purpose for the individual and society, to build up pragmatically the individual's own affairs, and the structure of the community and its social affairs, for example, whether to wage war or not, etc. Nevuah also has another task, and that is that many aspects of the sword of the Torah are occasionally comprehended through Nevuah. The Torah consists of pardes. Pshat, which means the explicit meaning and common understanding of the Torah, as the Chachamim of the Talmud, and afterwards the Rishonim and Acharonim conceived it. Remez, which is alluded to in the Torah. Drush, which means the logical computation of the Torah according to the Shlosh Esrei Midot. And Sod, the implicit secrets in the Torah, written in a symbolic language of code for the purpose of brevity and other reasons. The Ruach HaKodesh of the Nevi'im helps many times to understand the sword of the Torah. For example, the Bet HaMikdash is built according to the Ruchaniyut system of Bet HaMikdash Shel Malla. The Ruchaniyut system man cannot know by science. Only Ruach HaKodesh can tell us the Ruchaniyut system. Here is where Nevuah is related to this understanding of Torah. But I have to emphasize very clearly that Nevuah cannot tell us anything of the halacha of the construction of the Beit HaMikdash. As I have said, Nevuah had no relation to halacha, not for positive and not for negative. The Navi can reveal for us some aspects of the Ruchaniyut system, as science reveals for us the physical system of the world. So, the halacha man can understand many times the sword category of the Torah through the knowledge of the Ruchaniyut world. By comparing both the physical world and the Ruchaniyut world, he could decode many secrets of the Torah. But this is the work of the halacha man. The Navi can provide some Ruchaniyut concepts, as the scientist provides some physical concepts. The man of Torah can see the relation of halacha to the physical knowledge of science and from the Ruchaniyut knowledge of Nevuah. However, the Navi himself does not play any part in the decision of halacha, as the scientist does not take any part in the decisions of the Torah. However, the following is very important and has to be understood. The Torah is open for everybody.
everyone can have his own pardes, his own pshat, remez, drosh, and sod, provided that he does not contradict the halakha, since the principles of the halakha are the fundamental part of the Torah, Sheba'al Peh, the oral Torah that was given to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai, together with the written Torah. On every word and on every pasuk in the Torah, there are infinite perushim according to pardes, and everyone can try to get some of the perushim by himself. But if his perush contradicts the halakha, which is inherent in pshat, then by the definition of the law of perfection, his pshat is false. No matter how reasonable it appears to him, after a thorough investigation, he will find its falsity. Sometimes the three other categories are related in the concepts of halakha and explain the words and pshat of the Torah, as for example concerning the mitzvah of tefillin or lulav. The halakha knows the pshat of it by deducing them logically through the drashot chazal. We know exactly what letotafot means or what pri hadar means. This explanation is very logical and clear to determine the pshat, and no contradiction is involved in it. Since the halakha is the absolute pshat of the Torah given from God to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai, the remez, drush, sod play only a commentative role to the halakha. Only in 3 places the halakha was given from God to Moshe Rabbeinu directly against the apparent implicit words of the Torah, but in general, remez, drush, sod are only elucidations of the pshat of the Torah, which is the fundamental of the halakha in this world. One has a right to use his own perushim provided he does not contradict the halakha pshat. All the foundations and principles of the Torah Sheba'al Peh are closed up in the Talmud, but there is an infinite continuation of perushim of Rishonim and Acharonim from generation to generation that discloses new truths of the Torah, which are not contradictory to the halakha and correlate with it. It has to be emphasized that the Talmud is the sum total amount of the Torah Sheba'al Peh, which includes in reality the pardes. However, for its great variations and commentaries, everything could be included in the Talmud only implicitly. When one gives his own perush, if it is a true perush built on logic, it was already given to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 24. Reasons for the mitzvot in the Kabbalah teaching, the Sod part of the Torah. Ta'amei ha-mitzvot are reasons for the mitzvot. They are not related to the category of laws or gzerat haktuv. They belong more to the category of why, the reason why every mitzvah was given. History and its events are determined by hashgacha pratit. I have explained many times that as there are physical laws, so there are laws of history. The condition of every event is subject to law. Of course, the laws are not visible as in physics, but are invisible and exist as any other law. In the language of Talmud, as the laws of the physical universe or the Torah laws are defined by the words of Gizrat HaKtuv, so history, with all its variations, is a Gizrat HaKtuv. As we cannot ask why about the laws of physics and the laws of Torah, so we cannot ask why about the laws of history. One may object as to what legitimacy there is in not asking why questions. Why not find a reason for a historical event? The answer to this objection is simple. Man cannot understand why. All he can conceive is facts, but not the cause of the facts. This is because one may ask, what is the cause of the cause ad infinitum? And he will have to come to the conclusion to abandon the why. That is the reason why we do not have this type of question in modern science. However, all this is in relation to natural laws and historical events. But in the Torah, we have 4 categories. Pardes, which means pshat, remez, drosh, sod. Pshat, remez, and drosh are gzerat hakatuv, but sod has to do with the ta'amei ha-mitzvot, reasonable explanations for the mitzvot. The category of sod Kabbalah lies in the field of reason, not in the field of law. An important point has to be understood here. The laws of the Torah are not affected by the whys of the Torah and the mitzvot, as the laws of nature are not affected by whys. No matter which reason will be accepted for a mitzvah, even if the reason is in the Torah, which is the absolute truth, the reason will not affect the law of the mitzvah. For instance, if various functions will arise from the reason for the mitzvah, the function of the law is that which determines the halakha, since by definition laws are not affected by whys. These contradictions, however, are no argument to deny the reason, since the reason can be for the general idea of the mitzvah, not for all the detailed particulars of the law of the mitzvah. The Rambam's Ta'amei HaMitzvot in Moreh Nebuchim are explanations of the purposes of the mitzvot. This belongs to the category of Sod. Sod is a commentative category, and it does not belong to the category of law. It cannot change or determine any practical function of the law. The Rambam talks in the language of purpose, cause, and effect, which is close to the why concept. And so, Chazal's ta'mim of the events in history, for example, the why of the Churban, are also conceived in the language of purpose, of cause and effect. But the Kabbalah explains the Sod part of the Torah and its Ta'amei HaMitzvot, the whys for the mitzvot, in the language of relations. The relation between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut, between man's actions in time and space, and their relation to the world beyond time and space. The system of the totality of the Bria corresponds to the system of the totality of the Ruchaniut of the Torah and its Tariag Mitzvot, of actions of man and their effects in the Bria. That is why the Kabbalah's system of Sod is relational, as the equations of the functions in the physical world are a rational, relational system, so are the functions of man's actions in the physical and Ruchaniut worlds a relational system. That is why, concerning the why purpose of the Torah, the Kabbalah does not have to speak in the language of purpose and cause and effect, but could speak in a language of mathematical relations and in a logical order of correlations linked in the totality of interactions. The 10 Sfirot answers particular, not universal, why questions. It has to be borne in mind that the Kabbalah explains particular whys, but not universal whys. For example, the Kabbalah explains the relation of mitzvot to the 10 Sfirot, which is the totality and the structure of the created world, including Gashmiut and Ruchaniut existence, physical and mental. But the Kabbalah does not ask why on the structure of the 10 Sfirot. That is Ratzon Hashem. It is a fact, a result of the will of God. The Kabbalah shows each mitzvah, its relation, and a place in the system of the 10 Sfirot. But the whole existence is created by Hashem, and the Kabbalah cannot ask why on God's relation to the 10 Sfirot. The 10 Sfirot include all existence, including time and space and beyond, and like the entities of atoms, particles, the Tariag Mitzvot are related in the totality of the 10 Sfirot. Everything follows from the 10 Sfirot, including energy. There are no separations in the totality. If one does not accept the 10 Sfirot, he cannot ask why on anything. Each mitzvah is a law, a Gezrat HaKatuv in the symbolic logic of relations. But if one accepts the 10 Sfirot, he can ask a particular why of the reason and place of each mitzvah in the structure of the Sfirot. He cannot ask a universal why on the Sfirot themselves. History is also included in the structure of the Sfirot. By the same system, the Kabbalah, which belongs to the Sod part of the Torah, explains the relation of every historical event to the system of the Sfirot. All the why explanations of history are eminently linked to the order of the Sfirot. The Gaon and Mekubal Reb Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Zecher Livracha, the author of the famous Sefer Mesilat Yesharim, wrote a sefer called Ma'amar Hagola. Every event and era in Jewish history, from the time of Matan Torah to Mashiach, which is a Gezarat HaKatuv, is explained in his sefer from the category of Sod, that all these phenomena of history are linked by exact laws to the structural order of the Bria. It is worthwhile to study this little sefer and see the brilliant subtleties of his logical formulations of the relations of the events of history to the picture of the Sfirot. One may object to the classification of the Sod part of the Torah and the Kabbalah in the category of why, when indeed it is closer to relations. The answer is that Sod has not more than the legitimacy of a why answer, since it is not in the domain of law. It is possible to give many reasons in the domain of Sod other than the accepted or known reasons, but in the relations of natural law and halacha, the equation cannot have two different relations to the same essence. This is the difference between the relations which determine the functions of laws and the relations of Sod and Kabbalah. The logic of Kabbalah and its reasons are exclusively in the Bria and have no relation to the attributes and being of Hashem. The aim of all the Mekubalim is to differentiate between God and the Bria, his creation. God created existence yesh me'ayin, from nothing. His creation has no relation to the being of God. Before he created the world and after he created it, he is the same. No change in Hashem is possible since he is perfection, eternity, and infinity, so to speak. Furthermore, he is above eternity and above infinity. Hashem echad u'shemo echad. God is one before the Bria and is one and the same after the Bria. No created being, even the highest Ruchaniut Bria as the Atzilut and the 10 Sfirot, can grasp any understanding of the essence of God. His being is differentiated entirely from the total existence. No mind can understand or have any idea of any positive attribute of God. Any mind, even an infinite mind with its highest infinite Ruchaniut, cannot grasp the essence of God's being, since God does not lack infinity, but is above infinity. Only God knows himself. That is why, according to the halacha, thinking or imagining any attribute about God is avodah zarah. No created being can have any picture about God, no matter whether it is logical or intuitive. That is why speaking about the essence of God is prohibited in halacha. Every Mekubal says this in the beginning of his sefer, that God and his name is one, that his essence is closed to any being, and is prohibited to be thought about. We can think, says the Kabbalah, only about the Bria, God's action and creation. Man, with his mind, is a part of the Bria. Furthermore, in order to eliminate any pantheistic idea of Avodah Zarah, all the Mekubalim warn us that the Bria, the creation existence, even in its highest form of Atzilut, and the classification of the 10 categories called Sfirot, are God's creation, yesh me'ayin, from nothing to existence. Even the Atzilut and the 10 Sfirot, which are the highest Ruchaniut, infinite possibility of creation, they are still not more than a Bria, than created beings from yesh me'ayin. And even though they are the highest Ruchaniut, spiritual and mental beings possible, they still are far from the being of Hashem, who is infinitely above Ruchaniut, so to speak, in their essence and in their kind, as any physical inanimate atom is far from Hashem. The Mekubalim are concerned only with the structure of the totality of existence, which is the Bria of God and created from yesh me'ayin. They indicate that this totality of the Bria is from the lowest particle to the highest Ruchaniut, all interrelated as one systematic logical equation linked to man's relation to the Torah and its Tariag mitzvot. According to the Darchei Noam principle and the law of perfection, man's free action is a determined factor in the infinite interrelations of existence. Interactions and relations between the Gashmiut and the Ruchaniut are a function of man's learning Torah and doing the Tariag mitzvot, as was explained in the law of perfection. The Kabbalah teaches that the totality of existence, even though it contains the highest Ruchaniut that are possible to exist, and even though they are functioning in the relation of the complete Bria, still these Ruchaniut beings are not a continuation of God, or in any sense of a divine essence. They are all created beings. They were not existent until God chose to create them and make their existence yesh me'ayin. The system of their perfect order is subject to man's action according to the Torah. Man, with his free will, has the power to deteriorate the order or to sustain its perfection and bring more Kedusha, which is the highest aspect in the field of perfection. Hashgacha Pratit is Hashem's relation to the Bria. The relation of Hashem to the Bria is through his Hashgacha Pratit, divine guidance. Every variation and function in man's relation to the Bria is affected only through the Hashgacha Pratit of God. Should God take away his Hashgacha from the Bria becomes zero. The Bria constantly exists in every instant only through God's Hashgacha and power, so to speak. Should he eliminate his Hashgacha and power from the Bria cannot exist. It turns back to nothing. All this depends, according to the Halacha and Kabbalah, on the Kiyum HaTorah. Should learning Torah cease to exist entirely, then the Bria would cease to exist. The great genius of the Mekubalim was to systematize and discover the logical formulas of mathematical equations of the relations between the Gashmiut and the Ruchaniyut, between man's doing the Torah and Tariag Mitzvot, and the order of the Bria as a function of man's doings. This is exactly as science, which discovers the effect of energy and its laws in the order of the electrodynamic phenomena of the physical Bria, or of any other system in the physical Bria. But as man can live his own life comfortably in his own house and enjoy all the products that were invented by the scientists without being a scientist himself, so man can keep the halacha and live a perfect life of Kedusha without being a mekubal and without knowing the fourth part of Pardes, the Sod. Only very few individuals are great discoverers and scientists in a generation, so very few great geniuses have the ability to be mekubalim. The symbols of Kabbalah and its pictures are from the man-sized world. The aim of the Kabbalah is to formulate the relation between the Gashmiyut and the Ruchaniyut, between the physical world and the mental world. The physical world is known to man by the perception of his senses, by the empirical data of phenomena, by various functions discovered through scientific instruments. The data of the physical world are open for man to investigate, but the Ruchaniyut world is impossible for man to know about without the Gilui, revelation of the Torah. The Mekubalim correlate every physical aspect in the Bria to its Ruchaniyut correspondence in existence. For example, Tefach, Kazayit, Nukva, and Dukhra, Adam, Partzuf, etc. These are all pictures which function in the physical world. The Kabbalah shows their relations to the mental world, their effects and interactional functions in the Ruchaniyut world of existence. Of course, the student of Kabbalah finds it logically expressed in the Kabbalah formulas, as the student of mathematics finds the functions of nature and their relations expressed in mathematical formulas. Since the discussions of Kabbalah are expressed in their own logical forms, the translation of the Kabbalah into a different language is no less difficult than the translation of mathematical language into a different language. Even mathematical symbols are universally the same in every language. This is a very important point to emphasize. The error of many books on Kabbalah, or most of them that are written in modern languages, is that by their translating of Kabbalah, the exact logic of the Kabbalah is lost. By definition, the Kabbalah cannot contradict Halakha. The Mekubalim tried to answer many philosophical questions and dilemmas in relation from the Borei to the Bria, from the Master to his creation, by the premises of Kabbalah, and they draw new explanations that were closed for the philosophers. As the Ramak, the Rabbi of the Ari HaKadosh, expressed it, that whereas philosophy is final and has reached the end of the way, Kabbalah begins. Furthermore, since Sod is the fourth part of the Pardes, then by definition, Kabbalah can only explain the relation of Halakha to the Ruchaniyut world. The Mekubalim had first to be masters of Halakha, otherwise there could be contradictions in their explanations. For Torah people, there is an axiom. Any part of Kabbalah that contradicts the Halakha is false by definition and is abandoned immediately. This axiom is universally accepted by the inside people of Halakha and Kabbalah, as for example by the Vilna Gaon, who was accepted universally as the greatest master of Halakha and Kabbalah in his generation, and by Rabbeinu Shneur Zalman, the author of the Tanya, who was the greatest Mekubal and Gaon in Halakha of his time. The Torah image of the genuine Mekubalim. Not every one of the Jewish Gaonim felt that he was fit to learn Kabbalah, since to learn Kabbalah one has to be a tzaddik, chassid, and kadosh. One has to be a man for whom the mundane, practical world is only a means for physical existence, nothing more. To be a Mekubal, a man has to be a chassid and a kadosh. These terms are only known and understood clearly by insiders of Torah. No outsider or secularist, without exception, even if he is the greatest philosopher or scientist, can have any intuitive picture about those tzaddikim, chasidim, and kedoshim. No matter how esoteric it may sound, no matter how unprogressive, and no matter how many will ascribe fanaticism to this statement, the truth of my assertion is beyond a doubt to the insider. The outsider who denies it is in the same category as the non-articulate mind, who would claim that he does not see the artistic beauty in the paintings of a Rembrandt, a Titian, or in the Mona Lisa of Leonardo da Vinci. Only the ignorant fool can cynically and sarcastically deny the artistic images of a great master. These words, chassid and kadosh, are not translatable and not transferable into transcendentals and eminence. The lives of these great individuals of Torah cannot be defined or communicated to anyone outside, as life itself in its existential form cannot be communicated to someone else and cannot be defined. Only the living being conceives in his intuition the existence of life, and so only one who is a chassid and a kadosh can know what a life of chassid and kadosh is. The Mekubal is entirely immersed in Ahavat Hashem and Yirat Hashem and has to know first the whole halacha clearly. Then he is entitled to go further and study Sod of the Torah. This is expressed clearly in the Gemara, explicitly in various statements and words of the Tanaim and Amoraim, and continuously from the time of Moshe Rabbeinu up to date, and is mentioned clearly in the Rishonim and the Acharonim. The Rambam expressed it clearly in Yesodei HaTorah. The topics connected with these 5 precepts treated in the above 4 chapters are what our Chachamim called Pardes, as in a statement of Talmud, 4 went into Pardes. And although the first Chachamim were Gedolei Israel and the greatest Chachamim of history, not all of them had the power to know and comprehend all these aspects in their full essence. And the Rambam emphasized, and I say, it is not proper to enter the Pardes until one has first filled oneself with bread and meat, by which I mean knowledge of what is permitted and what is forbidden, and similar distinctions in other classes of mitzvot. Although these last subjects were called by the Chachamim a small thing, when they say a great thing, Maaseh Merkava, a small thing, the discussion of Abaya and Rava, still they should have the precedence. For the knowledge of these things straightens out the intellect and man's mind at the start, because they are the great goodness that God bestowed to promote human living in this world and enable man to obtain bliss in the life hereafter. And the knowledge of them is within the reach of you all, young and old, men and women, those gifted with great intellectual capacity as well as those whose intelligence is limited. This means that the Talmud, the Halacha, is the fact by which the Torah man has to live his daily life. But Sod belongs only to special individuals who have the ability and the intellectual quest to know not only the laws of the Torah in their logical system and rational order for the daily practice of man's life, but also who want to understand the metaphysical reasons beyond these laws of the Torah and their relations to the mitzvot in their interrelation between the Gashmiut and the Ruchaniut, between the physical levels of the Bria to their Ruchaniut levels. Of course, this is not a knowledge necessary for man's doing the mitzvot and learning Torah, since man's pragmatic practice for Olam Hazeh and for Olam Haba is fulfilled through his realization of Halakha. Only those very few who have the zeal and the ability to understand the Bria in its implicit philosophical, metaphysical, and logical structure, for them only the Sod part of the Torah will give satisfaction. This is because no human knowledge and no scientific method can discover the functions of the mental universe and its relations from the physical universe. The Torah gives a complete system to man, not only in the practice of the mitzvot to achieve kedusha and perfection, but also gives him great enlightenment and joy in understanding the secrets of the Bria, which without the Torah would be closed to him. This is the greatest achievement that the intellect can reach to discovering of knowledge and a truth of the Torah, which otherwise he would not be able to know. There is no greater happiness for a logical mind than to discover truths and solutions to the dilemmas about which his mind is perplexed. Also, the mitzvah of learning Torah as such is to know the whole Torah, and since all these great people were learning Torah lishma, they wanted to grasp the completeness of the Torah as much as the human mind can comprehend. No Mekubal created new laws in the Torah. The aim of the Mekubalim is only metaphysical or philosophical or logical explanations in the Tamei HaMitzvot or in the structure of the universe. The word Kabbalah means receiving. what these great people received from their teachers, and the teachers from their teachers, up to Moshe Rabbeinu. It is written in code language, in the Mishnah, in the Talmud, in the Zohar HaKadosh, in the Rishonim, as the Ramban, for example. All that which the Mekubalim did was to open this code language and explain, for example, the secret words of the Zohar and other Sefarim of Chazal and the Rishonim. When this code is discovered, the words of the Zohar and other words of Kabbalah in Chazal become clear and related as a logical order of interrelations in every place and in every word without exception. And as the mathematician and scientist draw logically from propositions or theories, new propositions and new formulas, new interpretations of facts, so the Mekubalim drew their own propositions, which follow logically by definition from Sefarim of Chazal and Rishonim. The Ari HaKadosh and other great Mekubalim formulated new propositions to explain many difficult concepts of the Torah. All this is common knowledge for the insider of Torah. However, for the ignorant and outsiders of Torah, two different pictures are falsely fabricated, which distort the logic, the evidence, the truth, and the Kedusha of Kabbalah. The errors of the Chochmat Israel and their approach to halakha from the historical, sociological, and psychological points of view lies in the fact that they did not analyze the halakha eminently from its structure and logical order, but linked it with analogical comparisons and interpretations from different fields and from different peoples that are entirely strange to the field of halakha and to the people of halakha. But first, a few words. Interpretations by outsiders are neither scientific nor logical. Every scientific subject is built on foundations of logic, which relate specifically to its domain. Axioms and definitions are established. Afterwards follow comparisons, deductions, propositions, and corollaries. All these are built on premises of pure logic, which can leave no doubt in anyone's mind if the axioms and propositions are accepted. If it could be proven that one proposition does not follow from the axioms and definitions, or if all the propositions will be tested by being brought back to the first axioms and definitions and proven that they do not follow necessarily, then the whole system is automatically eliminated. In reality, all rational human thinking consists of the laws of logic. Logic is only part of the anatomy of understanding. The purpose of the principles of logic is only to bring out complicated and complex and vague and undetermined thoughts and express them in equations. Logic points them out in their essence in order to ponder on the character of their axioms and propositions, which are interrelated each in each other, and to recognize their truth in the many ideas that are entangled and entwined one in the other. Logic helps to see the anatomy of these ideas and structures. If the assertions are necessary, and if all their links are true links, if the propositions follow necessarily from the reasons that cause them, if the comparisons are identical, if the particulars are really part of the total, and if the total contains the particulars in it. It is much easier to comprehend when you take a certain idea or thought and you put it in its skeleton and analyze it by universal logic and its definitions and postulates than to look into a complex thought intuitively to conceive its truth. Universal logic does not deal with axioms and definitions, only with the consequences which follow from the axioms and the definitions, with their relations and corollaries. The axioms and definitions are not included in the criteria of logic and their critical investigations, since they are the material and the matter that a logical thought deals with. The foundations of halakha are the Gzerat HaKatuv, the halakha Mimoshe Sinai, and the Mesorah. All these are the premises and the roots of the halakha. They are the foundations of the Torah Sheba'al Peh that were given by God to Moshe Rabbeinu on Mount Sinai. The architecture of halachic discourse is built on foundations of logic, where there can be no doubt of its validity. And that is why the Shakla Vetaria of the Talmud can be expressed in mathematical equations and in language of universal logic. This truth is evident to anyone who is an insider of the halakha and has studied and comprehended the Talmudic discussions. For those to whom the halakha is strange and who never pondered on its rational order, those are the ones who look for outside causes and social, historical, and psychologically doubtful reasons to explain the halakha. Anyone who embraces the halakha in its completeness will see immediately the falsification and the nonsense of the contingent assumptions that the outsiders bring in their distorted interpretations of halakha. They diminished and added up, decreased and fixed, distorted and changed the words from their obvious meanings. They brought broken passages and parts of sentences in order to establish their false interpretations. Under true critical analysis and comprehensive intuition, their mistakes and falsifications will be immediately seen. The Talmud is so rich in sentences, paragraphs, assertions, and expressions that any outside false interpretation could be backed up with texts. This is compared to the story that we recite in the daily prayers, the passage of Tehillim, which says, God watches his beloved ones, but the Rashaim, the wicked ones, God will destroy. A man came in the middle of the prayers, listening to the rabbi reciting the words, the beloved ones and the wicked ones he will destroy. Another man heard the saying of the sentence, God watches his beloved ones and the wicked also. The first one heard the end of the sentence without the beginning, and the second one heard the beginning of the sentence without the end. When these two men met, one quoted the rabbi that God is watching the beloved ones and the Rashaim. The other one quoted the rabbi that God will destroy the beloved ones and the Rashaim. They both came to the conclusion that the Jewish prayers are irrational. Failure and falsity of the Chokhmat Israel. Where the outsiders failed with their Chokhmat Israel to Talmud, they failed even more in their historic interpretations of Torah. History is so rich in events, facts, and varied eras, places, societies, creeds, all kinds of avodah zarah, rituals, and irrational doctrines and beliefs by individuals and communities that any interpretation, assertion, and fantastic nonsense that one wants to theorize about, it is possible for him to select historic events, facts, or legends to prove his hypotheses. In every field, there is fiction and reality. There is the standard, the original, and the imitation. For example, in medicine, there is a scientific and witchcraft medicine. In physics and biology, there are scientific theories and pseudoscientific theories. There are rational, common-sense intuitions, and there are dogmatic intuitions. There are rational, philosophical conceptions, and there are irrational, mystical assertions. The master and rational mind in every field can recognize more or less immediately which is the standard, the reality, and which is the fiction, the falsification. Only an outsider of the field can accept false theories backed by contingent facts as truths. The insider sees immediately the falsity of the synthesis of the analogy. Kabbalah is entirely a closed system for the non-expert, as mathematics is for the non-mathematician. The Am Haaretz imagines that Kabbalah is secrets of truth that are impenetrable. A secular outsider who is immersed in all kinds of avodah zarah, who studies the doctrines of the Goyish mystics, who does not understand to believe in Matan Torah, who sees the religions of the world arising and developing through individual mystics and their mysticisms, who is ignorant of the rational order of the Torah and of the logical structure of the Halakha, he imagines in his mind that the Kabbalah is a certain mysticism, and the people of Kabbalah he pictures as mystics and fantastists who receive personal revelation and have mystic encounters with the infinite and the absolute. One of these seculars, who is an absolute ignorant man in Torah, halakha, Jewish thought, and philosophical understanding, succeeded in impressing upon many that he is the greatest scholar of Kabbalah in our generation. In reality, there is nothing original in his books, since the misunderstanding of criticizing Kabbalah historically and comparing it to Goyish avodah zarah doctrines was already done by greats, Shadal, Landor, Rubin, Jelinek, and many others. In an essay written by Hillel Zeitlin entitled Kidmot Hamatrin Be'Yisrael, he indicates the mistakes of these people and proves that the knowledge of Kabbalah was already known to Chazal and the Rishonim. This secular writer took the many for granted. With his existentialist language and rhetorical pathos, he tried to impress many with comparisons between Kabbalah and mysticism. He writes heavy books about Kabbalah, comparing it with all the Goyish mystics and mystical writers who are immersed in avodah zarah in the world. Through the techniques of selecting words taken out of context from the Nevi'im, Talmud, and Mekubalim, he compares Kabbalah and Nevuah to the Goyish mystics who create new creeds, new practices of religion, new dogmas, and new rituals through the mystical assertions of individuals and their encounters. What the secular does not know or does not want to know is that in the Torah a Navi cannot add anything to or diminish anything from the Halakha. With his Nevuah, he cannot interpret, explain, or change any particular detail in Halakha. If a Navi does so, he is a Navi HaShaker. All that a Navi can do is to advise the endeavors of Klal Yisrael as to their success or failure. His aim is to guide the social affairs of Klal Yisrael in that which pertains to the pragmatic affairs of the nation or of the individual, for example, to wage war, whether it will be successful or not, etc. But here, the Navi does not assert himself through any mysterious powers. He has to be checked by the Sanhedrin, and he has to be tested empirically. He has to predict what will happen in the future in a certain period, and if it does not happen the way he predicted, as checked by the Sanhedrin, then he is considered a false Navi and is Chayav Mitah. Furthermore, if a man in Klal Yisrael asserts that he has mystical visions or an encounter with God without proof, not only is he not accepted, but he is chayav mitah. Individual encounters without proof are avodah zarah. Moreover, if a Navi will make a certain prediction, even as unusual as it is, but in his nevuah he asserts something concerning the halakha, whether it is to diminish a minute detail of the halakha or to add to it, he is a false Navi and is chayav mitah. His prediction is considered only a rare chance of possibility, since every prediction of the Navi is only valid by the law of rov and chazakah. All this is common knowledge for the Torah student and is clear-cut in all the Sfarim in Tanakh, in Gemara, in Rishonim, and Acharonim. No controversy is possible on this subject according to the Halakha. That is why the whole genuine Torah world asserted immediately that Shabtai Tzvi was a charlatan, a fraud, and an impostor, as was proven later by the fact of his conversion to the Goyish religion. In short, Kabbalah has nothing to do with mysticism. Mysticisms are claims of revelations by individuals or societies, whereas in Torah there are no new revelations possible, since everything is included in the Torah. Hence, any assertion, elucidation, and erudition of the Torah by a prophet, a mekubal, or any other genuine invention of genius is only in the capacity of commentary to elucidate the tamim, the reasons for the halakha, nothing more and nothing less. One can find this assertion in Torah Shebal Peh, which includes the Talmud and the Kabbalah from the time of the Talmud up to date. In the works of the secular exponent of Kabbalah and in his associates and followers, there is nothing new. All he did is take many doctrines of the mystics, which according to Torah are pure avodah zarah, and link them to Kabbalah by modern pseudoscientific means. He clothed them in modern, apparent, philosophical, scientific, and historic language, and glued them to the words of Mekubalim, Zohar, and Chazal, as if there would be real Jewish mysticism with mystic doctrines, as in the non-Torah world. He does not understand the concept of halakha and the concept of commentative explanations, where they do not contradict halakha. In their essence, these aspects of Kabbalah have no relation at all to the Goyish mysticism, Chalila, as the halakha has no relation to the Avodah Zarah doctrines. It is plain chutzpah, and even worse for one who has no concept of the halakha, no understanding of the Baalei halakha, who does not understand the Mekubalim, their biography, history, zeal, and intention to explain the sod part of the Torah, to speak with such certitude about his erroneous assertions. Would he know these people from inside, from their comprehension of the halakha, from their faith in the Torah, from their learning Torah lishma, from their quest to understand the secrets of the Torah, from their ahavat Hashem and yirat Hashem? Would he have the slightest idea of the insight of Pardes and its exponents? Would he seek the truth to know Torah? He would destroy all the nonsense that he published in his books, where he compared Torah to avodah zarah. Through his ignorance and gruesome understanding, he ascribed to the keen minds of the Jewish genius, as for example, to the Ari HaKadosh, the Baal Shem Tov, and the Vilna Gaon, Chalila, avodah zarah, mysticism. It is a greater crime than if one would stamp a tzelem on every page of their writings. Only a man who has no vestige of the conception of the greatness of Torah could be so dull in interpreting the beauty, splendor, and majesty of Kabbalah in such a gruesome way, camouflaging it in scientific, philosophical language, with the ethos of scholarship and scientific research. If one orients himself in the subject, he will find immediately the falsity of the assertions, comparisons, interpretations of the mystics to the Torah. All that this secularist has done is to connect the words together. To use an aphorism of Santayana, he builds hypotheses of words, which a rude man would call rubbish. A comparative relation of Sod to the development of science. The Remez and Sod parts of the Torah consist of Shivim Ponim, classified in 70 ways of explanation. Every generation comprehends the Sod and Remez of the Torah according to the knowledge of the generation. Not only in Olam Hazeh, but also in the Ruchaniyut world of Olam Haba. Everyone understands the Torah according to the conception of the understanding in the world in which he is. According to the law of perfection, every system of existence is included in the Torah. But every system of existence and its state of affairs is related not only to the Sod of the Torah, but also to the Peshat, as long as the Gezerat HaKatuv of the Halakha is not changed. In the man-sized world, some generations comprehended the Torah according to what was called in their time Pshat.
Some generations conceived the Torah in Sod. The words of the Pshat and the words of Sod can be interpreted in the capacity of Ta'amei HaMitzvot in infinitely different ways. But the Halacha, which is law, cannot be changed, as the laws of nature cannot be changed, or as the laws of logic are not changeable. However, to draw from these laws moral, ethical, aesthetical, or any artful pictures for man's philosophical, metaphysical states of mind and levels of satisfaction depends on man's interpretation and comprehension. And by definition, every true interpretation which leads to these aspects of the soul and in coordination of the halacha is included in the Torah, as it is said, Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim Chaim. Men of Torah have a right to accept their comprehension in the Torah as reality. The Torah is called Chaim, life, as a man lives his life according to his mind and existence. But man, in his highest level of living, cannot avoid the laws of nature. He cannot exist and contradict the law of gravitation or any other law of nature and continue his living. So, men of Torah cannot contradict the laws of the halacha. They live according to the Torah, no matter what philosophy they accept, and in what state of mind they are. But these different variations and comprehensions of the pshat and sod of the Torah are not only different in different worlds, whether ruchaniut or a physical world, but they differ even in this man-sized world in different periods and eras of history. For example, the word eretz, which according to the pshat and grammar of the Torah means running, as the great medieval Pashtan, the Radak, explains it, as the earth runs or moves on its axis constantly. But at that time it had to be explained in the mode of remez and sod, which meant metaphorically that the earth was running to do the will of God. In other words, the steady existence of the earth is determined by the will of God. But in the Renaissance, and from the time of Galileo and Copernicus, the word eretz becomes clear according to the plain pshat that the earth moves on its axis. In an earlier chapter, I brought numerous instances where, before modern discoveries of science, words of the Torah were explained according to categories of drush, remez, and sod. But with the progress of science, the simple pshat of the Torah was discovered empirically. Through the progress of time, many aspects of the Torah, where the pshat was hidden, were explained then only through the levels of sod. So conversely, many aspects of the Torah were understood as pshat in eras when people knew only the man-sized world. With the advance of science and technology, the pshat has to be understood according to the sod of the Torah. But I have to emphasize that all these conceptions of the Torah by different generations are, according to the law of perfection, not a mere chance, but entirely determined by the hashgacha pratit, as will be indicated empirically by examples of historic fact. But first, a principle has to be established. The progress of Chokhmah and the discovery of the sod of nature are proportional to the progress of the discovery of Chokhmat HaTorah and its sod. According to Chazal and the Zohar HaKadosh, Chokhmah, knowledge, whether it is Chokhmat HaTorah or Chokhmat HaOlam, which means non-Torah knowledge, comes min HaShamayim. This means that the discovery of Chokhmah, knowledge of Torah, and knowledge of the world is determined by the Hashgacha. The sum total amount of Chokhmah that flows to a generation is determined by the Zechutim of the generation and of those individuals who discover it, as was explained earlier. Since the Chokhmah, the knowledge of a generation, is determined by Hashgacha Pratit of Hashem, whether it is Torah knowledge or non-Torah knowledge, it is a historical fact that in a period when knowledge is discovered in the non-Torah world, by the same proportion and the same quality of knowledge is discovered in the Torah world. When the non-Torah world had a Newton and a Leibniz, the Torah world had the Gaon of Vilna and the Shagat Aryeh. In a generation of Einstein and Planck, the Torah world had a Reb Chaim Brisker and a Reb Avraham of Sokachov. And there is no doubt in the minds of the insiders of Torah who also know the Chokhmat HaOlam that this parallelism is an empirical fact. In the beginning of the Renaissance, when Descartes abolished all the medieval doctrines and destroyed once and for all the Aristotelian concepts of a purposive physics, new discoveries came to the world by Galileo and his contemporaries built upon entirely new concepts. Medieval maxims and syllogisms were destroyed by new mathematics. Correspondingly, new concepts in the Torah were established by the Maharal Mipraug and his contemporaries, by the Ari HaKadosh and the Mekubalim. They rejected the medieval philosophical interpretation of the sod part of the Torah. New progressive logical explanations corresponding to their time were discovered to explain the Ta'amei HaMitzvot, which is the sod part of the Torah. We see here clear divine guidance and hashgacha pratit. The more science is discovered, the more the pshat of the Torah, which relates to the man-sized world, becomes hidden. Then the more the sod part of the Torah is discovered.
When the man-sized world invented the telescope and started looking in the heavens and did not see the Chalon Harakia, the physical windows of the heavens, at the same time the teachings of Kabbalah explained independently only from the logical definitions and relations of the Kabbalah that this Chalon Harakia is a Ruchaniyut category. And the more the man-sized world was widened by scientific technology and instruments, and the pshat of the Torah became more difficult to understand, the more the concepts of Kabbalah to explain the sword part of the Torah were brought out, as in the Sfarim of the Gaon of Vilna, of the Baal Shem Tov and his Talmidim, and of Rabbeinu Shneur Zalman of Liadi and his contemporaries. As the man-sized world lost its status in the scientific world, and the physical universe of time and space was seen to be infinitely great, the Ruchaniyut world, which is the continuation of existence beyond time and space, and the correlation and correspondence to the concept of the physical universe, which is expressed in the teachings of the 10 Sfirot, is seen more widely and clearly. It is clear to the man of Torah that the Pshat relates to the Ruchaniyut world beyond time and space, and Sod becomes part of the Pshat. There is no difficulty to understand that symbolic explanations in the Torah could be the Pshat, as for example, Hashem Ish Milchama. It is obvious beyond a doubt that God is not a man, since it says very clearly and explicitly in the Torah that any temuna, picture or form of God, is Avodah Zarah, as it is stated clearly and explicitly in the 10 Commandments. The Pshat is, as Rashi explains, this means the Lord is a master of war, just as Ruth chapter 1 verse 3, the Ish, i.e. the master of Naomi. Wherever the words Ish and Ishecha occur, they must be translated by Bal. So too, 1 Kings chapter 2 verse 2, be you strong and show yourself an Ish, a mighty person. Hashem Shemo, the Lord is his name. His wars are not waged with martial weapons, but he fights by means of his name, just as David said, 1 Samuel chapter 17 verse 45, but I come against you in the name of the Lord of hosts. The Rambam also explains the pshat of many psukim symbolically. He says, since this is so, what is the meaning of the following expressions found in the Torah, beneath his feet, Exodus chapter 24 verse 10, written with the finger of God, Exodus chapter 31 verse 18, the hand of God, Exodus chapter 9 verse 3, the eyes of God, Genesis chapter 38 verse 7, the ears of God, Numbers chapter 11 verse 1, and similar phrases. All these expressions are adapted to the mental capacity of the majority of mankind who have a clear perception of physical bodies only. The Torah speaks in the language of men. All these phrases are metaphorical, like the sentence, if I whet my glittering sword, Deuteronomy chapter 32 verse 41. Has God then a sword, and does he slay with a sword? The term is used symbolically, and all these phrases are to be understood in a similar sense. That this view is correct is proved by the fact that one prophet says that he had a vision of the Holy One, blessed be he, whose garment was white as snow, Daniel chapter 7 verse 9, while another says that he saw him with dyed garments from Bozrah, Isaiah chapter 63 verse 1. Moshe Rabbeinu, our teacher himself, saw him at the Red Sea as a mighty man waging war, Exodus chapter 15 verse 3, and on Sinai as a congregational reader wrapped in his talit, all indicating that in reality he has no form or figure. These only appeared in a prophetic vision, but God's essence as it really is, the human mind does not understand, and is incapable of grasping or investigating. And this is expressed in the scriptural text, can you, by searching, find out God? Can you find out the Almighty unto perfection? Job chapter 11 verse 7. What was it that Moshe Rabbeinu sought to comprehend when he said, show me, I beseech you, your glory? Exodus chapter 33 verse 18. He sought to have so clear an apprehension of the truth of God's existence that the knowledge might be like that which one possesses of a human being, whose face one has seen, and whose image is imprinted on the mind, and whom therefore the mind distinguishes from other men. In the same way, Moshe Rabbeinu, our teacher, asked that this truth of God's existence might be distinguished in his mind from other beings, and that he might thus know the truth of God's existence as it really is. God replied that it is beyond the mental capacity of a human creature composed of body and soul to obtain in this regard clear knowledge of the truth. The Almighty, however, imparted to Moshe Rabbeinu what has been vouchsafed to no man before or since. Moshe Rabbeinu attained so much knowledge of the truth of the divine existence that God was in his mind distinct from other beings in the same way as an individual whose back is seen, whose physical form and apparel are perceived, is distinguished in the observer's mind from the physical form of other individuals. And Scripture hints this in the text, you shall see my rearward, but my face shall not be seen. Exodus chapter 33 verse 23. The pshat of the psukim of the Torah is in the category of logical symbolism.
The Rambam devoted the first sefer of the Moreh Nebuchim to prove at length beyond doubt for anyone who understands that the Torah is min hashamayim, that the pshat of these psukim is symbolical. In our time, if the Kabbalah would not be opened up proportionally to the discoveries of modern science, many psukim of the Torah would remain without our knowing the pshat. Hence, the Hashgacha Protit caused that by the same proportion that science is discovered, which is the opening of the non-Torah sod part of man's physical world, by the same proportion was opened the sod part of the Ruchaniyut world, so that in our time the pshat of the Torah could be understood parallel to the knowledge and concepts of the Chokhmah of our century. An illustration of this is the symbolic language in Tehillim chapter 18, where David HaMelech says, "He bowed the heavens also, and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon a keruv, and did fly. He soared on the wings of the wind." Of course, whoever understands the beauty of this poetic symbolism of the Nebuah of David HaMelech will stand in awe of its majestic grandeur. But in its literal form, it gave a picture for the people who lived in the dimensions of the man-sized world to see the infinite greatness of God, since for man, flying was an impossibility. But in this century, when any child sees the airplane flying, this pasuk gives no picture to the uneducated. However, the symbolic meaning of this pasuk is related to the Ruchaniyut world, the 10 Sfirot beyond time and space, and to the Maaseh Merkava, which is described in the first chapter of Yechezkel and explained by the Mekubalim. An insider of Torah who has some knowledge of Kabbalah cannot stop wondering about the brilliance of David HaMelech expressing a complete system in a few words. Of course, without Ruach HaKodesh, David HaMelech could not write this. In short, the more science progresses, which is the sod part of man's physical world, the more the teachings of Kabbalah, which is the sod part of the Torah, becomes necessary to understand the pshat of the Torah. There is a determination of Hashgacha Pratit that these two categories of science and Kabbalah should progress in parallel and correspondingly. That is why it happened that Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto explained the events of history through the sod part of the Torah, as I explained before. It is important to emphasize that the word pshat, which is translated as plain understanding, its meaning is not as the superficial appearance of the sentence flows. It means that which we conceive intuitively as the meaning of the sentence. But if it can be proved logically what the sentence means, so long as we are sure that this is the meaning of the pasuk, it is defined under pshat. It is defined under pshat even if we have to compute its meaning by logical combinations or mathematics. As long as we know logically that this is the true meaning of the pasuk, whether we apply the 13 midot or even other ways that truth can be discovered, as for example through the tiktuk of the pasuk, or even by applying symbolic logic and computing it through the tables of the functions of truth, it is defined under pshat. Pshat in Halakha and in Torah is the first level form of discovering truths of the Torah. This eliminates and destroys once and for all what the Maskilim, Chokhmat Yisrael, and laymen commonly call pshat. For the inside Talmudic student, this is the system how halakha in the Torah is derived. Since the system is a logical system, any combination of logical application will result in the same truths. This is what is defined by pshat. To the outsider it may appear strange, but to the logician who understands the system of the Talmud, it is common knowledge. It is as clear to him as the difficulties of a mathematical formula, which, though appearing strange and far-fetched to the non-mathematician, are clear reality and truth for the mathematician. The advanced Talmudic student who wants more elaboration of the intricacies of the definition of Peshat will benefit by studying the Ma'amar HaIkarim, an essay on fundamentals written by the Gaon Reb Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Zecher Livracha. A personal note. By this principle, as much as Chokhmah is revealed to a generation, so that much Chokhmah of the Torah has to be revealed. Today, in Atchalta de Geula, though no theoretical concepts of science are developed, many technological discoveries are developed every day. So in Torah, for the last 50 years, there was discovered many manuscripts of the Rishonim in the Halacha and Agada. Their discovery is parallel and proportional to modern technological discovery in the physical world. This is the real reason why so many manuscripts were discovered and restored in this generation. Never was there a period of history where so many manuscripts were found and published in the Torah world as in our time. Since in this time of Atchalta de Geula and Ikvota de Meshicha, there are no Gaonim like Reb Chaim, Brisker, or others, the sum total amount of Torah had to flow to this generation proportionally. The sum total amount of Torah had to flow to this generation proportionally to the meager amount of Chokhmah, but a great amount of techniques in it. So proportionally, the discovery of manuscripts in our time, which were written by previous Gaonim of Torah, technically gave the sum total amount of Torah in our generation by divine guidance.
Torah and Reason, Chapter 25. The supreme mitzvah of learning Torah and its effects in the domain of purpose. The difference between Chiyuv HaMitzvah and Kiyum HaMitzvah was explained. The Chiyuv and its practice is the minimum in the obligation of Torah, but the Kiyum HaMitzvah, if a man is eager to fulfill God's will beyond his duty, is unlimited. This means that every second that a man learns Torah, he has a Kiyum HaMitzvah, a realization and a fulfillment of God's will in his action according to his ability. This is expressed clearly and explicitly in the Mishnah about those obligations which have no bounds, among them being the study of Torah. This mitzvah of learning Torah is the most fundamental mitzvah of the Tariag mitzvot. The purpose of it is, as was explained in the above-mentioned chapter, a Gzerat HaKatuv, a law given and commanded by God. Man's relation to this mitzvah is not purposive but relational, as is any other law of Torah or nature created by God. Of course, we could find a myriad of ta'amim reasons, as are found in other mitzvot, that could be incorporated into this mitzvah of Talmud Torah, learning Torah, but a point has to be emphasized here. No ta'amim mitzvot can compel the intellect of man to accept them in the state of affairs of mankind without God's command to do the mitzvah. Just as a man would not regenerate without the biological and psychological urge of bringing up a family, so knowing an intellectual reason is not enough for man to construct any system in any domain of life, without an involvement of human temperament. The Gemara says in Eruvin, if the Torah would not have been given, we could have learned chastity from the cat, gazela, not to steal, from the ant, arayot, from the dove. Derech eretz, we would learn from the rooster. The question arises, if we could have gotten these principles from nature, why did the Torah have to prescribe these virtues for us? According to what was just said, the answer is simple. The Gemara does not say we would accept, practice, and lead our lives according to these indications from the natural behavior and instincts of the creatures of nature. The Gemara only says that we would have learned these concepts from nature. This learning would never have entered into the state of affairs of man's society in its full realization. The mitzvah of learning Torah as such is difficult to conceive, even for the pious one. The mitzvah of learning Torah has to be explained. It is entirely strange to the non-Torah man, and even to the pious Jew who is Mekayim all the mitzvot of the Torah with his full zeal. The mitzvah of learning Torah as such is not conceived even by the most religious man unless he himself is involved in and dwells in the domain of Torah. The most that a non-Torah man or a religious, pious Jew can understand is that Talmud Torah is only a means to an end in order that a person should know the dinim of the Torah, how to practice the mitzvot of God as commanded in his Torah. But learning Torah for its own essence, pilpul for the sake of pilpul, intellectual contemplations for the sake of understanding the profundity and the subtleties of Torah look strange and exotic, not only to the Goyish world, but even to the religious Jew it is not being a fundamental concept in his belief. The Mishnah says in Pirkei Avot, if you had learned much of the Torah, do not feel satisfied and praise the effort of your personal achievement, because you were created by God for this purpose. The Avot Tereb Natan comments on this Mishnah saying, because people were created for the purpose of learning Torah, this is a very logical relationship in the purpose of creation. The necessary importance of Talmud Torah in the Halakha against the general public opinion of the non-Torah world is indicated in the fact that the Rambam in his Mishneh Torah wrote a full sefer of dinim of learning Torah, as he wrote a full sefer of Hilchot Shabbat or of Kiddush HaChodesh. Two principles of Torah which determine history. The Gemara in Nedarim quotes the pasuk Jeremiah chapter 9, who is the wise man that may understand this, and who is he to whom the mouth of the Lord has spoken, that he may declare it? Why does the land perish and is burned up like a wilderness that none passes through? The Gemara comments that this question was asked of the Chachamim, men of knowledge, and of the prophets, and that they could not explain the great Holocaust and the Churban, the destruction of the Bet HaMikdash, and the land, since this was a generation of sages who kept the Torah and the mitzvot. Why did they deserve such a punishment? The Gemara emphasized that no wise man could solve this riddle until God himself explained it to the prophet, saying, because they neglected the Torah that I gave them, and they did not listen to my voice, and did not go in the ways of the Torah. The Gemara comments on this, asking, what is the meaning of the repetition here? There is the pasuk of neglect and abandonment of my Torah, and then God repeats again, they did not listen to my voice. On this comments Rabbi Yehuda in the name of Rav, because they did not make a bracha before they read the Torah. This Gemara is very profound, and great principles can be learned from it. Two principles are involved here. One, that the learning of Torah as such is so important that for neglecting it came the Holocaust. Two, that for not making a bracha before learning the Torah came the great Churban of the Beit HaMikdash and the land, even though they were Mekayim the Torah and the mitzvot. The first principle could be conceived in the domain of God's commands, of His will, His precepts of the mitzvot, but the second principle is very difficult to understand. Why should the sin of not making a bracha before reading the Torah cause such a severe punishment of the great Churban? This remains a dilemma even for the man of Torah, since there are much greater sins in the Torah than the sin of not making a bracha before reading the Torah. The Ran gives a long explanation in the name of Rabbeinu Yonah, Zecher Livracha, that the main transgression here was that learning Torah as such was not a significant value in the conception of the people of that generation. This requires reasonable explanation for modern man who rejects dogmas and does not want to take refuge in mysteries. In order to explain logically how Torah relates in the divine system, I will bring at length the words of the Ran and clarify their depth. But before doing so, the many categories of Talmud Torah, its relations and its purpose in the Bria will be analyzed. The first category of learning Torah in the field of purpose is a means for Kiyum HaMitzvah. There are different categories of Talmud Torah with relations to and implications for the individual and a Jewish society. The following categories and their analysis are very fundamental for the Talmudic student, and though they appear simple, their importance should not be underestimated. These categories are some of the most important premises required in order to understand the principle of Talmud Torah and its significance for the insider as well as for the outsider. The first category of Talmud Torah is that of a purpose and a means for the Kiyum HaMitzvot, for the realization and practical fulfillment of mitzvot. Stated simply, as the Mishnah says, En bur yare chet velo am haaretz chasid. This means that the man who is ignorant of Torah cannot possess the awe and fear of God so as not to sin, and the unlearned one cannot be a sage. This reason obliges man to learn Torah in order to be able to fulfill the practice of the mitzvot. This purpose is called in halachic language, hechsher mitzvah. This means the preparation, the stages by which the mitzvah can be realized. For example, making a sukkah is a hechsher mitzvah. Sitting in a sukkah is a kiyum ha-mitzvah. Making tefillin is a hechsher mitzvah. Putting on the tefillin on yourself, on your head and hand is kiyum ha-mitzvah. It is valuable to keep in mind these two concepts, hechsher ha-mitzvah and kiyum ha-mitzvah. The Talmudic student will find them in almost every halacha, and many difficulties are solved by this differentiation between mitzvah and hechsher mitzvah. The mitzvah of Talmud Torah is one of the most important commands and precepts in the Tariag mitzvot. It is related only to men. However, learning Torah as a purpose and as a hechsher mitzvah, to know how to do the mitzvot, is given to everyone, Jews and non-Jews, man and woman. Everyone is obliged to do the mitzvot that relate to him, whether he is a Kohen, a Levi, or Israel, man or woman, Jew or non-Jew, who is commanded only the 7 fundamental mitzvot of Ben Noach. They all have to learn Torah to know how to fulfill their obligations. And even though a woman or Ben Noach does not have the chiyuv of learning Torah, they still have the kiyum of the mitzvot, with the full kedusha that the mitzvah brings into the person. Reb Meir said, even a non-Jew who studies the Torah is compared to the Kohen Gadol, high priest. It is learned from the following pasuk, verse, which says, You shall therefore keep my statutes and my ordinances, which if man will do them, he will live by them. It does not say, if a Kohen, Levi, or Israel do them, he shall live by them. It says, man should do it and live by it, which means every human being. On this, Tosafot asks a question. It says in another place that a Ben Noach who learns Torah is chayav mita. Answers Tosafot that here, where the Gemara is speaking about a Ben Noach who learns Torah and is like a Kohen Gadol, it means that he is learning that part of the Torah which is related to the mitzvot that he is obliged to do. We see from this Gemara that not only is the Ben Noach merited by receiving the knowledge of Torah as a Hechsher mitzvah, but he gets the highest value of Kedusha in his status, as the Kohen Gadol gets in his status. Although for a Ben Noach, learning Torah is only Kiyum HaMitzvah, he gets rewarded and receives by it the highest quality of Kedusha. And so the Shulchan Aruch says that women are supposed to say Birkat HaTorah, the morning blessing of the Torah, because they have to learn the part of the Torah that relates to their mitzvot. This indicates that it is not only a Hechsher mitzvah for women to learn Torah, but also a Kiyum HaMitzvah, since a bracha is related only to Kiyum HaMitzvah. Learning Torah as Hechsher mitzvah and as Chiyuv. There are many differences between learning Torah as a chiyuv and command of God, as one of the precepts of Taryag mitzvot, and the concept of learning Torah as a hechsher mitzvah. If one already possesses the knowledge of the practice of the mitzvah, then from the point of view of hechsher mitzvah, it would not be necessary for him to learn Torah. So too, for one who possesses a pair of tefillin and tzitzit, it is not necessary for him to acquire another pair. However, there is involved here a deeper demarcation line between the Hechsher mitzvah and the mitzvah of learning Torah. The Gemara says in Shabbat, Reb Yosef Bar Chama, in the name of Reb Sheshet, explains, what does it mean that it is written in Proverbs chapter 3, for the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and its grain than fine gold. She is more precious than rubies, and all the things you can desire are not to be compared to her. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand are riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. She is a tree of life to those who lay hold of her, and happy are those who hold her fast. This means that a man who learns Torah has the zechut and a privilege to learn long, and also God merits him with richness and honor. In the right hand of the Torah is long life, and in the left hand of the Torah is riches and honor. The Gemara notes a seeming contradiction. It looks like there are two categories here. One who reaches a higher level of learning Torah, as symbolized in the words right hand, and a lower level of learning Torah, which is symbolized in the words left hand. And the Torah promises that the ones who follow the right hand of the Torah are merited with long life, and that the ones who reach only the lower level of the Torah are blessed only with richness and honor. The Gemara asks, in the right, one gets long life, but riches and honor one does not get? Of course he does, as Rashi explains, because long life is a greater value than riches and honor. The Gemara answers, for the righteous one who follows the right path, he gets long life, and it goes without saying, osher vechavod, righteousness and honor for sure. But the one who follows the left path does not have that great privilege of reaching extra long life, but while he lives, his life is blessed with riches and honor. Rashi explains the definition of right and left in two ways. One way is that right is the one who learns Torah lishma, Torah for the sake of the love of the mitzvah of Torah, and left is the one who does not learn Torah lishma. The second explanation of Rashi is that the right means the one who puts his whole effort, intellect, and mind to the intricacies, the complexities, and pilpul of Torah, to understand it in a way even more advanced than the mathematicians endeavor to understand the theoretical logic of a mathematical formula. And left is one who suffices himself to learn Torah in its simple way, without entering into its intricate logic and concepts. These two explanations of Rashi are related to the difference between Hechsher mitzvah and the mitzvah of learning Torah. For Hechsher mitzvah, even Torah shelo lishma, whatever the definition of lishma is enough so long as one knows the final decision of the halacha. But when it comes to learning Torah as such, for the mitzvah of learning Torah lishma, then it is not enough to read it as a textbook. One has to put all of one's curiosity, quest, intellect, and mind into it in his full devotion, no less than the scientist puts his time and life into his theories. The second category, the segula of Torah. Whereas the first category of Talmud Torah is a purposive one, defined as Hechsher mitzvah, a means to an end of realizing the mitzvot, the second category of Talmud Torah in the realm of purpose is the segula of Torah, the closest translation of which would be the uniqueness of Torah. This means a special, intrinsic, unique property that is possessed essentially and eminently in the peculiar, proper effect and influence that the Torah exerts on its learners. The Mishnah says in Pirkei Avot, the Chachamim, men of knowledge, were teaching in the language of the Mishnah. Blessed is God who chose these Chachamim and their teaching in the system of Torah. Reb Meir says, one who learns Torah Lishma is privileged to many merits. Furthermore, the whole world is worth his existence. He is defined as a friend to his fellow man. He is loved and loves God. He appreciates with love other human beings. He brings joy, so to speak, to the fulfillment of God's will and brings joy to every person. The Torah dresses up his personality with anava and yira, with humbleness and awe to fear God. It affects his personality to become a tzaddik and a chassid, a man of absolute righteousness. It enables him to be upright and trustworthy. He becomes estranged to sin and comes near to zechut, merit and perfection. He benefits others with his advice and counsel, and people enjoy listening to his intuitive understanding as strength of wisdom. As it is quoted where the Torah said, I am the advice and the wisdom. I am the understanding, and to me belongs the strength. It gives him majesty and rulership, and impartial decision of judgment. The inner insights of the Torah are uncovered for him, and he becomes like a fountain that never fails, and like a river which constantly gains in vigor. His living is full with chastity and modesty, with magnanimity and a spiritual forgiveness of those who degrade him. It gives him dignity and exaltation to achieve the most perfect deeds. This Mishnah is the exact description and definition of the Segula of Torah. The beginning of the Mishnah reads, Blessed is God who chose these Chachamim and their teaching in the system of Torah. The words Bahem ube Mishnatam therein, which means that blessed is God who chose them, the Chachamim, and their teaching, is a special emphasis. This special emphasis is explained by the Mefarshim because no statement of a Tanna in Pirkei Avot was accepted unless he himself practiced and exemplified empirically what he taught. That is why the Mishnah says, Bahem ube Mishnatam. In other words, the teachings of the Tanna and his statements of ethics were related to his personal practice of them. Theoretically, anyone can come up with great ethical ideas, but in Torah they would not be accepted unless the man himself is a sage and practices his words to their full realization. Concerning every Tanna who makes a statement on some ethical concept in the Mishnah of Avot, we find in the Gemara that this particular Tanna achieved the particular perfection in the practice of his idea. That is why there are so many statements from different Tanaim in Pirkei Avot. Even though every Tanna had a conceptual knowledge of the virtues mentioned in Pirkei Avot, as for example Shalom, peace, Tzedakah, charity, Emet, truth, etc., the Pirkei Avot quoted these statements only from those Tanaim who reached perfection in a particular Midah, virtue. That is why, when the Chazal are seeking a better student of Torah, the first rule was to check his character and actions. Halacha and the definition of Lifnim Meshurat Hadin. The Rambam says that a student who was not going in the right way should not be taught Halacha. The definition of not going in the right way is one who does not go beyond the written law. In Talmud, this is called Lifnin Meshurat Hadin, which means beyond the letter of the law. For example, the Gemara tells us in Baba Metzia that Rabbi Bar Chana had some carriers who had to deliver for him some barrels of wine, and during delivery they broke them. He grabbed their clothes to keep in escrow until they would pay him the money due him for the damage that they caused in breaking the barrels, it being their fault. According to the halacha, they were responsible to reimburse the damage. The workers came to Rab and complained. Rab told Rabbi Bar Chana, give them back their clothes. Rabbi Bar Chana, who is one of the great Amoraim scholars of Talmud, asked him in wonder, Dina Hachi, is this the law? Rab answered Rabbi Bar Chana, yes, for you this is the law, because it is written, you should go in the ways of the good people. This means that a person of Torah should not be strict with the law, but should do chesed and bend himself beyond the written letter of the law. This is called Lifnim Meshurat Hadin, beyond the demarcation line of the law. A Torah man has to forgive, overlook, and do chesed beyond the demarcation line of the law. Of course, this depends upon the situation and the circumstances of the person with whom the man of Torah has to deal. When a man insists only upon following the line of the law, he cannot be punished or condemned in the Dinei Adam, but in Dinei Shamayim his action is judged entirely differently. As Chazal say, why was Yerushalayim destroyed? Because their entire state of affairs was related to the rule of the Din Torah, to the law of the Torah. They kept the rules of the Torah in line, but they would not bend beyond it. This statement will be explained later in its full depth. However, it is important to keep in mind that Lifnim Meshurat Hadin is not a moral concept, but a clear-cut halakha of a maximum of Kiyum HaMitzvah and a minimum of Chiyuv HaMitzvah. To return to the Gemara, those carriers continued asking Rab, saying to him, "We are poor people, and we worked hard a whole day, and we have nothing with which to buy food to eat." Rab said to Rabba bar Chana, "Pay them for their day's work." Rabba bar Chana exclaimed to Rab, "Dina hachi, is this the law? Why should I have to pay them, when not only did they not deliver the wine for me, but they even broke the barrels?" Answered Rab, "Yes, this is the din, because it is written, you should keep the ways of the tzaddikim." And of course, a tzaddik is one who would pay these poor, unfortunate people their wages, his action being an emulation of God's ways. Rabba bar Chana, who is a great Torah man, has to go Lifnim Meshurat Hadin. The Rambam explains that the concept of Lifnim Meshurat Hadin is proportional to the greatness of the man of Torah. The greater the man of Torah is, the more he has to go over the line of the din and show good virtue. If not, says the Rambam, it is Chilul Hashem, blasphemy of God's name. It is not within the scope of this chapter to bring other examples from the innumerable examples of Chazal which indicate that a Torah student must be perfect in his relation to his fellow man. The Rambam says that a student who does not go beyond the line of the law should not be taken into a Talmudic academy until he changes and learns to go in the ways of good people. Furthermore, the Gaon of Vilna says that the entire worship of God depends only on Tikkun Hamidot, which means the perfection of one's virtues, and that all of one's sins are rooted in man's bad midot, vices. Moreover, according to the Chazal and the explanation of the Rambam and the Gaon of Vilna, a man who has no good midot cannot be great in Torah. He may achieve some intellectual scholarship, but he can never reach the intrinsic truth of the Torah if he lacks good midot. In Psak Halacha, in the decision of the law, it is impossible to have Siyata Deshmaya, divine guidance to conceive inner truths, if he is not a man of good midot. This amounts to one proposition, that the Gedolei Torah, the greatness of the people of Torah, is a function of their states of mind, virtues, and their conception and practice of good midot. This is a convertible proposition. The more a man is involved in Torah, the more he learns Torah, the more his quest is to understand the depth of Torah, the more he puts his curiosity and effort into understanding Torah, the more that Torah will influence his personality. The light of the Torah will bring out the best in him and improve his intellectual potential to the best. His state of mind will be better and his desire to do good will be developed in proportion to his dealings and quest for the truth of Torah. A man's achieving the highest level of Torah is a function of midot, and a man's achieving the highest level of midot is a function of Torah. This is the second category of learning Torah in the realm of purpose, which was defined as the segula of Torah. The third category, the effect of Torah on its learner and the wisdom to praise God. The third category of Talmud Torah in the domain of purpose is the fact that learning Torah exerts a special influence on its learner. It enables man to reach a high degree of the concepts and worship of the majesty of God and his great actions, his omnipotence, his benevolence. Only through the Torah can a human being conceive God's infinite action and its reality. More than the action of God cannot be grasped by any human mind. Any concept that man ascribes to God besides the phenomena of his action is avodah zarah, idol worship. A man's mind is limited. He cannot grasp any positive attributes of God. Man can only know what God does not lack. But man comprehends nothing of the divine character and his being. Man knows that God does not lack infinity, does not lack infinite wisdom, power, but all these are human concepts in the realm of Dibra Torah Kelashon B'nei Adam. God does not lack all these infinite aspects, but he is greater and above all of them, as I explained clearly in a previous chapter. The understanding of the glory of God and his praise can only be given by God himself, as he defined it clearly for human conception in his Torah given to man. The Gemara says in Berachot, a certain Chazan who prayed by the Amud in front of Reb Chanina said in his prayer, O God, the great, the mighty, the awesome, the majestic, the powerful, the fearful, the strong, the fearless, the sure, the dignified. He, Reb Chanina, waited until he had finished, and when he had finished, he asked him, Have you concluded all the praise of your master, God? Why did you use so many descriptions in praising God? Even the three known expressions of praise, Hagadol, Hagibor, Vehanora, the great, the mighty, the awesome, it would be prohibited to use these phrases of attribution if they were not written by Moshe Rabbeinu in God's Torah. We could not use them even in our prayer without the sanction of the Anshe Knesset Hagadola, who are the prophets that established the text of the Tefillah. The Gemara continues, but the reason that we cannot use our own expressions in the praise of God is because man's understanding is short to comprehend God's attributes, and the Gemara explains this with an example. It is as if a human king had 1,000,000 denarii of gold and someone praised him as possessing silver ones. Is that not a degradation for him? To praise God without the explicit constraints of the Torah and Halakha, one is always liable to fall into the trap of Avodah Zarah and paganism. It is written in Tehillim, From generation to generation is praised your action. My Rabbi and the great Gaon Reb Baruch Ber Lebovitz, Zecher Livracha, noted that this pasuk refers to the Torah. Notice that David HaMelech emphasized here the continuation of the Torah from generation to generation. Because without the Torah, there can be no real praise of God's actions. Man can come from science and comprehension of the phenomena of existence to understand the tremendous greatness of God. As the Rambam writes, when man contemplates all these aspects and recognizes existence with all the created beings, from the angels to the galaxies, and man with his intellect and others seeing the incredible chokhmah of God, and seeing his infinite wisdom in all the aspects of his creations, man immediately fills up his mind with an inexhaustible love of God, a thirst and a quest in his whole being to love God without limits and qualifications. He will be filled with fear and trembling as he becomes conscious of his own lowly condition, poverty and insignificance, and compares himself with any one of the pure forms that are incorporeal and have never had association with corporeal substance. He then finds himself embarrassed as a vessel which is empty and incomplete in relation to his awe for God. A man can only understand a general comprehension in his conscience for the greatness of the Master. But without the Torah, he can never know which aspects of his understanding of God are limitations of God's existence, which according to the Halakha, any limitation of the infinite being of God is Avodah Zarah and a pagan worship. As David HaMelech describes it explicitly at length in Tehillim, chapter 19, the heavens tell us the story of the dignity of God, and the firmament expresses the work of his hands. His wisdom flows from day to day, and night to night indicates his knowledge. Without words and speech, nature talks to us. The voice of God is full in the world. Man can see in the corners of the sky the dimensions of the sun, in its geometric dwelling prepared for human comfort and beauty. As the joy of a bridegroom when he steps down from his chuppah, so the sun is happy to continue its orbital course from one end to the other, and humanity cannot hide from its shine. Whether the effect is reward, where man gets God's reward in the pleasant shine of the sun, or when God uses his wrath for punishment, the strength of its shine being unbearable for humans. This is David HaMelech's description in the abstract perception of the Bria related to man. But particularly, in concrete detail, man can have no knowledge of the truth of reality without the Torah. And he continues, the Torah of God is complete and perfect. Its truth is pleasant and brings life to the soul. Because the Torah is the testimony of God, it carries the absolute truth, and it makes wise the man from his handicaps of mind. The commands of God and his precepts are straight and righteous, and their pleasantness rejoices the heart. The mitzvot of God are sound, and their brilliance enlightens the eyes. The fear of God is pure, and its righteousness lasts forever. There is no paradox in the laws of God. They are laws of truth, and at the same time, laws of justice. In short, what we learn here is that man, with his progress of knowledge, could learn to admire God's action, or Bria. But there is no way that a man can relate to God's action and avoid Avodah Zarah without the Torah. Torah and Reason. Chapter 26. Emulating God's ways as a halakha and as a metaphysical concept of Ta'amei HaMitzvot. Man cannot worship God and praise Him without the teachings of the Torah. But one could ask a very fundamental question. God does not benefit from man's praise of Him. He has no need of it. If so, why does man have to understand God's action so as to praise Him? And why did a Torah have to be given for the determination of man's praise of God in detail? Man's praise of God and the knowledge of His action is related to his Avodat Hashem and Tefillah, prayer and worship. That we have to emulate God's action, as it is written, "You shall walk in my ways," is the purpose of all the mitzvot. It is not a commentative aspect or an elucidation of Ta'amei HaMitzvot, causes for the mitzvot, but a universal precept and a revelation of the will of God according to the Torah. This principle, to one's astonishment, is explicitly written in the Torah. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days shall you labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. In it you shall not do any work, you nor your son, nor your daughter, your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested on the 7th day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day, and hallowed it. Here we see clearly that Shabbat and its Kedusha is a result of God's will that man should emulate His doings. As God finished His work in 6 days, so to speak, man has to finish his work in 6 days and rest on the 7th. But this principle is not only related to Kedusha and Shabbat, but is related to all of the mitzvot. This is the symbolic meaning of the Yerushalmi, which says, "The way of the world in the ancient days was that when a king gives a command to his people, if he wishes, he also realizes the command. If he does not wish to do it himself, others fulfill his command. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not so. He commands a gezerah, precept, and he is Mekayim it first." Why? Because it says in Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 22, "And they should keep my keeping, which I commanded them to keep. I am God who was Mekadesh, made them holy." The Yerushalmi explains that the emphasis, Adi Hashem, I am God who keeps them holy, means that God Himself is Mekayim the mitzvot, and the Yerushalmi continues to bring other proofs that God Himself is Mekayim the mitzvot, fulfills the mitzvot. By this we also understand the Gemara in Berachot, where proof is brought that God is Mekayim the mitzvah of Tefillin. Of course, the meaning of the Yerushalmi and the Gemara is symbolical, as the Gemara asks, what is written in the Tefillin of God? The Gemara answers, "Who is like your nation Israel? Goy echad ba'aretz." A unique nation on the earth. This means that the mitzvot that God is Mekayim are symbolically the fulfillment of His will in the Bria. The relation from God to the Bria in its Ruchaniyut concept. It has to be borne in mind that this is one of the most supreme teachings in the Torah. The whole Kabbalah, in its complete profundity and depth, is an explication of this principle. It is not my purpose here to explain the depth of the Yerushalmi and the Gemara. But what we learn here generally is that the Yerushalmi conceived that since the purpose of all the mitzvot and the Torah is to go in God's ways, by definition he must realize all the mitzvot himself. It follows logically that God Himself is Mekayim all the mitzvot. Of course, it is conceptually related to man's comprehension, as for example, God is Mekayim the mitzvot of tzedakah and chesed in His infinite way. God is infinitely kadosh, so we have to be kedoshim, etc. The Rambam says in Hilchot Megillah, on the holiday of Purim, it is better for a man to increase his givings to the poor than to increase his Purim Seudah, meal, and his Shelach Manot, his gifts to his friends. The Rambam states the reason, saying, because there is no greater joy and no greater happiness than to make happy the hearts of the poor, orphans, widows, and gerim. The one who makes happy these unfortunates is compared to the Shekhinah, the light of God, because it is written, to enliven the lost spirits, and to enliven the heart of the depressed. These words of the Rambam are difficult to understand, both logically and grammatically. What connection is there between the pasuk quoted by the Rambam and the halakha? According to what was said above, since the will of God is to enliven these poor, unfortunate people, if we make them happy, we are going in God's ways. This is the meaning of the Rambam's words, Dome le-Shechina. He is compared to the Shechina. For the non-expert in the subtleties of halakha and Rambam, this may appear trivial, but the Talmudic student, who will comprehend the difficulties of the words of the Rambam, will appreciate the brilliancy and sharpness of this explanation. Here we see clearly that the Rambam uses the principle of "you shall go in my ways" as a reason for psak halakha, a halachic decision. Now, the question that was asked as to the meaning and purpose of praising God is answered simply. The Torah defines the greatness of God and his action for the knowledge of man in relation to man's aim to emulate God's ways and his universal actions. The general universal precept of emulating God's ways in relation to the individual and society. The statement that God says in the Torah, "You should go in my ways," which means that we have to emulate God's actions, has two implications. First, it is a clear-cut halachic concept of a general universal rule that man has to imitate God's action and follow his ways. As God does chesed, so man has to do chesed. As God acts, so to speak, lifnim meshurat hadin, so man has to go lifnim meshurat hadin. This is a pure halakha which prescribes what man has to do and has practical consequences for man's action in his state of affairs. The second implication of "you should go in my ways" is a theoretical concept in the realm of Ta'amei HaMitzvot, some reasons for the divine commands, and their metaphysical explanations, but does not determine any condition in the decision of the mitzvah and its halachic rules. For example, to keep Shabbat is a Gezrat HaKatuv, a law given by God, as is one of the laws of nature. It cannot be affected by any metaphysical dialectics, but from the Ta'amei HaMitzvot point of view and its Ruchaniut relationship, the reason, for example, of the dinim of Shabbat is because God rested that day. This, in its higher meaning, means that Shabbat is a day of Kedusha. The relation between Kedusha and God's resting from his action in relation to the Bria being Tzimtzum, will not be explained here. In short, the concept of emulating God's ways has two different aspects. The first is halachic and its full pragmatic practice, which I call a general universal rule. The second is a particular concept, as any other reasonable concept that is used in explaining the mitzvot in their metaphysical comprehension. The first is an explicit precept. The second is implicit in the Ta'amei HaMitzvot. The first lies in the field of Ben Adam lechavero, between man and man. The second lies in the field of mitzvot ben Adam lemakom, between man and God. The halakha to emulate God's ways in its general universal precept has a very fundamental principle in the differentiation between yachid, individual, and the tzibur, society. The great Gaon Rebbe Meir Simcha says in Meshech Chochmah, when we look into the ways of Torah, there are two categories of mitzvot. One is mitzvot ma'asiyot, precepts of God for man to do and not do, like, for example, avodah zarah, idolatry, arayot, adultery, where for their transgression man is punished severely by different punishments, as karet, which means capital punishment by dinei shamayim, or capital punishment by bet din, of different depths, like skila, etc., and malkot. These mitzvot are bein adam lemakom. Another category of mitzvot is what is called nemusiot and midot, civility, righteous, ethical, and aesthetical relations to one's fellow man. When man transgresses them, causing among his fellow men machloket, fights and strife, or damaging them by lashon hara, spreading vicious gossip, or rechilut, spreading damaging stories from hearsay, and gezel, cheating in ways where there is no punishment in dinei adam. These and similar sins are not punished by bet din. In the halakha, for these sins there is no malkot, no karet, and no midah. Of course, one may be obliged by Bet Din to make good the damages that he caused to his fellow man, but there is no punishment or penalty involved like Malkot, Karet, or Mita in Dinei Adam. But, of course, in Dinei Shamayim, he will receive his punishment. The minimum existence required for man is that he does not transgress the mitzvot ma'asiyot, as, for example, idol worship and arayot. If he transgressed these sins of avodah zarah or arayot, he can cease to exist by receiving capital punishment by Bet Din according to the halacha. But by tzibur, it is just the opposite. The existence of a society depends on the realization of nemusiyot. Tzibur does not get malkot, karet, or mita. Ir hanidachat has no relation to this concept. The Yerushalmi says that in the generation of David, they were all tzaddikim, righteous men. Since there was between them vicious gossip and squealing, informing on one another, they used to fall in war. But in the generation of Achav, where there was no lashon hara and squealing on one another, when they used to go to war, they used to conquer and win wars. Reb Meir Simcha draws from this Yerushalmi a general principle that Zibur, if it is corrupt in Avodah Zarah and Arayot, on this corruption it is written, the Shekhinah rests on Klal Yisrael, even in their tumba, stage of uncleanliness, sin. But when they are corrupt in Nemusiyot and Midot and Lashon Hara, on these transgressions it is written, the Shekhinah goes back from them to the heavens, so to speak. Reb Meir Simcha continues, when I see that Klal Yisrael is corrupt in the mitzvot from man to God, like Avodah Zarah, Arayot, Shabbat, God in his chesed delays punishment. But as soon as Tzibur becomes corrupt in Nemusiyot, when there comes to be a society of crime, robbery, stealing, and civil corruption like the animals in the jungle, then God punishes the society immediately, without delay, such that their very existence is endangered. In short, the minimum rights for the existence of the individual depends on the mitzvot between man and God. The minimum rights of society depends on the civility and manners between man and man. That is why, when the whole of humanity was corrupt in the time of Noach, God brought the flood. From this we see that the existence of tzibur depends on the emulation of God's ways in its halachic category of a general, universal rule to follow God's ways. The difference between emulating the particular and the universal. Even though, in its particular sense, all the mitzvot are an emulation of God's ways, as was explained from the Yerushalmi in Rosh Hashanah, this is only from a metaphysical point of view concerning the purpose of the Bria. God's purpose is that man, who is the end of his creation, should actually imitate his ways, as a father wants that a child should go in his ways. But this is only a philosophical explanation of the divine purpose. It is a real and a true explanation, since the Torah hints this erudition to us very clearly. In the man-sized world, what concerns man is only Dinei Adam, and the physical practice of halacha. The halacha is not determined by metaphysical explanations, even if we know that they are real and true explanations. The halacha does not deal with reasons and whys, but only with logical laws given by God. However, the general universal rule of going in God's ways is an exact logical law and fact in the Torah, as is any other law and fact in nature. It consists of kiyum ha-mitzvah and chiyuv ha-mitzvah, which could be expressed in measures of a minimum and a maximum of practice. Hence, here the explicit statement that you should go in my ways does not belong to the Ta'amei HaMitzvot, history, or Agadah part of the Torah, but is a simple command of God in the frame and field of halacha. The emulation of the 13 attributes of God's action secures the existence of tzibur. The Rambam says in Moreh Nevuchim that when Moshe Rabbeinu was praying to God to save the existence of the Jewish nation after they sinned with the Egel, the golden calf, God said to him after they sinned, "Let me destroy them in a moment." Moshe Rabbeinu, with his prayer, succeeded to receive God's grace not to destroy the people who sinned. Moshe Rabbeinu continued his prayer and said to God, "Show me your ways, in order that I may know you and find grace in your eyes." The Rambam explains that one who knows God's ways, which means he understands his action, is the one who fulfills God's will and comes near to him. Not only the one who prays and fasts, but the one who emulates his ways, and by this does his will, comes near to Hashem. God answered Moshe Rabbeinu, "My ways are defined in the Shlosh Esrei Midot, the 13 attributes of my action." The Shlosh Esrei Midot are expressed in the Torah as rules which are done by His name, Hashem, His might, Kel, mercy, Rachum, graciousness, Chanun, delaying His punishment, Erech Apayim, great benevolence, Verav Chesed, truth, Ve'emet, keeping His benevolence for 2,000 generations, Notzer Chesed La'alafim, forgiving sin of error, conscious sin and intentive deliberate sin, Nose Avon Vapesha Vechata'a, of course if the man does tshuva, not clearing a guilty one without reason, Venake Lo Yenake, and continuing punishment from parents to the children only to the 4th generation, Poked Avon Avot Al Banim Ve'al Bnei Banim Al Shileshim Ve'al Ribayim. These Shlosh Esrei Midot are a supreme principle in the Torah. Almost the whole Kabbalah is implicit in this sentence of the Torah, and also many aspects of Halacha are included here. Even the shortest erudition to explain what is involved in these Shlosh Esrei Midot would require a complete sefer. Whenever the people will emulate these ways, they will find grace in God's eyes, and the goodness of God will pass before them. There is a great difficulty in these words of the Rambam, that not only the one who prays and fasts, but the one who emulates his ways and by this does his will, comes near to Hashem. It could appear to one that the Rambam discounts the great importance of the mitzvot of prayer and fasting, and puts emphasis on knowing God's ways. Outsiders of Torah and the pseudo-scholars of the Rambam were really misled in saying that the Rambam ignores the importance of tefillah and fasting. This, of course, comes from not knowing that the Rambam writes in many places of the importance of tefillah. The Rambam considers it deoraita, which means a Torah law, in contradiction to the Ramban, who holds that tefillah is derabanan. And what concerns fasting, every Jewish child knows that the fast of Yom Kippur is one of the most important precepts of the Torah. It is accepted by the whole Klal Yisrael who believe in Torah min hashamayim. The words of the Rambam become brilliantly clear according to what I have explained earlier from the words of the Gaon Reb Meir Simcha, that the existence of Klal Yisrael depends upon the mitzvot nemusiot, precepts of civility and ethical behavior between man and man, whereas the existence of the Yachid depends upon mitzvot ma'asiyot, on the mitzvot between man and God. Not only is there no difficulty in the words of the Rambam, but it is understood logically by definition that the existence of Klal Yisrael depends on nemusiot, which is included in the emulation of the Shlosh Esrei Midot of God's ways. Fasting and prayer belong to the Yachid, as to the Klal, but to go in God's ways is a necessity for the Tzibur, for human society. When human society ceases to go in God's ways and does not fulfill even the minimum requirement of civility, then humanity cannot exist. So, God revealed to Moshe Rabbeinu that the secret of survival for Klal Yisrael, not for the Yachid, depends on emulating his ways. No matter how sinful Klal Yisrael is, as long as they keep the nemusiot, which is the emulation of God's action defined in the Shlosh Esrei Midot, they still have the Zechut HaKiyum, the right of existence, and their survival is secured. What is interesting is that this differentiation between the individual and Klal Yisrael is expressed in the words of Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 56. So said God, keep mishpat, my laws. The word mishpat refers to nemusiot, between man, and do tzedakah, justice. The word tzedakah includes not only justice in the legal sense, but also in the benevolent sense of giving charity to the poor who need it. This is also defined as doing justice in the concepts of the Torah. For this my help and redemption are soon to come, and my right benevolence to be revealed. Fortunate is the man who keeps the Shabbat and does not profane it, and keeps his hands from doing any evil. It has to be noted that the first part of the passage is in the plural, but the second part is in the singular. Many great Gaonim tried to explain this passage and straighten out the contradiction, but according to the aforementioned principle, Yeshayahu Hanavi expresses here very beautifully in a few words that the redemption and survival of Klal Yisrael comes by Mishpat and Tzedakah, by doing righteousness and justice between man and man. It is not enough that Klal Yisrael keeps the mitzvot ben adam lemakom. For the redemption, it is necessary that they should also keep the nemusiot, civility between man and man, which is expressed in tzedakah and mishpat, whereas for the survival and perfection of the individual, nemusiot are not enough. It is a necessity for him to keep the mitzvot between man and God, which is Shabbat and others. It is also interesting to note that not only the Rambam's principle that the survival of Klal Yisrael depends on going in God's ways, but even the Rambam's emphasis that for Klal Yisrael prayer and fasting is not enough, the necessity for their existence being to imitate God's ways, is also included explicitly in the words of Yeshayahu Hanavi in the same chapter. Is not this rather the fast that I have chosen, to loosen the chains of wickedness, to undo the bands of the yoke, and to let the oppressed go free, and to break every yoke? Is it not to share your bread with the hungry, and that you bring the poor that are cast out to your house, when you see the naked, that you cover him, and that you hide not yourself from your own flesh? Then shall your light break forth like the morning, and your health shall spring forth speedily, and your righteousness shall go before you. The glory of God shall be your rear guard. Then shall you call, and God shall answer. You shall cry, and he shall say, Here I am. If you take away from the midst of you the yoke, the pointing of the finger, and speaking iniquity. That which the Rambam said, that the existence of Tzibur and their finding grace in God's eyes depends on emulating God's ways in his 13 midot, also gives a clue to open the code of a very difficult Gemara, which is written in symbolic language. The Gemara says in Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Yochanan says, if it would not be written in the Torah, it would be impossible for a human being to say it. That is, when it says, and God passed by before him, before Moshe Rabbeinu, and he proclaimed to him the 13 midot. And this verse teaches us that the Holy One wrapped himself around with a talit, like a shliach tzibur, like a chazan who prays by the amud for the public, and showed Moshe the seder tefillah, which means the order of the 13 midot that are recited in the prayers. And God said to Moshe, any time Klal Yisrael will sin, even the severest transgressions, the punishment of which would be disastrous for their existence, if they will pray in front of me with the order of the 13 midot, I will forgive them. It is difficult to understand this Gemara. Why did God have to stand up in front of Moshe Rabbeinu dressed in a talit like a chazan who prays in tzibur and accepts the 13 midot? Of course, the Gemara alludes here to a symbolic concept of tefillah, God showing Moshe Rabbeinu factually, so to speak, how to pray. What was so difficult here for Moshe Rabbeinu to conceive? Without entering into deep Kabbalah explanations, let us understand its peshat. It would seem from this Gemara that the prayer of the 13 midot is only to be said in tzibur, and not by an individual who prays for himself. The Gaon of Brisk, Reb Velvel Zecher Livracha, asks on this Gemara, saying that the halacha is that an individual can also say the 13 midot in his prayers. Reb Velvel remains in a dilemma and gives no answer. An insider of Torah knows that even when Chazal speak in the language of Agadah, which is a symbolic language, their examples are related to and coincide with the halacha without contradicting its framework. Actually, the entire meaning here in the Gemara is that the existence of Klal Yisrael and their grace in the eyes of God depends on emulating God's ways, his 13 midot of action in relation to the Bria. This is a concept that is very difficult to understand. The greater a man is in Kedusha, and the higher he is in intellect, the more difficult it is for him to conceive the possibility that a nation, or the whole humanity, if it completely abandons and transgresses God's commands and precepts, if it sins in every aspect of man's duty in his relation to the divine will, and if it breaks the whole order of Kedusha and the right mitzvot, still finds grace in God's eyes, and has the right to exist, just because it emulates the divine ways to the Bria, and keeps the nemusiot between man and man. No tzaddik or chacham could conceive the reality of this state of affairs. It was difficult even for Moshe Rabbeinu to understand how Klal Yisrael could exist in the right only by keeping the minimum of the Torah in their nemusiot behavior. How could the whole order of the universe and its system in the relations between Ruchaniut and Gashmiut that depends on Klal Yisrael keep its Kedusha and not be deteriorated, since the whole Bria depends on Kiyum HaMitzvot? No rational man of Torah, no pious tzaddik could understand this. Only God, in His infinite wisdom, could point out this fact affirmatively to Moshe Rabbeinu and tell him, "These are my ways that I conduct my Dinei Shamayim in the Bria." This is beyond the finite mind of a human being to grasp. Of course, the severest punishment for the individual is when he transgresses the mitzvot ma'asiyot between man and God. But the greatest handicap for Klal Yisrael is when they lack nemusiyot. One should not be misled and fall into the trap of thinking that there is a difference between mitzvot that are between man and God and those that are between man and man, saying that one set is more important than the other. According to the halacha, man cannot put his own value upon the mitzvot. The Mishnah says in Pirkei Avot, Rabbi says, "Be careful of a mitzvah that looks light to you, as of one that appears to you to be a great, severe duty, for you do not know the reward for the commandments. Balance the loss incurred in the performance of a commandment against its reward, and the gain gotten from a sin against the loss it entails." Rabbi says here that man does not know the infinite order of the mitzvot and their effect in relation to the whole universe, and the interaction of Kedusha between Gashmiut and Ruchaniut. There are different categories of mitzvot related to different states. For example, there are mitzvot that are related only to Kohanim or Leviim, and there are mitzvot that are related to everyone. The halacha may ascribe in relation to certain acts more importance to Kohanim and Leviim than to Yisraelim. This does not mean, however, that a value is put on the categories of people in relation to Kiyum HaMitzvot, to the doing of the mitzvot. It means that these mitzvot have a special effect on Kehuna. Their effect is existential in the domain of Kehuna, not efficacious in the realm of reward and punishment. Their effect is simply related to the frame of the Kedusha of Kehuna, as their relation is to the general Kedushat Israel. In respect to reward and punishment, there is no difference between the Kohen and the Yisrael. They both will be equally punished if they are not Mekayim the mitzvot, and they both will be rewarded equally if they are Mekayim the mitzvot. The effect in respect of Kedusha could be different in different stages. A man of medicine and a man of physics could have the same reward for their services to society, although their action and the effects of their action are in different domains. So it has to be understood that in relation to all the mitzvot, whether they be nemusiot or ma'asiot, the reward and punishment could be equal for every individual, whether the action is done by a yachid or by the tzibur as a whole. It was explained many times that Klal Yisrael is considered an entity by itself. The same mitzvot could have a different effect to Kedusha, whether the concern is the individual or Klal Yisrael. The minimum of retaining Kedusha in Klal Yisrael is different than the minimum for the Yachid. As long as there are at least mitzvot nemusiot fulfilled in Klal Yisrael, the minimum of Kedusha required for Klal Yisrael is still retained. Of course, the law of perfection demands that Klal Yisrael should fulfill its maxima of Kedusha of the mitzvot. However, when Klal Yisrael is in a stage of galut and sin, as the Chazal expressed it, Halalu ovdei avodah zara, v'halalu ovdei avodah zara. The minimum of their zechut hakiyum is their nemusiot. The Churban was a result of the lack of nemusiot in Tzibur and depends upon Dinei Shamayim. The Gemara tells us in Gittin that Rabbi Joshua ben Chanina was going to the metropolis of Rome, and he was told that there was in the prison a very good-looking child with beautiful eyes and curly locks. He went and stood at the doorway of the prison, and he exclaimed the pasuk from Yeshayahu, "Who gave Jacob to be crushed as a spoil, and Yisrael to the looters and robbers?" The child, upon hearing the question of Reb Joshua ben Chanina, answered him with the end of the pasuk, Is it not Hashem who caused all this, because we sinned and refused to go in his ways and did not listen to his Torah? Reb Joshua was so surprised and impressed with the child's answer that he said, I feel sure that this one will be an authority on Jewish Torah and law in Israel. I swear that I will not budge from here before I ransom him, whatever the price may be demanded. It is reported that he did not leave the spot before he ransomed him at a high figure, nor did many days pass before he became a great Torah authority in Israel. And who is this? Rabbi Ishmael ben Elisha. Many great Gaonim and Torah authorities for generations put their intellectual efforts to explain the profanity of this story, and many commentaries were written to solve the answer of the child and its brilliance that so impressed Reb Joshua ben Hanina. It seems that the Holocaust and Churban of that time perplexed many, as the great Holocaust of the 6 million Jews perplexed many of our generation. Probably, in those days, there were many who ignored the Churban and saw it as an episode of history in the realm of sin and punishment of Dinei Shamayim. To them, no question had to be asked and no answer had to be given. Similarly, as has happened in our lifetime, some pious Jews enraged the wrath of a great many other Jews by their statement that the Holocaust is just another tragic event in the Jewish chain of tragic events during its long exile. The statement is made without recognizing the unique and unusual event of the Holocaust. As Torah people have to realize great events of the Chesed of Hashem and to recite a Shida, a praise to God, on them, so Torah people have to recognize an unusual great event that is a punishment from Hashem and not ascribe the event to a historical chain and regular routine of Galut. Torah people recognize this great Holocaust as an unusual event before the real Geula, redemption of Hashem, through Mashiach for Klal Yisrael. The Zohar, thousands of years ago, already alluded to this great Shoah, Holocaust. The Zohar HaKadosh in Parshat Vayera predicted the Holocaust and the ultimate salvation of the Jewish people from its tragic destruction up to the establishment of Israel as part of the days of Mashiach and the Atchalta de Geula. The Zohar says, there will be many wars in the world, and 2 great kingdoms will fall, and all the nations of the world will join together against the children of Yaakov to annihilate them from this world. On this description, the Zohar brings as proof the sentence, Et zara le Yaakov umimena yivasher, Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 7. This means that when this unique historical event will take place, and from which the children of Yaakov will be saved, that would signal the beginning of the Yemot HaMashiach and the Atchalta de Geula. When people argue that there were other pogroms and periods of destruction among the Jewish people during the Galut, and the Holocaust was just another event, they do not understand and do not know the words of this Zohar HaKadosh. There would certainly be those who would argue that there were other catastrophes, but there cannot be others in the future before Mashiach will come. To this the Navi adds, She'in kamohu, unlike any other, past or future. There can be no doubt in the mind of any Torah man that the establishment of the state of Israel, coming as it did on the heels of the Holocaust, was the divine fulfillment of a promise given to our people by our prophet Yirmiyahu. It is our generation which was deemed privileged to participate in this development as a reward for believing in the eternal truth of the Torah, not as a divine punishment for trying to avoid the wrath of God, as some would have us believe. This pasuk from Yirmiyahu explains the emphasis on the uniqueness of the Holocaust. It is interesting that not only do Torah people understand the uniqueness of this Holocaust, but even the outsiders of Torah and secular thinkers recognize that the Holocaust has no precedent in history. Many books and discourses have been written in our time to explain the unusualness of the event, which has no comparison any place in the history of the Jews. It has no comparison in the dimensions of the destructive evil. It has no comparison from the point of view of the deliberate intention and the technology of modern logistics, of the darkest, most debased, zealous viciousness and malicious planning that modern man could devise. The lowest, most primitive feelings that belong to the animals of the jungle were constructed exactly from within the walls of universities and academies, from progressive professors and advanced philosophers. It breaks the record of all historic evils and ugly feelings in a modern world. It destroys modern sociological and anthropological disciplines and other interpretations that progress has brought forth. The great Tanna, Reb Joshua ben Hanina, could not ignore the question, He asked, "What caused the Churban?" The true Torah answer to this question is very clear and leaves no doubt in anyone who understands the concepts of the Halakha. I indicated that the words of the Gaon Reb Meir Simcha, that the minimum existence of Tzibur depends on the mitzvot between man and man, is expressed by the Rambam in a halachic category of a general universal rule to follow God's ways of the 13 midot. I also indicated that this principle is included in the words of Yeshayahu Hanavi and explains the Gemara in Rosh Hashanah. The whole Dinei Shamayim of the existence of Klal Yisrael is built on this principle. Now is revealed for us the secret of the Gemara in Yoma, which asks why Yerushalayim was destroyed. The Gemara answers, because their entire state of affairs was related to the rule of the Din Torah, to the law of the Torah. They kept the rules of the Torah in line, but they would not bend beyond it. They did not go lifnim meshurat hadin, according to the general universal rule to follow God's ways. As God's chesed and grace is lifnim meshurat hadin, so man has to conduct his state of affairs lifnim meshurat hadin. This principle, the existence of Klal Yisrael, and its interrelation between Ruchaniyut and Gashmiyut in the infinite system of existence, is sufficient for the minimum existence of Klal Yisrael, even if they transgress the greatest sins of the Torah and destroy the whole infinite system of Gashmiyut and Ruchaniyut of the existence of the Briah. If the Jews go in God's ways, accepting the general universal principles of emulating his ways between man and man, even though everyone will get his deserved punishment, there is still enough Kedusha for the existence of Klal Yisrael and for the existence of the Briah. This principle was impossible to grasp by any human mind. It was explained from the Gemara Rosh Hashanah that God Keviachol himself had to indicate it to Moshe Rabbeinu. The minimum for the existence of Klal Yisrael depends on the emulating of God's 13 midot. And when the question of the Churban was asked by Reb Joshua ben Chanina, in the words of the Pasuk, who gave Jacob to be crushed as a spoil, and Israel to the looter and robbers, the child gave him the answer to his questions through the end of the Pasuk where it says, "Is it not Hashem who caused all this, because we sinned to him and refused to go in his ways, and did not listen to his Torah? The punishment was because we did not emulate God's ways." What took great efforts for Tanaim in the Gemara Yoma to come to the conclusion as to why Yerushalayim was destroyed was answered by the child in one word, clearly and explicitly, that everything came because they did not emulate God's ways to go lifnim meshurat hadin. This is the real truth and the clear-cut answer of the halakha. It is absolutely logically consistent and leaves no place for argument or for sentimental complaints, since this is a clear Torah halakha in the laws of Dinei Shamayim. Reb Joshua ben Chanina was very much impressed with the child, who foresaw through his insight what great intellects could not see. He was sure that he would be a great authority in the judgment and decisions of Torah rules, which requires insight, intuition, and siyata dishmaya. Emulating God's ways correlates to the principle of darchei noam. I have explained some categories of Talmud Torah and of learning Torah, their efficacy in the domain of purpose, and their teleological implications for the perfection of the individual. Their functions relate to the whole of humanity, whether the laws are of Beit HaMikdash, which concern Kohanim and Leviim, or laws of the Tariag Mitzvot that Jewish people have to know, be they related to women as to men or not, or the Dinim of the Sheva Mitzvot B'nai Noach, which belong to the whole of humanity, Jews and non-Jews. The existence of mankind is secured if man emulates God's ways. Any society, in order that it should not fall into the net of Avodah Zarah, must follow the Torah so as to know God's commands of general, universal concepts, so as to emulate His ways. If humanity emulates God's ways, the security of mankind is granted, whether it is a Jewish society or any kind of a society of human beings. All this is only in the realm of purpose, where the functional aspects of Torah are means for the perfection of human life in its higher levels and in its minimal levels, in Ruchaniyut, but the category of purpose is only a result of Darchei Noam, of the divine commandments of God's will. However, the mitzvah of learning Torah, as such, is the greatest mitzvah of all the Tariag mitzvot, as was stated clearly from the Mishnah. This is not from the point of view of purpose, but from the Torah point of view as a command and a precept of God, which in Talmudic language is called Gezrat HaKatuv. It is a divine command for man and a given law of God, as are the laws of nature, without philosophical explanations. Its relation to man is similar to the relation of God's creation to man. The mitzvah as such is only given for the man who accepted the Torah. Of course, any human being who accepts the Torah with its Transformation Act according to the sanction of the Jewish Beit Din is automatically considered a Jew and is in the mitzvah of Talmud Torah. However, if he does not accept the Torah, not only is he not supposed to learn Torah for the mitzvah as such, but if he learns Torah for the sake of learning Torah, he is chayav mita, because the Torah belongs only to Israel. The words of Rashi were already mentioned that Bereshit bishvil Yisrael ubishvil haTorah shenikra Reshit. This means that according to Chazal, this whole world was created for the Torah and for Jews who learn the Torah. And the Zohar states that Kudsha brichu Yisrael ve'oraita chadhu. These words were explained in a previous chapter, that from the Bria we know by the negative proof that there is a Borei. And from the Borei, we know that there is tachlit, purpose in the Bria. The parallel to this triangle is that Kudsha Brichu is the Borei, the Torah is the quintessence of the Bria, and Yisrael is the purpose for the Bria. This relationship could be explained in the symbol of a twofold triangle. The master, the physical creation, and its chokhmah, the purpose, humanity, the master, God, the ruchaniut, creation, the Torah, its purpose, Yisrael. For people who appreciate symbolism, I would say that here is solved the riddle and secret of the Magen David. It includes the relation of the master and his purpose in the Bria, in the Gashmiut realm, and its interaction and correlation to the ruchaniut as one perfect existence created by God. In other words, the Magen David symbolizes God's Bria and its purpose. However, it has to be borne in mind that the Magen David does not include God's essence, since no symbols and no words can express his being. We can only know his negative attributes, as the Rambam explains at length in Moreh Nevuchim. From the Bria, we know that there is a Borei, and from the Borei, we know that there is purpose. This is exactly, and not in any other way, that which the Zohar means, that which the Magen David symbolizes, and that which all the words and names of God in the Torah teaches. No one can know anything about God. Any positive conception of God would be Avodah Zarah. The Kabbalah explains that all the names of God in the Torah are only an expression of His will in His action, but nothing is related in any positive way to conceptualize His infinite being. As has been repeated many times, God does not lack infinity in any function, but He is above infinity and greater than Ein Sof as conceived by the human mind. Only in this particular way of symbolic understanding could the Magen David be explained. Any other explanation, without exception, is Avodah Zarah. At this time, I have not made the effort to study the source of the Magen David, and it is not known to me whether it was constructed by a Ben Torah or a Jewish artist a long time ago. For a man of halakha, this symbol, or any symbol, is meaningless and carries no validity. People of halakha accept only logical words, whether they are explicit enough or implicit. However, for people who like drush and homiletical interpretations, the previous explanation of the Magen David may be pleasant for them. But once more, it has to be borne in mind that the Magen David could symbolize words of relation from the master to the Bria and his purpose, but it could not symbolize anything about the master, God, but only of relations and functions that are perceived by man in his understanding of God's action, which means the Bria and its purpose. I am explaining this in so many words to make clear that nothing can symbolize God Himself in any form. Only relations of His actions that are correlated for man as given rules by God for his conduct can be put in words or symbolic reminders. This excludes and eliminates Franz Rosenzweig's interpretations of the Magen David, built on his philosophy, which is pure Avodah Zarah.
Though his book, The Star of Redemption, is written in language of modern existentialism and wrapped up in a rational veneer, masked in an image of Jewish spirit. To return to the words of Rashi mentioned above, the eternity of Klal Yisrael is secured, as is existence itself. The quantity of Klal Yisrael as a society depends upon the emulation of God's ways. But Klal Yisrael as such, in the chain of existence and history, is indestructible, as the Bria is indestructible. Torah and Reason, Chapter 27, The Mitzvah of Learning Torah in the Field of Kedusha. I explained the difference between learning Torah as a mitzvah by itself and the learning of Torah as it serves a purpose. Man is obliged to learn Torah in order to be able to fulfill the practice of the mitzvot, and man's learning of Torah is a mitzvah by itself, without serving to fulfill any purpose. It is as a kiyum ha-mitzvah of Talmud Torah. Learning Torah leshma means learning Torah for the sake of knowing Torah, to fulfill by it God's command in his precept to the Jewish people, who are obliged to learn Torah in order to fulfill God's command. In general, we have here two categories of learning Torah. One category is learning Torah as a hechsher for certain achievements, goals, and purpose. The second category is learning Torah without any reason of cause and effect, but purely lishma, to realize the mitzvah of God by man's full devotion. The difference between hechsher mitzvah and a mitzvah was explained in a previous chapter. Hechsher mitzvah means the preparation, the stages by which the mitzvah can be realized. For example, making a sukkah is a hechsher mitzvah. Sitting in a sukkah is a kiyum ha-mitzvah. Making tefillin is a hechsher mitzvah. Putting the tefillin on yourself, on your head and hand, is a kiyum ha-mitzvah. In learning Torah as a hechsher mitzvah, all the goods that Torah brings to its learners, all the perfections that man reaches by learning Torah, all the achievements that a man attains where Torah exalts his spirit, all these remain a part of the hechsher and segula of Torah. The Tanya brings the Zohar that David HaMelech called the Torah Zemirot, songs, which means that he praised the Torah and its laws and its relational effect to the whole existence. He saw through his Ruach HaKodesh and conceived by his soul the beauty and a sublime light of intellectual wisdom and mathematical logic, how all the worlds in their Ruchaniut existence are in reality different stages of Ruchaniut. He saw how they are interrelated with the physical existence of time and space. His soul was filled with joy in the time of his worst troubles, and he found solace. Such was his conception of this great symphony of the Torah, with its interrelations and interactions to the whole of existence. Every note of the Torah was an infinite wave to create new worlds or destroy them. David HaMelech, despite his great praise of the Torah, was punished. God said to him, "Zemirot, you call the truth of the Torah?" Even David HaMelech, with his great wisdom and understanding, although he expressed the relation of Torah and its effect on the whole of existence, in his words of Zemirot was not implied the category of Torah as such. These relations and effects are the frame and category of purpose. Torah in its essence is the infinite wisdom of God, the Chokhmah of Hashem. The whole existence, the Ruchaniut and Gashmiut, is zero and non-existential in relation to God's being and His Chokhmah, which is one. According to the Tanya, God taught David HaMelech that the greatness of Torah is not in the domain of beauty, song, poetry, and purpose. The greatness of Torah is that because it is God's infinite wisdom, no mortal mind can penetrate its internal aspects. This means that man has to conceive Torah and learning Torah as God's will and the chokhmah of His action, which in its totality no human being can grasp. So God said to David HaMelech, "Of course Torah is the greatest symphony and song of the Bria, but its totality is greater than the Bria." Man, with his finite understanding, has to comprehend Torah in its finite relations for human beings. As the infinite universe of existence is revealed to mankind in finite dimensions for his existential reality of physical living, so is the Torah given to man in finite concepts for his mental and spiritual living. As the Mishnah says in Pirkei Avot, "If you had learned much of Torah, do not be satisfied and praise the effort of your personal achievement, because you were created by God for this purpose." The Avot de Reb Natan comments on this Mishnah saying, "Because people were not created except for the purpose of learning Torah."
In chapter 20, I quoted the Yerushalmi from Kiddushin concerning anything that man can receive in this world from the chesed of God in the realm and frame of the halacha, that he sins if he rejects it. I explained before that according to the Torah, as quoted from Tehillim, man stands with his feet above nature. He is the master of the world. Although in his physical being he is part of nature, his mind is infinite and free. Only man, who possesses the intellect and the mind and has freedom of choice, can serve God by emulating his ways. Nature is made to serve man in order that he should be able to serve God. And since man is the most important being in all creation, possessing his mind, so man has to taste physically the Bria and not reject the Chesed of Hashem. Man cannot reject the greatest chesed of Hashem, the giving to man of soul and mind. Man has to use the benefits of his soul and mind and not reject its merit. The greatest use for man's mind is learning Torah. When man learns Torah, he receives the chesed of Hashem that gave him his mind. Man's soul achieves the highest level of Kedusha by learning Torah. This is the meaning of the Mishnah that the Briot people were not created except for the purpose of learning Torah. The chesed of Hashem is not only expressed in man's physical tastes of his body and his soul, the enjoyment and enlightenment of his mind in the world of time and space, but is also interrelated with the universal laws of the Bria, where the foundations of the totality of existence are the laws created by God. One of the great Gaonim of the disciples of the Baal Shem Tov, Reb Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich, explained the meaning of the pasuk, Ta'amu uru ki tov Hashem. Taste and see how good Hashem is, in a symbolic meaning. He says that even the physical taste which man feels with his senses, the causes of it is Chesed Hashem, as is God's benevolence in creating the laws that are related to man's perception of his personal existential feelings and pleasure. We learn from this that the totality of existence, the world of time and space, and the Ruchaniut world beyond it are linked to man's individual existence in correlations with the general created laws of the universe. Though he has his own autonomy in the totality, still his existence is correlated to the totality. The meaning of Birchat HaTorah, the blessings on the Torah. As was quoted before from Nedarim, the Gemara says on the pasuk Jeremiah chapter 9, Who is the wise man that may understand this? And who is he to whom the mouth of the Lord has spoken that he may declare it? Why does the land perish and is burned up like a wilderness that none passes through? The Gemara comments that this question was asked of the Chachamim, men of knowledge, and of the prophets, and that they could not explain the great Holocaust in the Churban, the destruction of the Beit HaMikdash and the land. Since this was a generation of sages who kept the Torah and the mitzvot, why did they receive such a punishment? The Gemara emphasized that no wise man could solve this riddle until God himself explained it to the prophet, saying, Because they neglected the Torah that I gave them, and they did not listen to my voice and did not go in the ways of Torah. The Gemara comments on this, asking, what is the meaning of the repetition here? There is the pasuk of neglect and abandonment of Torah, and then God repeats again, they did not listen to my voice. On this comments Rabbi Yehuda in the name of Rav, because they did not make a bracha, blessing, before they read the Torah. Rabbi Yisrael Salanter explains that a hechsher mitzvah does not require a bracha, but a mitzvah does require a bracha. The sin of Klal Yisrael at that time of not making a bracha means that they considered learning Torah a hechsher mitzvah, not a mitzvah by itself. By this, the words of the Iran will also become clear for the Talmudic student. Hechsher mitzvah lies in the domain of purpose, whereas mitzvah, which is a gezrat hakatuv, lies in the domain of laws, which means that man's comprehension of Torah and his relation to it is the same as man's relation to the laws of nature. According to that which I explained in the preceding chapters, herein lies the demarcation line that divides Klal Yisrael from all the nations of the world. One of the unique virtues and greatnesses of Klal Yisrael is the representative and the highest link in existence to relate Kedusha to the Bria. If Yisrael would abandon their task of learning Torah as such, even though they will learn Torah for a hechsher mitzvah, and even if their purpose will be the highest ruchaniut and the loftiest aspect of human spirit, as David HaMelech expressed it by calling the Torah as mirot, still, Klal Yisrael would not fulfill its duty and function. Recall here what we have said many times, Rashi's explanation of Bereshit, that the world is created for Yisrael and Torah. And the Gemara brings that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if not the Torah, I would return the world back to Tohu Vavohu. This means that learning Torah is the segula that is possessed by Klal Yisrael, because the Torah is God's infinite wisdom. The infinite chesed and benevolence of God was to give it to mankind so that men should conceive with their minds the Torah by which they automatically reach the highest level of Kedusha. In short, the difference between Yisrael and the rest of mankind is that Yisrael is the link of interrelation, so to speak, between Torah as the will of God and his Chokhmah, and man, who with his divine soul receives in his finite way part of the Chokhmah of Hashem. This means that Klal Yisrael has to understand that the Torah which they possess is the fundamental substance of the whole existence as such. The Torah is not only for purposes conceived, but a Gzrat HaKatuv, a metaphysical fact that is related to law as laws of nature, not as moral laws, which essentially are purposive. And when man has to emulate God's ways, the emulation is by the laws of the Torah, not by human moral laws in the form of duties, imperatives, conscience of purposes, be they for self or for others. By this axiom of the Torah, the reader will understand the interconnection between the Gemara of Gittin, mentioned in a previous chapter, and the Gemara of Nedarim, mentioned here, but I will not elaborate. The obligation in Halakha on Pesach to tell the story of the Exodus from Mitzrayim. The student should keep in mind that the difference between Hechsher mitzvah and mitzvah is an important premise in explaining many halachot and concepts in Talmud. From uncountable instances, I will bring a very clear-cut instance that indicates very concretely this differentiation in halakha. In the Haggadah of Pesach we read, even though we are all people of knowledge of the Torah, we are all people of comprehension, we are all people of scholarly Torah experience, we are all people who know the whole Torah, it is still a mitzvah for us to tell the story of the Yetziat Mitzrayim, outgoing from Egypt. And whoever dwells more on the details of the Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim receives a greater reward. It is told of Reb Eliezer and Reb Yehoshua and Reb Elazar, the son of Azariah, and Reb Akiva and Reb Tarfon, that they were reclining in Bnei Brak, and were telling about the outgoing from Egypt during the whole of that Passover night, till their pupils came and said to them, "Our teachers, the time has arrived for the recitation of the morning Shema." The Gaon Reb Ezel Charif, the author of the Sefer Emek Yehoshua, brings out a question. It is said in the Haggadah of Pesach, Rabban Gamliel used to say, whoever has not said these three things on Passover has not fulfilled his duty, namely, Passover sacrifice, Pesach, matzah, and bitter herb, maror. The Haggadah continues to explain there the reasons why we need Pesach in the time of the Bet HaMikdash, matzah and maror. And Rabban Gamliel says that when we eat matzah and maror, we have to recite the reasons why we do this mitzvah. And if one does not recite the reasons while doing the mitzvah of eating matzah and maror, he does not complete the mitzvah and he does not fulfill his duty. Now, a question is asked. Is the mitzvah of Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim a Hechsher mitzvah? Because without knowing the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim, it is impossible to know the reason for matzah and maror. Or, besides the Sipur of Yetziat Mitzrayim being a Hechsher mitzvah for the purpose of explaining the reason of Pesach, matzah, and maror, is it also a mitzvah by itself, as is any other command of God, that we are obliged in this night of Pesach to retell every year the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim? One may ask, since we are obliged to tell the Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim, what is the difference in halakha? Practically, whether it is Hechsher mitzvah or mitzvah, we are still obliged to tell the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim. The answer is that, in effect, there is a great difference whether the Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim is a Hechsher mitzvah or a mitzvah. If it is a Hechsher mitzvah, a man who remembers clearly in his mind and understands the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim and knows why we eat Pesach, matzah, and maror would not be obliged to say the Haggadah. But if it is a mitzvah by itself, then he is obliged to say the Haggadah, as a man is obliged to say Kriyat Shema every day. A second difference is that once he has explained the story, there would be no extra merit in adding more details to the story, since the Sipur itself suffices to know the reason of Pesach, Matzah, and Maror. A third difference is that some Tanaim hold that the mitzvah of Pesach, Matzah, and Maror is only until Chadzot, midnight, after which the time for doing the mitzvah is past. But if the mitzvah of Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim is a mitzvah by itself for the night of Pesach, this mitzvah has no determination of time. One can be Makayim the mitzvah until morning, even according to those who hold that the mitzvah of Matzah and Maror is only until midnight. Explains the Gaon Reb Ezel Zecher Livracha how beautifully this discourse is set unto the words of the Haggadah itself. The Haggadah pondered on the question whether Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim is a Hechsher mitzvah or also a mitzvah. It solves this halachic question by saying, even though we are all people of knowledge of the Torah, we are all people of comprehension, we are all people of scholarly Torah expertise, we are all people who know the whole Torah, it is still a mitzvah for us to tell the story of the Yetziat Mitzrayim. And whoever dwells more on the details of the Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim receives a greater reward. A tale is told of Reb Eliezer and Reb Yehoshua and Reb Elazar, the son of Azariah, and Reb Akiva and Reb Tarfon. They were reclining in Bnei Brak and were telling about the outgoing from Egypt during the whole of that Passover night, till their pupils came and said to them, "Our teachers, the time has arrived for the recitation of the morning Shema." This emphasizes that Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim is a mitzvah by itself. The authors of the Haggadah, who were Tanaim, prove this from the story of Ben Azariah. It is told of Reb Eliezer and Reb Yehoshua and Reb Elazar, the son of Azariah, and Reb Akiva and Reb Tarfon. They were reclining in Bnei Brak and were telling about the outgoing from Egypt during the whole of that Passover night, till their pupils came and said to them, "Our teachers, the time has arrived for the recitation of the morning Shema." Reb Elazar ben Azariah is one of the Tanaim in Talmud who holds that the mitzvah of Pesach, Matzah, and Maror is only until midnight, and still he was sitting the whole night expounding on the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim until the morning, to be Mekayim the mitzvah of Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim. This proves the mitzvah of Sipur Yetziat Mitzrayim is not only a Hechsher mitzvah, but also a mitzvah by itself. Although this explanation by the Gaon Reb Ezel Charif seems to be very simple for the layman, for the Talmudic scholar it is astonishingly brilliant. Even by doing a Hechsher mitzvah, a man fulfills the will of God. The highest level of Kedusha resides in the mitzvah of learning Torah as such, and since learning Torah is the greatest of all the mitzvot, man reaches the greatest Kedusha and perfection by learning Torah as such. Torah and Reason, Chapter 28. The sum total amount of learning Torah in each generation determined by Hashgacha, divine guidance. A very important principle was clarified, that Klal Yisrael and the Torah that it possesses is the fundamental substance of the whole existence as such. By this principle, the eternity of Klal Yisrael is secured as long as the existence of the Bria continues. The Mishnah at the end of Brachot quotes the pasuk from Tehillim, Et la'asot lashem hefaru toratecha. This means that sometimes, in a time of emergency, when there is a danger that Torah could be diminished, the action should be to save the situation, even if it looks to others that this destroys some piousness of the Torah. This is a very profound decree and has many consequences in the halacha. It has to be understood very clearly so that one should not be misled to think that one detail of the Torah can be sacrificed for a more important detail. Since the whole Torah and its halachic pattern is a complete logical system where all the 613 mitzvot are interrelated, by destroying any minute detail of the Torah, the whole halacha would be shattered. As, for instance, if one factor would be taken out of a formula which contains a mathematical equation, the whole logic of the mathematical formula would crumble. There is not one place in the halacha where one part of its decision contradicts another part. And by definition, since the halacha is a logical system, no pragmatic consideration can enter into its theoretical system. Hence, the concept of et la'asot lashem is not related to any sentiment of devotion to the existence of halacha. It has rules with determined boundaries where and where not. This principle can be inserted and relate itself to the logical frame of the halacha. Its application is not arbitrary, but subject to the complete rules of the halacha. When the situation is related to and fits into the logical frame of the halacha, then it requires the proper action. But if the situation does not coincide with the logic of halacha, then the situation should be automatically rejected as a falsification where the pasuk of Et la'asot la'Hashem is being used in the wrong frame of reference. In other words, this principle does not depend on the judgment of man. It is used only if it follows naturally, eminently, and fits in logically into the system of halachic contemplations. The common use of Et la'asot la'Hashem by the general public to make decisions as to what should be given up and what should be accepted according to the social structure and religious moods of the times has no basis in halacha. It would be an actual transgression of the Torah. For the outsiders, these words may be difficult to conceive, but for the Torah man, this is an axiomatic truth. As any Talmudic student will comprehend, it is an essential rule of the halacha. This is the meaning as the pasuk is brought in the halacha, but ayin panim la Torah. The Rambam explains the pasuk philosophically and brings forth an incredible new interpretation of it. He says that some of the Tanaim explain that Et la'asot la'Hashem means that when there comes a time that Hashem has to act and make his punishment prevail upon Klal Yisrael, he causes that Klal Yisrael should herafu Toratecha. He causes that Klal Yisrael should, by a chain of causes and reactions, will decline from learning Torah, because when Klal Yisrael is immersed in learning Torah, Hashem, so to speak, will not do anything to Klal Yisrael by way of punishment. The Rambam himself emphasizes at unusual length, with many words and explanations, that this principle is one of the deepest principles in the whole progress of philosophy, and will not be understood except by philosophers who went through the discipline of philosophical and scientific training. This principle relates to the logical contradiction of Yediyah and Bechira, of God's knowledge and man's free choice. Aside from the beauty and brilliance of the Rambam's interpretation of the pasuk, the intention of quoting this Rambam is to indicate the soundness of the principle that the existence of Klal Yisrael is connected with learning Torah as such. It appears from this Rambam that even though the Chazal say that everything is in God's hands except fear of God, this remaining in man's hands, in his free will decision and choice whether he should fear God and worship him, or rebel and sin, this is only where the individual is concerned. But Klal Yisrael has a special hashgacha, divine guidance, as to how much Torah should be learned in every generation, the amount being according to the zechutim, to their rights and privileges. If the generation of Klal Yisrael is worthy, then Hashem causes more Torah to come to them. If Klal Yisrael is not worthy, Chalila, then the amount of learning Torah diminishes in that generation. The freedom of the individual is not eliminated by God's special guidance of the tzibur. But since this hashgacha is in the general, man's bechira is not determined by the hashgacha. However, this is only in relation to tzibur. In relation to the individual, this would negate his psychological freedom and would exert a pressure on his action, where pressure eliminates the equilibrium of man's action. If an individual would do a mitzvah and would be rewarded simultaneously, or if he would do a sin and would be punished immediately, there would be no bechira, no free choice. But when Klal Yisrael is punished immediately or rewarded immediately, this does not eliminate free will. Since the punishment and the reward is recognized statistically in the general, man does not see here the indication of God's finger, as the Atchalta de Geula of our time is not accepted universally as a proof of God's chesed. Not only does it not indicate hashgacha to the skeptic, but even to the Neturei Karta. The Rambam and Ramban on the principle of hashgacha pratit in relation to Torah and halacha. But it has to be emphasized that the Rambam has here a unique approach, contrary to many accepted concepts of the Rishonim. It is generally accepted by philosophers and intellectual writers that the Rambam is classified as Ahad Ha'am Kolzim, the man ruled by reason. Spinoza and Leibniz respected the rationality of his understanding, his teachings as being grounded in rationality and cold logic of the mind. And the Ramban is classified by the so-called scholars and outsiders of Torah as the man of faith and trans-rational and mystical emunah. This classification is absolutely baseless and is only the intentional interpretation of the enlightened ones. There is no vestige of truth in their assertion, and on the contrary, it contradicts all the actual facts in the halakha of the Rambam. To count them will be an endless effort. However, a few examples will suffice. According to the halakha, all the Jewish Yamim Tovim, holidays, exempla gratia, Pesach, Shavuot, Sukkot, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, etc., which is one of the most important parts of the Torah, depends upon Kiddush HaChodesh, upon the decision of the Sanhedrin determining Rosh Chodesh. According to the halakha, without the decision of the Bet Din, this Bet Din can only be in Eretz Israel, there can be no determination of the Jewish month. The Rambam, in explaining this halakha, emphasizes the importance of the Bet Din of Eretz Yisrael concerning the Yamim Tovim. He says, I am giving you an example. If there would be no minyan, 10 people in Eretz Yisrael at any time, in any period, then all the Jewish holidays as Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Pesach, Shavuot would cease to exist for Klal Yisrael, and all the holidays would be void according to the halakha of the Torah. This is one of the signs of the nation received from God in the Torah, that there will always be a minyan of Jews in Eretz Yisrael. The Rambam puts all the Jewish holidays at the stake of Hashgacha Pratit, and miracle of God. Without this Hashgacha Pratit, one of the most important parts of the Torah could disappear from existence. The Ramban disagrees with the Rambam with two arguments. First, he brings the Chazal, who say that for 52 years a Jewish foot did not pass in Yehuda. Second, he says that we cannot base the Jewish holidays on Hashgacha Pratit and miracles. The Ramban maintains that Hillel was Mekadesh in advance all the days of Rosh Chodesh until Mashiach. Most of the Rishonim agree with the Ramban, not with the Rambam. Furthermore, the Jewish king and the Jewish kingdom is supposed to be established through Sanhedrin and Nevi'im, prophets of God. The Rambam says that in a time when prophecy has ceased from Israel, the mitzvah of establishing a Jewish kingdom and electing a Jewish king does not exist. And if a Jewish king is elected without a Navi, he does not have any legitimacy of halakha relating to Melech Yisrael. The Ramban again disagrees with the Rambam. The Ramban says, if we have a Navi, of course we have to consider, besides the Sanhedrin, the opinion of the Navi in electing a Jewish king. But the mitzvah of a Jewish kingdom and nominating a Melech, a king, does not depend on the Navi, and the mitzvah exists even in the time when Nevuah ceased in Israel. And still further, the Rambam says, one, however, who makes up his mind to study Torah and not work but live on charity, profanes the name of God, brings the Torah into contempt, extinguishes the light of Torah, brings evil upon himself, and deprives himself of life hereafter, for it is forbidden to derive any temporal advantage from the words of the Torah. The sages said, whoever derives a profit for himself from the words of the Torah is helping his own destruction. Pirkei Avot, chapter 4, paragraph 17. They have further charged us, make not of them a crown wherewith to aggrandize thyself, nor a spade wherewith to dig. Ibid, chapter 4, paragraph 7. These words of the Rambam caused a great controversy in his time, and all the Rishonim disagree with him. They argue that all the yeshivot, academies, and universities of Torah would have to be closed, and the Torah would cease to exist in Klal Yisrael. The Rambam himself writes a great discourse on Pirkei Avot to prove his point from the Talmud. He says, even if all my contemporaries disagree with me, and even all the Gaonim after the Talmud do not hold this view, I still stand firm and maintain that this is the halakha. He brings many subtle and brilliant proofs to establish that this is the opinion of the Talmud. The Tashbat, who is one of the great poskim and astronomers of his time, wrote a complete dissertation in his sefer to disprove the point of view of the Rambam. He also argues, as do all of the Rambam's contemporaries, that if we accept the psak of the Rambam, then all the yeshivot will be eliminated and Torah will be void in Klal Yisrael. But the Rambam is convinced that the sum total amount of Torah that has to flow to the generation will not be diminished. We see here that the Rambam puts the most fundamental part of the whole Torah on Hashgacha Pratit, on divine guidance, whereas other Rishonim link it to the natural course. According to them, the system of the yeshivot is only the most rational, logical way that they should be able to exist under any circumstances in history. Here we see clearly that the Rishonim interlink the whole Torah with the natural course of history and human ability and its structure in society, whereas the Rambam eliminates all the natural and rational causes and puts the sum total amount of Torah in Klal Yisrael on Hashgacha Pratit, as he puts the Jewish holidays and Malchut Yisrael on Hashgacha Pratit. I think these examples are sufficient to indicate the nonsense of the above-mentioned classification of the Rambam and other Rishonim, but it is astonishing how these words of the Rambam coincide and follow from his words of the Mishnah of the interpretation of Et La'asot L'Hashem. Torah and Reason, Chapter 29. Hashgacha Pratit and its categories in relation to nature and probability. In the previous chapter, I have explained that according to the Rambam, the sum total amount of Torah that has to be revealed to every generation is determined by Hashgacha Pratit, divine guidance. It is according to the Zechutim, privileges and merits of the Dor generation. I explained that since it concerns Klal Yisrael, the whole Jewish nation, there is no problem of Bechira. There is no diminishment of free will or any determination that could take away the freedom of an individual. In order to understand this principle clearly, a definition of Hashgacha Pratit is required to determine the demarcation line between Nes, miracle, and Hashgacha Pratit. The difference between a phenomenon that enters into the domain of Hashgacha Pratit and a phenomenon that enters into the domain of Nes. In Halacha, Hashgacha Pratit has definite rules. It is not only a philosophical or metaphysical concept, but has an empirical result and relation to the rules and dinim of Halacha. For example, can a man decide that he does not want to go to a doctor and instead depend on his prayers and leave it to the Hashgacha Pratit of God? This is a common practical question. It says in the Torah, Verapo Yerape, that a man goes to the doctor to be healed. The question is this a chiyuv, an obligation, or is this only a reshut, a permission? Most of the poskim of halacha decide that it is a chiyuv to take the refuah, medicine, that would help him to be healed. The efficacy of tefillah and its domain. Even though he has to take the refuah, tefillah, prayer, is very important and helps the sick man get well. As the Gemara says in Baba Batra 116, if someone has a sick one in his house, he should go to the Chacham, man of Torah knowledge, so that he should pray for him. However, the Mishnah says in Berachot, if a man cries out to God over what is past, his prayer is in vain. Thus, if his wife was with child and he said, "May it be your will that my wife shall bear a male," this prayer is in vain. If he was returning from a journey and heard a sound of lamentation in the city and said, "May it be your will that they, which make lamentations, be not of my house," this prayer is in vain. This means that tefillah has no effect against the laws of nature. That is why if a man prays against the laws of nature, he commits a sin. The tefillah appears as a blasphemy and an unuseful act, since it does not correspond to the halacha of tefillah, which has definite rules and laws. On the Mishnah, the Gemara asks a question. How do you say that a prayer does not help in this instance? Rav Yosef asks, and afterwards she bore a daughter and called her Dinah. What is meant by afterwards? Rab said, after Leah passed judgment on herself, saying, 12 tribes are destined to issue from Jacob, 6 have issued from me, and 4 from the handmaids, making 10. If this child will be a male, my sister Rachel will not be equal to one of the handmaids. Her prayers were answered forthwith. The child was turned to a girl, as it says, and she called her name Dinah. On this, the Gemara says, we cannot use instances of nisim, miracles, which are exceptional situations and have no relation to the Mishnah. We see here a difference between Hashgacha Pratit, which belongs to everyone, and Maaseh Nisim, which belong only to special instances in history. The Gemara says in Nida, Reb Eliezer was asked 3 questions concerning daily life. What should a man do so that he should acquire the knowledge of the Torah? He should continue studying and attend less to business. Many learned, but they did not succeed to achieve great scholarship. Answers Reb Eliezer. He should ask for mercy from the one to whom Chokhmah, knowledge, belongs, because it is written that God gives knowledge, and from his mouth you receive understanding and wisdom. The Gemara asks again, if it is so, what is the great teaching of Reb Eliezer? The Gemara answers that one without the other does not suffice. What must a man do that he may become rich? He replied, let him engage much in business and deal honestly. Did not many, they say to him, do so, but it was of no avail to them? Rather, let him pray for mercy from him to whom are the riches, for it is said, mine is the silver and mine is the gold. What then does he teach us? That one without the other does not suffice. What must a man do that he may have male children? He replied, he shall marry a wife that is worthy of him and conduct himself in modesty. Did not many, they said to him, act in this manner, but it did not avail them? Rather, let him pray for mercy from him to whom are the children. For it is said, lo, children are a heritage of the Lord. The fruit of the womb is a reward. What then does he teach us? That one without the other does not suffice. The relation of tefillah to hashgacha. We see from this Gemara the emphasis, ha-beli ha-efshar. One without the other does not suffice. This is not only a positive assertion, but a negative limit. The Torah guarantees us that with one factor, without the other, it is impossible to fulfill anyone's wishes. According to the Gemara, this is a universal law. The Khatam Sofer emphasizes that in any achievement, whether it is biological, economic, or intellectual, man has to put his effort forth first, and success is proportional to his effort. However, what man plans to achieve cannot be reached by him even with all his effort without prayer to God. This is a non-visible law that is as sound as is any natural law. According to the Gemara, it is an impossibility without both factors. But to what state of affairs is the Gemara related? Man cannot break the laws of nature since he is part of nature, and similarly, tefillah will not help contrary to the laws of nature. Hence, this situation lies only in the field of probability. That is where Hashgacha Pratit is active, so to speak. Man has to turn to Hashgacha Pratit to ask for mercy and approval. What we learn here is a general rule, that in any place where there is probability and a possibility, that probability lies in man's hand, but the possibility remains in God's hands. This is a very supreme principle in the Torah, and elucidates many complicated subjects in halakha. The definition of rov and chazakah. The concept of probability is a very important subject in halakha, and a central key in many different situations of halachic decisions. In civil laws between man and man, as in many laws relating to dinim of mitzvot in man's worship of God, and as in modern science, in quantum mechanics, and in other laws determined by statistics where man can reach the certainty of probability, so in the halakha, many mitzvot depend on probability. In the language of Talmud, it is expressed by the terms rov, majority, or chazakah, status quo. These terms, rov and chazakah, are involved in the most complicated sugyot subjects of Talmud, and there is almost not one Mesichta tractate in Talmud that does not relate to these terms. Many Sefarim in their entirety were written by the greatest Gaonim of the generation to explain the profundity, subtleties, and essence of the complicated sugyot dealing with logical combinations and contemplations that present a clear system where these laws are involved. The Gemara in Chulin 10 brings many cases where the term of chazakah is applied. For example, it says in the pasuk about the laws of negayim, the Kohen should go out of the house to the door of the house and shut up the house 7 days to see if the irritated area became bigger or smaller. If it is smaller, then he is tahor, but if it is the same size or enlarged, then he may be tameh. Now, emphasizes the Gemara, the question is, how do we know what happened in those 7 days? It follows necessarily from the pasuk that the matter is determined by its previous status quo, called chazakah. In fact, the validity of chazakah is also built on the general principle of probability, because most things continue their status and do not change radically in a short time. The probability of a single status is that its identity endures. For example, if one is in a different city, the chazakah takes for granted that he is probably alright, because a single individual is assumed to be alive in the short time. More specifically, chazakah tells us that change does not happen in an existing thing in a short time without an observable cause for the change. Hence, if we do not know if a change occurred in a thing or not, the thing is judged according to chazakah of general probability. We accept it for granted as if no change occurred unless there is evidence that indicates otherwise. This is as far as chazakah is concerned. Rov, majority, is also built on the idea of probability, but whereas chazakah deals with change, Rov deals with sets and numbers of events. For example, if 9 out of 10 stores are selling kosher meat and 1 is selling treif, if a piece of meat is found and we are sure that it came from one of the 10 stores, the halakha says that we can use it as kosher, since most of the stores are kosher. The probability is that it came from one of the kosher stores. Another instance from the Gemara, Chulin, is that a kosher animal can be eaten, and we do not have to suspect that maybe it had a defect inside that would make it treif. Since most of the animals are healthy, we go according to the majority. The decision of Sanhedrin depends on the probability of truth, not on the democratic will of the majority. A similar halakha is in the judgment of Sanhedrin. If there is a controversy, the decision is according to the agreement of the majority. This is not a result of any social or democratic system. Firstly, in the democratic system, socially, we have to take the opinion of the majority. It cannot be dictated by an individual or a minority, even when the truth resides in the individual or in the minority. Secondly, the state of affairs of the decision of democratic majority most of the time has nothing to do with the truth, but with the rights and will of the people to vote or not to vote for facts or reality which are real and which are not. Truth and falsity are not decided by democratic vote, as for example a scientific discovery, whether it is valid or not, cannot be decided by a vote of the will. But the principle of probability could be applied here rationally, because the decision of the common agreement of most of the scientists is usually closer to the truth than is the decision of a single opposing scientist. This is not a question of rights and will of the scientists, but of their ability of observation and understanding. The probability is that 10 people together have more chance to recognize the true situation than one, and the truth lies closer to them than in one man's observation. This is similar to the example of the kosher and treif meat, that there is more chance that the meat came from one of the 9 kosher stores than came from the one treif store. In the Sanhedrin, in a controversy, the decision is according to the agreement of the majority. This is not the result of a democratic system, but a rational decision. The halakha of Rov in Sanhedrin is a logical decision. The halakha is not dependent on the will of the Sanhedrin, but on the truth of their decision, for it follows logically from the premises of the halakha. As man has no free will to decide on the truth of a mathematical equation, if it is logically a true equation, so the man of halakha has no free will to decide against the consequence that follows logically from the principles and definitions of Torah. Hence, the decision of the Sanhedrin in a deoraita is only rendered upon the intellectual decision followed logically from the pattern and premises of halakha. It does not depend on the discretion or will of the Sanhedrin. The opinion of the majority is more probable to be truth than is the opinion of the minority, granted of course that all members of the Sanhedrin possess more or less equal knowledge in Torah. Here again the decision is in accordance with the concept of probability, not with the concept of democracy. The Gemara in Chulin brings many proofs to this code for halachic decision from the Torah, that the dinim are decided according to Rov. Reb Mari says it is derived from the case of one that hits his father or his mother, for which offense the Torah says that he deserves death as punishment. Now, why do we not fear that the person struck may not have been his father?
Is it not because we follow the majority, and a woman lives with her husband more often than with a stranger? But the Gemara tried to object that the law applies only to the case where the father and mother were locked up in prison. So the Gemara answers, even so, there is no guarding against unchastity. Reb Kahane said, it is derived from the case of a murderer, for whom the divine law prescribes death. Now, why do we not fear that the victim may have been treifa? Is it not because we follow the majority? Rabbi said, it is derived from the law concerning witnesses who are found to be zomemim, in connection with whom the divine law says, then shall you do unto him as he had purported to do unto his brother. Now, why do we not fear that the person against whom they gave false evidence that he committed a capital offense is treifa? Is it not because we follow the majority? Rabbi said, it is derived from the law of shechita itself, for the divine law says in effect, slaughter and eat. Now, why do we not fear that there is a hole in the gullet in the place where it was cut through? Is it not because we follow the majority? And so the Gemara in Chulin continues to bring examples to prove the point of Rav in the Torah. Many examples are disproved and many remain valid proofs. However, anyone who ponders on this profound sugya, one of the deepest in the entire Talmud, will be convinced that most of the mitzvot of the Torah, their realization by man in their complete form, are linked to the rule of Rav, probability. If a man keeps the mitzvot in undecisive situations and he performs them in accordance with the laws of Rav, this is enough to fulfill his duty. For example, in the situation of the kosher and treif meat, if he acts according to the Rav, he fulfills the mitzvah of eating kosher. The Torah is not given to malachei hasheret, to angels in heaven. In many situations, it is impossible to fulfill a mitzvah according to mathematical sureness, but God says in His Torah that if one keeps His commands according to the probability laws of Rav, he has performed the mitzvah in its proper form. But there is one exception when it comes to pikuach nefesh, to a situation where a person's life is at stake. Rav does not help. No chances or probability sets will suffice. Man must eliminate the slightest possibility that is in his power in order not to endanger man's life. In Talmudic terms, Rav or Sfek Sfeka, which is a form of Rav, will not be decisive in a situation of Pikuach Nefesh. Rav and Chazakah in relation to Pikuach Nefesh. In any indecisive situation that relates to the safety of human life, the laws of probability are not valid. This is in contrast to the halachot of the Torah that Rav is enough to determine whether a thing is kosher or treif, tameh or tahor, mutar or asur. In Pikuach Nefesh, we do not stop short of this halakha, and if we can go any further to determine the situation or find any extreme doubt that would be solved by unusual and remote means, we are obliged to do so, whereas in other mitzvot, Rav is sufficient. However, there are problems which appear for the non-expert as discrepancies and require solution. The Mishnah says, none stand to pray to God unless it is with awe, humbleness, and great respect. The Chasidim Harishonim, the sages after the prophets, used to concentrate for an hour and wait in order to fulfill their hearts with intention, le'avihim sheba shamayim, to God. When a man stands in his tefillah to God, even if the king greets a man, he may not return the greeting, and even if a snake was twisted around his heel, he may not interrupt his prayer. The Gemara comments on this Mishnah. Reb Yosef said that this situation of the king is only if it is a Melech Yisrael, a Jewish king, who is bound by the halacha. But if it is a Goyish king, he should stop and answer his greeting, because otherwise his life may be in danger. Rav Sheshet says, the situation of this Mishnah applies only when there is a snake on his foot. However, if it is an akrav, a scorpion, then he has to stop his tefillah and try to get rid of the scorpion. The Rambam comments in his commentary on the Mishnah, in accordance with the Gemara's explanation that if he will not answer the greeting of a non-Jewish king, he puts his life in danger. The Rambam further comments that he does not have to stop because of the nachash, because most of the time it does not bite. But in a snake whose habit is to bite, he has to stop his prayers immediately to avoid the snake. This is because his life is in danger. We see here in the words of the Rambam that Rav is sufficient even in a situation of Pikuach Nefesh, because the Rambam says that if there is a Rav that most of the time the Nachash does not bite, he should not stop his prayers. But this causes a difficulty, since in Pikuach Nefesh the probability of Rav is not sufficient. It is a clear halacha, and it is brought explicitly in the Shulchan Aruch 329, the Dinim of Shabbat, paragraph 2, and in other places, that we are not going in Pikuach Nefesh according to the Rav. Then how can we depend on the Rav on the probability that most of the time this snake does not bite, and so in the time of his prayer he does not have to stop so as to avoid the snake?
The great Gaon, Reb Shmuel Strashun, Zechar Levracha, known in the Talmudic world as the Rashash, asked the question, and he does not give an answer. A similar difficulty arises in the words of the Rambam. A child may be transferred from one teacher to another who is more competent in reading or grammar, only, however, if both the teacher and the pupil live in the same town and are not separated by a river. But we must not take the child to a school in another town unless a strongly constructed bridge spans the river, a construction that has not got the probability to fall fast. Here the question arises again. Since it is a situation that can come to danger to life, how do we depend on the probability that the bridge appears not to fall soon? The principle of Rov, definition of natural and technical probability. The solution to these difficulties lies in a very important principle. There are two kinds of Rov. One Rov I call a natural Rov, a second Rov I call a technical Rov. For example, as was mentioned, 10 stores selling meat, 9 kosher and 1 treif, this I define as a technical Rov. The probability is, of course, that the meat is kosher. But when I say that most animals are healthy or that most people are not treif, this probability is a natural Rov. Actually, our whole existential system is built on probability. According to some, the whole existence, the universe and its functions are all only probability laws and rules. It is also interesting that the halakha, even dinei nefashot, the severest punishment or the most important mitzvot, depend also on natural probability. As modern thinkers have the intention to abandon causality in its logical sense, so the halakha also does not deal with causality. The premises of the halakha are a natural probability and rov. For example, the Kedusha of Mishpachat Kohanim and Leviim, family of Kohanim and Leviim, are determined by laws built on probability. As the universe is built on probability, as all the modern scientific theories are built on probability, so man's living and health is built on probability. The existence of humanity for their food and other existential necessities is built on probability. Modern atomic laws in physics and quantum physics are also built on probability and statistics, but all these probabilities are what I have defined as natural rov and probability. In other words, the existence of everything that God created, its basis of security, identity, and continuation, is only probability. This is a probability that is inherent in the existence of the world. The world does not exist on atomic mechanical laws, but on laws that are Rov laws, probability laws. And when God created the world, He knew that Rov is sufficient for the existence of the world, for the time that He wants it to exist. However, a technical probability is a synthetic situation, where the synthesis of the situation is constructed of two aspects, possibility and probability, in a set that consists of a special domain. Not is part of the universal homogeneous statistical system. This I define as a technical Rov. When we say in Pikuach Nefesh that we do not go according to the Rov, we are talking about the technical Rov, not about the natural Rov. We have to take the natural Rov, even in relation to human existence, as a certainty, since there is no way for man with his limitations to secure his life with more certainty than the natural Rov and probability. Now there is no contradiction between the Rambam and the halakha of Pikuach Nefesh. When the Rambam says that most of the time a nachash does not bite, he talks of a natural Rov. Man cannot be secure from a domestic animal that does not bite more than natural probability. Any domestic animal that runs in the street could be dangerous. Any cat could be sick. Any fly could affect sickness. Any air could possess bacteria. Any vehicle or machine, whether a horse or a plane, could cause danger. However, this is the natural probability within which man lives his 120 years, and by which humanity as a whole continues to exist. In summary, there are two Rovs. One defined as a natural Rov, the other defined as a technical Rov. When it is said that in Pikuach Nefesh Rov is not valid, the reference is to the technical Rov, not to the natural Rov. When the Rambam says that most of the time a nachash does not bite, he is referring to the natural Rov. And when the Rambam is talking about taking the child over a strongly constructed bridge, it is related to the natural Rov. The definition of a natural Rov or natural probability and the definition of a technical Rov should not be confused with natural phenomena and artificial or technological facts.
By natural probability, here is meant a probability process which falls in the domain of the universal probability of existence, whether it is in the domain of the totality of nature and its events and functions, or of part of nature, which is a subset and relates mathematically to the general idea of the probability of nature. Artificial situations, if they fall within the logistics of the natural probability of existence, are in the set of natural rov, but the assumption of the technical rov is always built on the elementary numerical concept of 2 to 1. Its evidentive assumption could be increased only by numbers, as 3 to 1, 4 to 1, etc. The greater the elementary number, the more the majority is against the minority. Pikuach nefesh does not relate to this number. In this situation of technical rov, there is always a proportional necessity of at least 1 to 2, as for instance, 1 is treif and 2 are kosher. In the natural rov, the probability is not numerical, but determines a situation that existentially satisfies the natural course of events and puts no doubt in anyone's mind on the stability of phenomena. The Rambam states in the 4th chapter of Hilchot Deot, paragraph 20, "Whoever lives in accordance with the directions I have set forth, I am the guarantor that he will never be sick during his life until he will grow old and die. But he will not be in need of a physician and will enjoy normal health as long as he lives, unless his constitution be congenitally defective or he has acquired bad habits from his early childhood, or if the world should be visited by pestilence and drought." This guarantee of the Rambam is difficult to understand, but according to my explanation of natural probability, the words of the Rambam become very clear. There is no greater security possible than a natural probability. One may ask, where is the demarcation line between a natural rov and a technical rov, and why cannot a part of the universe be taken as a separate subsystem and be conceived as a technical rov? In answer to this question, I found a brilliant clarification in one of the great Musar Sefarim, Ethics and Aesthetics of the Torah, the Sefer Mesilat Yesharim, where he speaks about zerizut, zealousness in keeping the mitzvot. In chapter 9, he emphasizes the obstacles that sometimes prevent a man from doing mitzvot. One of them is laziness, where fear for his security prevents a man from doing a mitzvah. The Mesilat Yesharim says, "If you will point to the fact that the Chachamim in all places have ordered that a man be especially attentive to his well-being and not put himself in danger, even if he is righteous and a doer of good deeds, that they have said, Ketubot 30a, all is in the hands of heaven except chills and fever, and that the Torah states, Deuteronomy chapter 4 verse 15, be very watchful of yourselves." All of which indicates that a person is not to leave it to the Hashgacha in this area, but he has to do what is in his ability to prevent, even as our Chachamim state further, when a mitzvah is to be performed, know that there is fear, cautiousness from danger, and its prevention, and fear, cautiousness from danger, and its prevention. That is, there are two different types of fearful situations. The Mesilat Yesharim continues, there is appropriate fear and cautiousness from danger and its prevention, and there is foolish fear and cautiousness from danger and its prevention. There is confidence and there is recklessness. The Lord, blessed be He, has invested man with sound intelligence and judgment so that he may follow the right path and protect himself from the instruments of injury that have been created to punish evildoers. One who allows himself not to be guided by wisdom and exposes himself to dangers is displaying not trust but recklessness, and he is a sinner in that he flouts the will of the Creator, blessed be His name, who desires that man protect himself. Aside from the fact that because of his recklessness he lays himself open to the danger inherent in this threatening object, he openly calls punishment down upon himself because of the sin that he commits thereby, so that his hurt results from the sin itself. The criterion by which to distinguish between these two fearful and cautiousness from danger situations, between the reasonable, rational situation and the irrational, unreasonable situation, is brilliantly deduced from a general rule of halakha. In all places in halakha where we have to come to chazaka, rov, or other evidence of proof, the halakha tells us, for instance, when we have a shtar, a note signed by witnesses, if there is no reuta, defect, the court accepts it as evidence, as natural probability. And so, on a question if something is kosher or treif, the Gemara says a reuta, an imperfection, where we do not observe it as such, we do not assume it to be defective. This is a universal rule in halakha, even in pikuach nefesh, where danger to life could be avoided. The Gemara uses the expression hecha deshechiach hezeka shani, where there is a place for danger, then the situation is different. For example, When a man has to go a long way to do a mitzvah, he can depend upon hashgacha and be secure in his mind that nothing will happen to him, because sheluchei mitzvah einan nizakin. No evil happens to a representative in doing a mitzvah. But, the Gemara says, in a place where there is shichiach hezekah, where there is probability of danger, for example, if it is a way where gangsters lurk, dangerous animals, flood, according to halacha, he is not supposed to go, because this is not in the frame of the natural probability of existence. Reuta is a very profound concept in halacha, and many logical dissertations were written by Rishonim and Acharonim to define its criterion. The Mesilat Yesharim used this halacha in his Musar Sefer beautifully as a criterion of yira, fear of cautiousness and danger. He states this rule in a general explanation of zerizut. The type of fear and cautiousness from danger out of self-protection which is appropriate is that which grows out of the workings of wisdom and intelligence. It is the type about which is said, Proverbs chapter 22 verse 3, "The wise man sees evil and hides, but the fools pass on and are punished." Foolish fear is a person's desiring to multiply protection upon protection and fear upon fear, so that he makes a protection for his protection and neglects Torah and divine service. The criterion by which to distinguish between the two fears and cautiousness from danger situation is that implied in the statement of our Chachamim of blessed memory, Pesachim 8b. Where there is a routine possibility of danger, it is different. That is, where there is a recognized possibility of injury, one must be heedful, but where there is no apparent danger, one should not be afraid. Along the same lines, it is said, Chulin 56b, we do not assume an imperfection where we do not see one, and a judge need be guided only by what his eyes see, Bava Batra 131a. This is the very intent of the verse which we mentioned above. The wise man sees evil and hides. What is spoken of is hiding from the evil which one sees, not from that which might perhaps possibly materialize. And this is precisely the intent of the verse previously referred to. The lazy man says, there is a lion on the road, which our Chachamim of blessed memory interpreted, Devarim Rabbah chapter 8 verse 7, as an illustration of the extent to which vain fear can go to separate a man from a good deed. The Mesilat Yesharim continues there beautifully his teachings about zerizut. But one who will study it thoroughly will see that all which the Mesilat Yesharim explains in his wisdom amounts to one point, the difference between natural probability and technical probability. Natural probability is pointed out here very clearly in the words of halacha, where there is no reuta, no defect or imperfection in the natural course of events. However, where there is already a reuta, a defect or imperfection in the state of affairs of the situation, for example, in the case of 9 stores selling kosher and 1 store selling treif, there is a very clear reuta. Because we know for sure that 1 store is treif, we have to apply rov as the technical probability. However, when we have a healthy animal and we do not see in him any defect, we assume the natural probability that he is not treif. He does not have to run to a doctor to check whether or not he has some inside defect. The man is a kosher witness, and the animal is kosher to eat. But in the case of the 10 stores where one is treif, just because it is not known which one, and the probability is that a piece that falls out from one of these stores is kosher, does not make it a natural probability, since we know there is a reuter. Similarly, part of nature conceived as a subject cannot enter into the domain of technical rov, since part of nature is just as natural as is its totality. And as there is no observable imperfection in the totality of nature, so there is no observable imperfection in any part of it. To illustrate, take any healthy man, or any healthy animal, or any healthy geometrical construction. Reuta and the halakha of Rob and Chazakah are very complicated subjects in Talmud, and have many detailed logical qualifications of intricate profundity, which require study by the student of Talmud. Here I have only presented the general idea of Rov and Chazakah in its universal form. Now that the technical Rov and the natural Rov have been defined, I return to the question of the difference between Hashgacha Pratit and Nes. The Gemara says that if someone has a sick one in his house, he should go to the Chacham so that he should pray for him. And the Mishnah says that not for everything can a man pray. The Gemara comments on this Mishnah, as was quoted before, that we cannot use instances of prayer and nisim, miracles, which are exceptional situations and have no relation to the Mishnah. The difference between Nes and general Hashgacha Pratit. A definition of Hashgacha Pratit is required to determine the demarcation line between Nes and Hashgacha Pratit. But according to what was explained in the previous chapters, in the field of Hashgacha Pratit there are three categories. It says in Tehillim that God established the world forever. Chok natan velo ya'avor. He gave a law which cannot be destroyed. It is also said in other places, Poel emet shepeulato emet. He is a true maker whose worth is truth. This means that God's laws, which he established in nature, are real laws which cannot be destroyed because they are done by truth. This proves that the concept of science in the 20th century with its laws and phenomena, even though they are statistical laws and their soundness is valid by probability only, they coincide with the Torah, that for the time that God wants the world to exist, these probability laws are sufficient and sound for the existence of the world. According to the theory of dynamic logic, the underlying premises of the probability laws are qualitative laws, which in the field of quality, their relations are as rigid, exact, and certain as any law that was conceived in the time of classical mechanics. And when modern scientists try to destroy causality because of the uncertainty of the probability laws, they overlook the underlying qualitative laws which are interrelated in probability. These words will not be understood except by one who studies the dynamic logic, which is explained in a different place. In relation to man, these probability laws are enough for human certainty and for man's existence, as the halacha of the natural rov. But in relation to Hashem, these laws built on natural rov by definition are not certain, since God can choose the possibility in single instances and not destroy thereby the totality and the universal pattern of the Bria. At a special time in history, when God made a Nes, he did not have to perform miracles and change the qualitative laws of nature. All he did was to select the miyut, minority possibility of the Bria for that instance. He did not have to create a new Bria, yesh me'ayin or ayin me'yesh. This is the first category of Hashgacha Pratit, a category which includes Nes. Max Planck, the founder of quantum physics, who was a great sympathizer of religion, writes, "To believe means to recognize as truth, and the knowledge of nature continually advancing on incontestably safe tracks has made it utterly impossible for a person possessing some training in natural science to recognize as founded on truth the many reports of extraordinary occurrences contradicting the laws of nature, of miracles which are still commonly regarded as essential religious doctrines, and which formerly used to be accepted as facts, pure and simple, without doubt or criticism. Therefore, he who is in earnest about his faith and cannot bear to see it conflict with his scientific learning must decide in his conscience whether in all honesty he may still consider himself a member of a religious community whose creed incorporates a belief in miracles. For a while, many could still find a certain temporary reassurance by trying to steer a middle course and limiting themselves to accepting as true a few miracles of especial importance. But such an attitude is untenable in the long run. The faith in miracles must yield ground, step by step, before the steady and firm advance of the forces of science, and its total defeat is indubitably a mere matter of time. The young generation of our own era, which in any case is sharply critical towards traditional views, no longer permits itself to be bound innerly by doctrines which it regards as contradictory to the laws of nature. Planck is right when he talks about the general dogmas and superstitious stories of the Goyish religions that try to prove their faith by imagined miracles, which are contradictory to the laws of nature. However, would the halacha of the natural rov be known to him, that the probability of nature is in relation to man's life the boundary of certainty, a limit which he cannot traverse? Planck would have understood clearly that the nisim of the Torah are done by God within the domain of the laws of nature without contradicting the natural laws and without creating new laws, yesh me'ayin. Planck himself accepts the view of probability against causality because no mathematical equations can predict strict regularity in nature, even though they can come close and near to it. Upon closer consideration, there can always be discovered an indeterministic statistical root in every law of physics, including the laws of gravity and of electrical attraction. He regards them one and all as laws of probability relating only to mean values of many similar observations, possessing only an approximate validity for individual instances. And this is the view of Planck in an essay, The Concept of Causality in Physics. Since Planck accepts probability as laws of nature, his view coincides entirely with the halacha of natural rov. The nisim of the Torah are conceived rationally in the domain of God's hashgacha pratit, when God's will is to make a nes. The second category of hashgacha pratit is that in the technical rov. For example, when a man is sick, and in most cases of this sickness he cannot survive, man's prayer could help him to survive, since the miyut, the possibility, enters into the regular domain of hashgacha pratit. Though the halacha says that we go according to the Rav, and the natural course of events will probably happen according to the Rav, the miyut is always in God's hands. And if a man prays or has zechutim, special privileges for good deeds, God does not leave it to the natural course, but applies his hashgacha pratit. In the natural Rav, the fact is left, so to speak, to the natural course, since only in rare instances in history God makes nisim. But in the technical Rav, it is routine that God will use the miyut, so to speak, for his special hashgacha, to answer man's prayer or to reward him for his zechutim. In other words, hashgacha pratit in the technical Rav is not nes, but is routinely in the system of man's life. The third category of hashgacha pratit is where there is no technical Rav, but a 50-50 state of affairs between the negative and the positive. In such a situation, God does not leave it to natural chance, as he leaves it in the technical Rav, to the Rav, if man does not pray and has no zechutim. It is entirely in God's hands, and he guides the situation exclusively according to his will. In this situation, man's tefillah will help even where, against the technical Rav, he did not have sufficient zechutim to be helped. If he depends absolutely on the hashgacha of God, God will surely help him, according to the conception of the Torah. Tefillah in relation to the three categories of hashgacha pratit. In summary, there are three categories of hashgacha pratit. They are all related to probability. In the natural Rav, we say, Olam keminhago noheg. The world continues according to its natural course, but the natural course is only a probability with a miyut, possibility. God does not change this natural course. If a man prays against this natural course, his prayer is in vain. The second category of hashgacha pratit is that in the technical Rav. The third category of hashgacha pratit is where there is no technical Rav, but a 50-50 state of affairs between negative and positive. The concept of tefillah in relation to hashgacha requires some clear erudition. A famous professor in Israel writes in his book that the concept of tefillah is not a religious institution, but is worship of God that man takes upon himself, an acceptance of the yoke of Torah and mitzvot. There is no implication in tefillah except that a man prays as a kiyum hamitzvah. When a man prays for his needs, he makes himself an end, and the answer of Hashem, so to speak, a means for human interest, for the individual or for the state. For example, the tefillah in Israel for peace in the Medina country, the tefillah for the parachutists, the tefillah for the men who man the submarines, etc. All these tefillot, says the professor, are ridiculous and frivolous. Either they are theatrics of national religion, or they are a consolation for fears and events where there is no justification to include a religious moment. The course of the world that was determined by the Creator is such that if those in charge of folding parachutes will do their work well, and if the parachutist will jump according to the rules, he will land properly. But if he will not comply with the rules, his tefillah will not help him. Further, he says that it is a great chutzpah to pray that Hashem should change the course of his world on behalf of these prayers. Tefillah is devotion to God through man's worship, without any link to the events of natural existence. Man has to understand that tefillah is only an expression of his worship to God, but not an endeavor to bring God to intervene in the order of his bria, which was determined through him. He continues that this answers the question why it sometimes happens that a tefillah of a tzaddik is not answered. He says that the answer to the question is simple. There is no tefillah that is not answered. Since tefillah is only an expression of man's zeal to worship God, by the act of tefillah he fulfills his zeal, and the act of tefillah itself is the answer. In other words, a tefillah that is answered is only a tautology, and a tefillah that is not answered is an absurd concept, similar to a triangle that does not have three sides. He continues to say and emphasizes that when the Tanna says in the Mishnah, do not do your tefillah as a determined duty, but as a prayer of tachanunim and rachamim lifnei hamakom, is only one Tanna's opinion, and it was not accepted in the halakha. These words of the professor, who claims to be a shomer Torah u'mitzvot, a Jew who keeps Torah and mitzvot, are also expressed by many other pseudo-religious philosophers, sympathizers of Torah, who choose to explain the aim of mitzvot according to contemporary moods of traditionalism, which imagine that God's Torah is subject to man's will. What is surprising here is that this professor, who claims to know Torah and the Talmud and publishes his dissertations with the air and surety of authority, should make such obvious errors. For whom does the professor write? Does he write for ignorant Amaratzim, the unintelligent, or for strangers who never read a sentence in Tanakh and who never opened a Gemara? Any beginner in halakha knows that the above-mentioned words of the Tana are a clear, accepted halakha according to every opinion in the Mishnah. No controversy is mentioned in any place against this principle that the definition of tefillah is rachamim. Secondly, the whole Tanakh and Talmud are full of instances where tefillah helps. Not that man influences the will of God, Chalila, but that this is one of the midot of Hashem and His laws. In the world that He created, He decreed that when man prays, his tefillah will be answered. This is a law in the Hashgacha Pratit, that God determined that tefillah should be efficacious in the system of the Bria. When a man prays, God answers him because this is the halakha of tefillah. I'm not going to elaborate on this point here. This concept that tefillah is a halakha is not mystical. It is a very profound and deep concept in the relations of halakha. We see this clearly and explicitly in the tefillot of the Avod of Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, in the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu, in the tefillah of Chana, in the tefillah of Chizkiyahu. We also say in our Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur prayers, Teshuvah, tefillah, utzedakah ma'aravin et roa hagzera. But penitence, prayer, and charity can avert the evil decree. In these words are expressed the purpose of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur prayers. The entire tractate of Tanit is written to determine different categories about the answering of tefillot by God. The Gemara there deals with the tefillah of man in its efficaciousness, as with physical actions and effects. The entire Gemara, Brachot, is based on this premise. There is no tractate of Talmud where this principle is not explicitly mentioned, even in a Gemara like Chagiga and Baba Metzia. This psak halacha of the efficacy of tefillah is clearly codified in the Rif, the Rambam, the Tur, Shulchan Aruch, Hilchot Tefillah. Tefillah is accepted from the time of Matan Torah up to date, and there is no insider of Torah who will doubt this principle. It is very difficult to understand how a man who is also a scientist could make such a crude mistake. Surely a scientist would notice all these places in Tanakh and Talmud if he would be involved in the subject. It is difficult to assume that he would make such ignorant blunders. It has to be understood that in the divine plan there is an aspect of the principle of Darchei Noam, as was explained in a previous chapter, for the individual and society in this mundane world. As it says, man will do the mitzvot and he will live by them, which is the source for the heter of Pikuach Nefesh. Of course, there are individuals, single Hasidim in a generation, who accepted Yesurim, pain, and who did not want to enjoy Olam Hazeh at all. Their quest is only Avodat Hashem. There are other great tzaddikim who said that they want neither the Yesurim nor the reward. But all this is related only to special individuals and sages, not to tzibur and society. It seems that the contradiction between the laws of nature and the efficacy of tefillah misled this religious professor and so many others to deny this halakha entirely. Would he have known the three categories of Hashgacha Pratit and understand them, he would see that there is no contradiction here. On the contrary, the Torah relation to man is in the state of affairs of the three categories. Is not the whole effort of science an intervention in the order of the Bria which was determined by God? But this intervention was ordered by Hashem. It says in the Torah that God left the Bria to man leyavda uleshamra, to till it and to keep it. So the intervention by tefillah is also ordered by Hashem, since it is a mitzvah of the Torah. That is why the Gemara says in Nidah that man has to do his part, whether it is business, Torah, or family. He has to pray to God for success. As I quoted from the Khatam Sofer, that in any achievement, whether it is biological, economic, or intellectual, man has to put his effort forth first, and success is proportional to his effort. However, what man plans to achieve cannot be reached by him with all his effort without prayer to God. This is a non-visible law that is as sound as is any natural law. According to the Gemara, it is an impossibility without both factors. This coincides exactly with the three categories of Hashgacha Pratit. There is no contradiction at all between the laws of nature and man's prayers, since the laws of nature are probability laws. However, even if one would like to deny that the laws of nature are probability laws, still human life, the span of life of the individual, the course of history, the series of events that man approaches routinely in life, in all the time of the existence of mankind on this planet, are definitely determined by probability laws. When the parachutist jumps, or the submarine man goes down into the depth of the ocean, no matter how carefully they follow the rules, their chance of survival cannot be put in a mathematical equation of certainty. No more than the probability of scientific exactness can be reached. There is always a miyut possibility that is in the hand of the Hashgacha Pratit of God, and that is where tefillah comes in. God's bechira and man's freedom and tefillah. We say in the prayers of the holidays, Ata Bachartanu, you chose us from all the nations, and you made us exalted above all the creatures. Through your mitzvot, you made us holy. You brought us near you to worship you. Your great holy name you called upon us. This concept that God chose Klal Yisrael and called them my chosen people is expressed continuously in the Torah Shebichtav and Torah Shebe'al Peh, in the Tanakh and in the Talmud. For example, it says in Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 6, "For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a special people to himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth." This is repeated in Deuteronomy chapter 14 verse 2. The Chazal say that before God gave the Torah to Israel, he went to every nation and asked them to accept the Torah. Every nation found a different excuse as to why they cannot accept the Torah. Only the Jews accepted the Torah, and they said, Na'aseh v'nishma, which means that we, the Jews, will accept God's commands before we know all the details of the Torah. Here, I ask a question. The halacha is that man has free will, and since the Jewish nation accepted the Torah in contrast to all the nations who refused to accept it, it means that they chose the Torah. If so, why are they called the chosen nation? Which means that God chose them by giving them the Torah. Furthermore, every morning in our prayers we recite the Birchat HaTorah, which means, "Blessed are you, Lord our God, King of the universe, who has chosen us from among all peoples and has given us his Torah." According to Chazal, Hashem wanted to give the Torah to every nation, but we were the ones who agreed to accept the Torah and went into a brit with God. It says in Nehemiah chapter 9 verse 7, "You are the Lord, the God who didst choose Abraham." Here again the question arises, why does it say that God chose Abraham, when in fact it says that Abraham himself through his free will chose God? As the Rambam says, the world moved on in this fashion, Avodah Zarah, till that pillar of the world, the patriarch Abraham, was born. After he was weaned, while still an infant, his mind began to reflect. By day and by night he was thinking and wondering, how is it possible that this celestial sphere should continuously be guiding the world and have no one to guide it and cause it to turn around? For it cannot be that it turns round of itself. He had no teacher, no one to instruct him in aught. He was submerged in Ur of the Chaldees among silly idolaters. His father and mother and the entire population worshipped idols, and he worshipped with them. But his mind was busily working and reflecting till he had attained the way of truth, apprehended the correct line of thought, and knew that there is one God, that he guides the celestial sphere and created everything, and that among all that exist there is no God besides him. He realized that the whole world was in error, and that what had occasioned their error was that they worshipped the stars and the images, so that the truth perished from their minds. Abraham was 40 years old when he recognized his Creator. Having attained this knowledge, he began to refute the inhabitants of Ur of the Chaldees, arguing with them and saying to them, "The course you are following is not the way of truth." He broke the images and commenced to instruct the people that it was not right to serve anyone but the God of the universe, to whom alone it was proper to bow down, offer up sacrifices, so that all human creatures might in the future know him, and that it was proper to destroy and shatter all the images, so that the people might not err like those who thought that there was no God but these images. When he had prevailed over them with his arguments, the king of the country sought to slay him. This question could be asked in many places where the Torah talks about the Bechira, choosing by Hashem. For instance, the Bet HaMikdash is called the Bet HaBechira, the chosen house, according to the Pasuk where it says, Deuteronomy chapter 14 verse 23, "The Lord your God, in the place which he shall choose to place his name there." This concept is repeated many times in Deuteronomy chapter 12 verse 18, chapter 14 verse 25, chapter 16 verse 7, chapter 17 verse 8, chapter 2 verse 26, chapter 15 verse 20, chapter 16 verse 2, and in many other psukim where it states that God chose the Bet HaMikdash. But according to the halacha, the Kedusha of Bet HaMikdash, where the Shekhinah rests, could only be established through the Kedusha of Yisrael. If Yisrael is not Mekadesh the Bet HaMikdash, there cannot be there any sanctity of Kedusha, nor Hashrat HaShekhinah. The answer to these questions is according to the Gemara in Nida, mentioned earlier. Reb Eliezer was asked 3 questions in daily life. What should a man do so that he should acquire the knowledge of the Torah? He should continue studying and attend less to business. Many learned, but they did not succeed to achieve great scholarship. Answers Reb Eliezer, he should ask for mercy from the one to whom Chokhmah, knowledge, belongs. Because it is written that God gives knowledge, and from his mouth you receive understanding and wisdom. So the Gemara asks again, if it is so, what is the great teaching of Reb Eliezer? Answers the Gemara that one without the other does not suffice. What must a man do that he may become rich? He replied, "Let him engage in much business and deal honestly." Did not many, they said to him, do so, but it was of no avail to them? Rather, let him pray for mercy from him to whom are the riches. For it is said, "Mine is the silver and mine is the gold." What then does he teach us? That one without the other does not suffice. What must a man do that he may have male children? He replied, "He shall marry a wife that is worthy of him, and conduct himself in modesty." Did not many, they said to him, act in this manner, but it did not avail them? Rather, let them pray for mercy from him to whom are the children. For it is said, "Lo, children are a heritage of the Lord, the fruit of the womb is a reward." What then does he teach us? That one without the other does not suffice. We see from this Gemara in Nida the emphasis, "Habli ha'efshar." One without the other does not suffice. This is not only a positive assertion, but a negative limit, that the Torah guarantees us that with one factor without the other, it is impossible to fulfill anyone's wishes. According to the Gemara, this is a universal law. The Chaim Sofer emphasizes that any achievement, whether it is biological, economic, or intellectual, man has to put his effort forth first, and success is proportional to his effort. However, what man plans to achieve cannot be reached by man with all his effort without prayer to God. This is a non-visible law that is as sound as is any natural law. According to the Gemara, it is an impossibility without both factors. Man has to do and tefillah. Here we come again to the category of hashgacha pratit, according to the concept of probability. Man has free will to choose in his mind any resolution of action, duty, or obligation for himself, for others, or for society. But the accomplishment of his wish is only a probability. There is always a possibility that circumstances will prevent him to achieve his wish. For this he needs tefillah, since the probability is always in the hands of God. God never leaves the miyut to randomness. That is why the Gemara says that habli ha'efshar. When Klal Yisrael decided to do all the commands of the Torah, they needed siyata deshmaya, help of God. Only through siyata deshmaya could they accomplish their promise of naaseh, we will do. And so too, Avraham Avinu, fighting against Avodah Zarah of the entire world, certainly needed siyata deshmaya, and so it was with the building of the Bet HaMikdash. This is the meaning of the Bechira of Hashem, that God chose Avraham Avinu, that he chose the building of the Bet HaMikdash. Through Hashgacha Pratit, Klal Yisrael's wish to accomplish the Torah, Avraham Avinu's wish to go in God's ways, the Torah people's wish to build a Beit HaMikdash, became not only a probability, but through God's Hashgacha Pratit, where he eliminated the possibility by his choosing the accomplishment of the probability, the achievements of Klal Yisrael, of Avraham Avinu, of the Torah people, became secured. That is why we say that God chose to give us the Torah, that he chose Avraham Avinu, that he chose the Beit HaMikdash. Without God's choosing, man by his free will does not have more than a probability chance, whereas through the Hashgacha Pratit of God's choosing, the achievement of man in these aspects becomes an unavoidable necessity. They were secured to accomplish their goal. We learn from here a great principle. Not only does man have free will in his mind, but he also has freedom to achieve securely what he wants. Because whatever a man could accomplish through probability, the Hashgacha Pratit helps him by eliminating the possibility. But of course, this requires complete intention and prayer. One can be secure in his mind that he will achieve if his intentions and prayer are according to the halakha. His security does not come from the fact of the probability where there is miyut, but from the status of the probability which by tefillah and Hashgacha Pratit becomes a necessity. In order to understand more profoundly what was said here, one has to bear in mind that the words of Hashem's Bechira in Tanakh is an infinite Bechira, which means that his choice is for eternity. And so, one is secured to achieve his goal to reach Kedusha.